Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and welcome back to Topstep TV. This is the opening call. Today, Tuesday, April 28th, 2026. We got a great day of trading lined up ahead for you today. Starting with the opening call, I am Jay. To the far right, that is JD. And in the middle, John the GOAT Hoagland. Hoag, JD, how you guys doing this morning?
Excellent, Jay. Glad to be with you this morning. I know I had some issues yesterday, but happy to be here with everybody. Welcome. Long by Northwest. Does anybody want to be long anything other than crude oil this morning? I don't think so. JD, how are you feeling?
Feeling good, feeling good. Good morning, Jay. Good morning, Hoag. Good morning to all of our friends and traders in the chat. Happy Tuesday. Happy Turnaround Tuesday. Jay, you called it in the green room. Turnaround Tuesday strikes again. What are these markets going to give us today?
Volatility, JD. We got oil above $100. The Nasdaq is down 500 points from its high of this session after making all-time highs yesterday. Gold selling off. Looks like it's going back under $4,000 potentially, but we will see. We'll get into all those charts in just a minute. First thing we're going to do is look at this gold opening range trade. Gold does open up at 8:20 a.m. Eastern Time, 7:20 Central. We look at a 1 minute opening range. We'll wait for that 1 minute candle to close, and then a 1 minute candle to close outside of that range for confirmation. Right now, we got gold trading 45.9650, down just over 2% on the day, and actually starting to break out of this range. Hoag, JD, take a look. Are you guys liking what we're seeing for a potential opening range trade here?
I am. The market finally broke that weekly kickoff low 46.80. It is out of balance. It has some pretty substantial overnight inventory. It's just traded down to a visual target that does a naked point of control that goes into the kind of wayback machine back to the end of March, 45.6820 and 68.20, 60, 25, 68.20. Yeah, right to it within a couple of ticks of it. So this market's out of balance. There's probably a better tendency for the opening range trade to be successful than we have been seeing lately. So I like the idea of it.
Yep. I kind of like it too. Actually, we got about a minute and a half. Let's run a quick poll in the chat. Does this look like a better environment for an opening range breakout trade in the gold market today? We've got a one-directional move. We're out of balance, just like Hoag said. I think this is just the type of environment we want to be in. Yes or no?
Great.
Do you like the opening range breakout trade in gold today? Let's poll the chat.
See some people taking in the trade already. Shout out to Nassim in the chat, said, made bank trading gold London session, just clicking sell over and over again. You kind of love the markets when they're in that condition, right? You sell it, it keeps going down. You make money, rinse, repeat. Found the easy money glitch. Nassim, nice job. Anybody else trade gold overnight? Charles Henry in the chat saying yes. There we go. Polls up in the chat. Do you like the opening range trade in gold? Opening range breakout trade in gold. Vote yes or no.
I'm going to get my vote in.
I did as well, Hoag.
People seem to like it so far. All right.
Absolutely. Andre says yes. Coach Hoop says yes. Poll's saying yes. JRG in the chat says, who cares about gold when ES is on the move? Gold is down 2% right now, JRG.
Can't please them all, Jay. You can't please them all.
And I guess you can't trade them all either, right? So trade the market that makes sense for you. But right now, gold is officially open for business. We're going to take a look at this 1 minute opening range.
Here we go. Yeah, that 7:18 a.m. Central Time candle. Where did that?
It's a lot of volume.
What was moving the market there? Yeah. Here we go. We got a nice boost here. Buyers stepping in. Pretty wide range, almost $10 wide already. I'm going to scale down to a 2-lot in the micros. Wow.
Some selling coming in crude here. Crude just tanked.
You might only be trading a 1-lot.
Yeah.
Holy cow, look at this.
Look at this move. What is going on? I'm looking at the juice.
Not hearing anything just yet.
Wow.
We did have the weekly ADP employment change, but I don't think that's what's moving this market right now.
UAE decides to exit OPEC and OPEC Plus.
Wow. How about that?
Wow.
United Arab Emirates exiting OPEC Plus, the oil cartels. just got one country smaller, or one region smaller.
Pretty big range there. But UAE
This
decided
is
to exit OPEC and OPEC Plus. That was the headline. We saw crude oil sell pretty hard there, trading 99.40s right now, 46.02 last trade here in gold. We got a high of the range, 46.1130, low of the range, 45.91 half.
we got a 200 tick wide opening range in gold.
Yeah.
200 ticks in a minute.
Yeah.
We like the trade, but now we got to scale down. We're not taking more than $250 worth of risk on any of these opening range breakout trades. I don't even know if we could put this one on.
That's pretty inhibitive.
Right. For everyone who just voted yes on that poll, what is your vote now? It is pretty thin. And yeah, Andre, I'm seeing that as well. The NQ ladder is not there pretty much. It's pretty much nothing on it. Again, the headline coming out, UAE decides to exit OPEC and OPEC Plus.
The gold ladder was really flying around too. I don't know if you guys caught that.
Yeah, it was. May 1st.
It was kind of difficult keeping up with it.
May 1st is the date they're going to leave OPEC Plus.
That would be Friday. Friday, May 1st. That's pretty big news, guys.
Oh, that is big news. That's just when you thought you were safe. There's another tape bomb.
Yep.
Another headline.
Still inside this 1 minute opening range here. Did just test the low. Did not trade outside of that low, which is pretty interesting.
It did in the GC.
Okay. Micros did. Okay, got you. GC did. Gold, oil back above $100 now. $100.14.
Two contracts traded below. Does that indicate an extension?
Who sold them?
Depends who the two are, right?
Yeah.
Here we go. Now we're extended. This is triggering a short or no trade. Like you said, JD, it's maybe a kind of expensive trade at this point.
It's I think it's a little outside of our risk parameters right now.
Yeah.
A little too much risk. Doesn't look like we're going to get a signal anyway, though. We got about 10 seconds. We're moving back inside the range. Maybe gold will do the hard work for us today and invalidate itself.
All right.
What
this
was...
1 minute 1 minute candle closed inside the ring. Go ahead. Oh yeah, the poll. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
But we got new information there, and that definitely changed things.
Yeah, 66% yes on the gold trade. Sorry guys, maybe we'll get it tomorrow. I just don't trust it right now, to be honest with you. That was a lot. Yeah. There was a huge influx of volume and volatility in a very short amount of time.
$20 1 minute candle makes you reconsider your decisions here. But let's take a look, JD, at the economic calendar and what we might have to be looking out for today. It's crazy. The planned numbers seem to be taking a backseat to all of the unplanned headlines. But what do we got to look out for on the economic calendar, JD?
Yes, we already had the ADP, the weekly ADP employment change number come out. It was a little worse than expected. ADP employment change came out, actual 39.25 thousand forecasted for, or previous was 54.75, so a little lower. Also, today we've got the start of the 2-day Fed meeting. The FOMC governing body is meeting to make a decision on interest rates. That meeting goes today and tomorrow. And we'll conclude with the FOMC decision on rates at 1 o'clock p.m. Central Time. And then Fed Chairman Jerome Powell's final Fed Chair press conference after that decision. We will be having a watch party and a little strategy lab session for you. We're going to start here on Topstep TV at about 12:50 p.m. Central Time. Me, Andre, Jack, and Hogue will be here to talk you through and trade you through the FOMC announcement. Make sure you're here for that. Also out this morning, 8 o'clock Central Time, we got the home price index. There's a couple housing numbers out this morning, actually. We've got the Case-Shiller home price index at 8 o'clock Central Time and the FHFA house price index also at 8 o'clock Central Time. Consumer confidence number at 9 o'clock. That could be potentially market moving. Make sure you're aware of that number at 9 o'clock. And also the Richmond Fed manufacturing index. Also got a couple of note auctions. We got a 2-year note auction at 10:30, I believe, and a 7-year auction at 12 o'clock p.m. Central Time. Later this afternoon, the money supply number is coming out. I don't expect it to be very market moving, though. And as always, as in these recent weeks, headline risk is high today, folks. We've already gotten a little taste of it early this morning. So be aware of the headlines. We're going to do our best to pipe in as much news as we possibly can for you. We've always got one eye in the ditch, watching the charts, watching the news, and keeping you informed as best as we possibly can. Here we go. Volatility is back is right.
Absolutely. 45.89.50 last trade in gold here. The UAE's OPEC exit will help the country meet changing demand, says the UAE, to boost oil production gradually. The UAE felt that this was the right time for us to consider that policy decision. Again, the headline that just came out a couple minutes ago, the UAE decides to exit OPEC and OPEC Plus as of May 1st, which is this Friday. Hogue, let's get to that checklist. Let's make sure we are prepared for the trading day. We got the S&P and the NASDAQ making new lows of the day. Crude testing the highs of the day back above $100. Let's go through that checklist, Hogue.
Yeah, you got to do your homework if you are going to participate. As always, Topstep daily checklist, pre-market research. That's what we're doing here. It's all about context, risk management, and patience. Morning checklist, you've got your water, you've got your coffee, you've been fed, you've walked the dog. Mindset check. It's all about mindset, folks. Trading is so much about the mindset. If you are not in the right mindset for trading, think about taking a little bit of time away from the charts. Even if it's an hour to get yourself in the right mindset. Trade entry checklist. What is going to get you into those trades? Do you have your hypotheses? Do you have your strategies that line up with those hypotheses? Write all those trades down. Do your journaling throughout the day, because at the end of the day, of course, you got your post-market checklist. You're going to be reviewing those trades, finishing your journal, reviewing the trades, and of course, spending a little time with Coach Jay and Coach Paul for at the buzzer. Now, if you've done all this, if you are taking care of business, you get to do business. Got to take care of business before you get to do business. And we did have some earnings coming out this morning.
Really quick here, Hogue. We got some size in the crude book, 500 lot in crude oil, $100.33, right above where the market is right now.
Ooh.
And that just got filled.
Wow. You don't see that kind of size getting tossed around
no,
in the crude
not
oil
at all.
market.
No,
$100.33 if anyone wants to mark down that price. But go ahead, Hogue. We did have some earnings.
Yes. So some of the earnings coming out this morning, Coca-Cola, Novartis, BP, UPS, Sherwin-Williams, GM, all of them beating expectations on earnings per share and revenues, except for Novartis. A miss on both of those categories. BP absolutely knocked it out of the park. The earnings per share was greater by almost 38%. Revenue was better than expected by almost 12%. BP absolutely knocked it out of the park. British Petroleum, I wonder why they beat so well. After the close today, we've got Visa, we've got T-Mobile, Starbucks, Waste Management, Robinhood. We all know that the big day is tomorrow with the FOMC and a whole bunch of big earnings tomorrow. So we are in the throes of earnings season, folks. Going to be an interesting one.
Yes.
Yeah, who do we got tomorrow again, Hogue? We got Amazon, Meta, Microsoft, Google. Is there someone else?
Yes. Everything that matters except for
Apple.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
And that's on Thursday. So yeah, tomorrow, Amazon, Microsoft, Meta, Google, and then Thursday, of course, Apple. So some biggies coming out the next couple of days.
We're just getting started this week, guys. Just getting started.
Yes, we are. Was really that oil news is interesting because we've had a different catalyst that brought us above $100 before, but now we have this, and yeah, we'll see. We'll see how this continues to play out. We are going to take a look at these gold charts on a higher time frame. Then we'll get into the equities, which are making lows of the day as we speak. A lot to go through this morning. JD, any news you want to hit before we get into these gold charts?
Sure. Let's talk about tax refunds, everybody. The April 15th tax deadline has come and gone. And more households got money back this year compared to last year's filing season. Let's roll it. According to the IRS, of the 140 million filers who sent in returns, more than 90 million were owed refunds. That's more than 86 million who received one by the end of the prior filing season. There are two policy reasons that most likely explain why more households got a refund this year. The first was the addition or expansion of a number of tax breaks. Second, the IRS did not update its tax withholding tables for 2025 after the new tax law that provided for those expanded or new breaks went into effect in July. Refunds averaged $3,275 per filer who was owed one. That's up $333 from last year. Getting a little bit extra back from Uncle Sam this year.
Nick Dolby,
Dolby,
chat.
thank you for giving me my money back.
And it's going right back into the market. Right back into the market. Rinse and repeat. 45.89.60 last trade here in gold. We're going to take a look at these higher time frame charts. Hogue, why don't we start with the daily? What are we seeing here in gold?
All right, let's take a gander and get to the daily chart. So we finally, we have broken weekly kickoff low. Look how many times we've revisited it, and it's been that level for 2 weeks. It hasn't changed in 2 weeks. Finally, we saw it break last night, and boy, did it break. So we're looking at monitoring for continuation. These are always challenging days. I've got a few targets down below. We'll look at those on the 30-minute chart, but finally, 1, 2, 3, 4 days of the last 5, we have tested that weekly kickoff low. Finally, we got the break. When we had Vince on yesterday, he was short gold, and I said, if we can break that weekly kickoff low, we're going to see some pretty decent selling coming into this market. And boy, did that ring to be true. Jay, what are you seeing on the daily chart? Anything remarkable to you on this?
Yes, Hogue. So on the daily, the March 23rd candle was the low of the year in gold, and we're testing that high again. The high of that candle is 45.6870, and that's the low of this move that we just made. To me, why that candle is significant, again, it is the first candle that's tested that 200 daily moving average in a very long time in gold, almost a year, that we've had a candle that tested that 200 daily moving average. And if you attach a VWAP to it, which is this red line on my charts here, try to clean this up a little bit. That red line on my chart, we were holding it as a support for the past couple of days, but now we're using it as somewhat of a resistance, closing below it. So you mentioned a price, Hogue, about a month ago, 3,500s in gold. This downside structure since we made the all-time high at the end of January is still intact. This is a heavy-looking market here. I was long gold last night during slow markets and took the stop out. Very happy to take the stop in a $200 loss because Dakota and I were saying that gold looks like it's getting ready to get kicked off a cliff. And it looks like that's what's happening right now. Daily ATR, $128. So far, high to low range, 150. So we're extended past a daily ATR range. I'm curious to see what happens at the high of this candle. Do we start to get price acceptance back inside of this candle? Or does that hold as a support for today? And then we maybe see that trade through it the rest of the week. But interesting spot in gold here for sure. Hope.
Let's take a look at the 30. All right. So, you can see it on the daily chart. We've been putting in lower highs, lower lows. We're continuing to put in lower highs and lower lows. This was that weekly kickoff for the last 2 weeks. It looked below it last week, but rejected. So there's 1 check, 2, 3, 4, and finally last night it started to break. All right. So midnight, I guess that's when that happened. I was sawing logs. I hate it when I don't get to participate in my own levels. But here we're seeing, some continuation to the downside. So yesterday was a trend day to the downside. The opening range was the dead high. It moved lower steadily throughout the rest of the day and closed relatively close to the lows. So this was a trend day to the downside, and we added 4,100 contracts in new sells, new shorts in the market yesterday. Because the market has broken this level, it has attracted more selling. Sometimes selling begets more selling. If we did not take this out, we could probably look at this and say, looks like we've trapped some shorts. Maybe we get a move back to the upside before we break, but we did not get that. We had that last night. A lot of stops below this level, a lot of longs getting out, new selling coming in yesterday. I would imagine we're probably going to see an increase in open interest today with the new continuation of the current market state. As far as targets are concerned, a measured move on this could take us down to, I'm looking at a measured move down to 44.75. We've already hit one visual target in the form of a naked point of control from the past here. This one's the end of March, another one near the end of March down below that. So if we're looking at visual targets, those points of control, those points of chill are popular prices from days past that have not been revisited. Well, look where we just traded right to 45.6820 within two ticks of it. Through it by 2 ticks. All right. Well, actually we went through it by 4 ticks, by 6 ticks. But that's a visual target. Markets are very visual. When traders are looking at a specific level, they can bring price there. The next level below the 44.75 level is 44.20 if this thing really starts to grow legs. We have a lot of overnight inventory that is holding short positions in the overnight. Typically overnight inventory is going to be shorter time frame traders, but with the volume that came in after midnight last night, when we finally broke that important weekly kickoff low level, this is looking more like some bigger speculators. Don't know if there's any major players in this, but this is more than just short time frame day traders getting short this market. This is a pretty decent move. This is either speculators that are stuck long getting out, or speculators that are adding to short positions or getting into short positions. And tomorrow morning we'll get a look at open interest to see if we can kind of gauge how that is. So we did see sellers come in yesterday. We've broken an important level. We've traded to a visual target. What's next? We see if we see any continuation. We are monitoring for continuation to the downside. Got a little bit of structure down here against this naked point of control. If we hold above that, we could see the overnight inventory probably peel us back to the upside for better trade location for shorts, because we're also dealing with gap guidelines. If we can't close the session gap to yesterday's low, which was, what was yesterday's low? 46.8120. Then we're going to continue to look for opportunities to the short side. Jay, what are you seeing on the 30-minute chart?
On the 30-minute here, Hogue, we are seeing that urgency to the downside, right? We had price and volume leave that first 30-minute range relatively early, right, when we turned around. The one thing I'm thinking about in gold today is, are we already at the day's range, right? We're already above a daily ATR range. I would be looking for opportunities to sell this, but do I want to be the seller in the hole in gold? So what I'm looking at here is the highest volume 30-minute candle so far for today. That started at 7:30 Central Time. Sorry, 7:30 Eastern Time, 6:30 Central. High that candle 46.1340. If we look above that candle's high with no volume, I'd be more inclined to sell this market to come back down into and through the range of this candle, because I would assume that VWAP at some point continues to trail lower and trades at the upper extreme of this candle as well. So I would be looking for opportunities to sell gold, but if we may be a little bit extended, especially since, like I was talking about before, but the high of that March 23rd candle is the low of the session, right near that point of control that you mentioned here as well. So does it feel like you missed the move? Maybe. Is there still going to be opportunity in gold today? Potentially. But I think right now is more about timing and location of this move, because we could very easily see it bounce all the way back up to VWAP here. So I'm watching the high of this 30-minute candle, 46.13s, watching the market's response there. We did see on that little spike, we got near the high. really no buying. But this is not going to be an easy level to sell through, especially how far we've come in gold. We're already down 2%. Realistically, how much more of a move would I be looking for here is the question, where we're already 20 points over a daily ATR. So patience here. Maybe there's a range trade inside of this candle, but we will see. If we get more headlines like that one coming out, though, Hogue, anything can happen.
ACH, baby. ACH.
ACH. For sure. We did have a poll up in the chat. Speaking of headlines coming out, are you more interested in trading crude oil today with the UAE OPEC news? 71% of the chat said no. 29% said yes. Curious what everyone is still looking at. And if you're not trading oil, you're probably trading a market that is affected by that oil price. Pretty much everything, right? If you're trading the equities, you're trading oil right now. 71%
Makes you
said
wonder
no.
with that volatility in crude last night, if the correlation, the inverse correlation with crude and equities is going to come into play at all, if it hasn't already.
I think it did, right? With that correlation, we see it play out on bigger moves. We had crude up over 3.5% right now, and the equities are down pretty heavy. The Nasdaq's down over 1.25. So it seems like on big move days that correlation does definitely play out here. Speaking of which, we're going to take a look at the S&P in just a minute. But JD, before we do that, we got news on oil prices.
Yes, actually, should we take that poll as a sign to stay, like an early warning sign to stay out of the way of crude oil today? 71%. That's quite an imbalance there, right?
It is.
Nobody wants to trade the crude. Well, let's take a look at what happened in equity markets overnight. Stocks in Asia closed mostly lower last night. Shanghai Composite was down 0.19%. The Hang Seng Index closed down 0.95%, and the Nikkei closed down 1.02%. Stocks in Europe currently trading mostly lower this morning also. The CAC 40 is down 0.52%. The DAX is down 0.67%. The FTSE down 0.13%, and the Stock 600 down 0.62%. US dollar index up a couple ticks to 98.728. The VIX is up just about 7%, 19.27 last print on the VIX. And the yield on the 10-year Treasury note, 4.374 going into the equity open. Quick update on your overnight markets.
Awesome stuff. Thanks for that, JD. Hogue, let's take a look at the S&P.
All right. Everybody's favorite, or at least my favorite anyways. I do like the S&Ps. Been in and around them for 40 years. All right. So yesterday we did take out an overnight all-time high in the S&Ps, not the Nasdaq. Last night we put in another all-time high in the extended trading hour session. And again, there's the tendency for those not to be lasting. I think that we're looking at a market that has tremendous risk in it. When we look at the daily chart, I mean, obviously this has been a momentum move, right? It's just momentum bringing more buyers, bringing more momentum, bringing more buyers, bringing more momentum, bringing more buyers. How good of a job is it doing now? When we start to see these overlapping ranges, these difficult pushes to all-time highs. The last time we saw this, we saw a pretty significant pullback, and I'm not suggesting that is going to be the case now. But I've downgraded the auction process for the equities from C pluses and Bs to a flat out C now. I don't think that we've changed the market state here just yet, but we're starting to show cracks in one-time framing activity to the upside. We had an area of balance. We broke out. It did not impress. It didn't bring in a whole bunch more open interest. Yesterday, on a new all-time high, we only added 1,400 contracts. Only 1,400 estimated new contracts were created at an all-time high yesterday. That to me is a bit of a shot across the bow. That's saying, market's continuing to try and push higher, but it's not attracting the same business it was when we were in this big momentum move. So it is my speculation, and this is purely speculation or hypothesis, that we're going to come back in and we are going to either stay in this range that, let's just call it last week's high and last week's low. Okay, just loosely. There's nothing finite on anything in futures trading. These are all just levels. Nothing is perfect, but it is, it is my opinion that the market has kind of run out of buyers up here. It doesn't mean that anything terrible is going to happen, or does it? I don't know. I mean, it's so news driven, and there's so many uncertainties out there. This market could need more of a consolidation or a deeper pullback. So that is my kind of hypothesis on what we've been seeing for the last week or so. It's just continuing to try and push higher, but not doing a very good job of it. We need to even out inventories before we can continue this move to the upside. Jay, we need new buyers coming into these markets, and we're just
Yes,
not
we
finding
do.
them up here. What do you think on the daily?
I think it's hard for these buyers to buy if crude oil is going to be above $100, Hogue. But we're seeing crude sell off just a little bit here. What I'm seeing on the daily in the S&P, the daily ATR is back under 100 points, 94 points to be exact. So far, high to low range, we're at 77. So pretty close to a daily ATR range already in the overnight session. And we have what could be, depending on how this day plays out, an engulfing candle of the last 2 days. These candles have gotten pretty short up here. There's a lot less volume trading at these highs. Yesterday's range was about 40 points the entire day. So maybe a little bit of lack of conviction, maybe some hesitation before all of the data that we have coming out later in the week. But this is a pretty big move on some lower volume, right? We've had just 207,000 contracts trade so far, and we're already trading 77 points. So what happens in the New York session could be pretty interesting here. These markets are still resilient. Upside structure is still intact. Of course, it's going to take a little bit of a hit every once in a while, but can it break the upside structure? It hasn't done so far. When we take a look at the 30-minute, something interesting going on the 30, but that's what I have on the daily here, Hogue.
Well, today's title of the stream, Long by Northwest. It's been going long by Northeast for a little while. Could it go short by Southeast for a little bit? I think the market could use it. And yes,
Oh, yeah.
NK's, a pullback can sometimes be just what a continuation to the upside might be looking for. So let's take a look at the 30-minute chart. All right. So a lot of breadcrumbs down below in these markets. Here's that, the all-time high that we finally reached at the end of the day yesterday, above the previous all-time high that occurred in the evening session before that. Now we've got another new all-time high in the extended trading hours. And again, I look for those not to be lasting, not to be lasting. So what happens? Is this a BTFD opportunity? It might be. It depends. We got to see how the market opens up, see how traders trade it. Overnight inventory is relatively pretty short to the short side. We opened last night here. We are trading lower. We have a session gap to the low from yesterday, and the low from yesterday was 71.77 even. So if we can't close that gap relatively early, I know that frustrates everybody when I say relatively early, because everything is so subjective in trading. But if we can't close that gap relatively early, we should be looking for opportunities in the direction of the gap, which would have us looking for shorts. Now, that said, what is the percentage of that? Well, I mean, if we can't close the gap, obviously value will accumulate lower than yesterday. So if you're looking at value, that is a high probability. If we're going to just be holding price down here, value is going to move lower. Kind of makes sense, right? So overnight inventory is already being reconciled to some degree. So we've got some time here before the regular trading hour open. If we open with a gap and can't close it, look for opportunities in the direction of the gap. If we do close the gap, watch for reacceptance of value from yesterday. But that's another situation where you've got to kind of gauge whether the juice is worth the squeeze, right? It's a pretty narrow value area from yesterday because yesterday's range in the regular trading hours was 34 and a quarter points. 34 and a quarter points. Pretty small range yesterday. Range is getting smaller. Effort putting up new highs. What's happening here? As far as like references, you've got the late spike from back here on the 22nd. You got the afternoon pullback high from back here on the 21st. These are somewhat obscure levels, and they're only obscure until they're not. As far as visual targets down below, we've got some space down below before we're going to start to really get into trouble. 70, 69, 75 is the next naked point of control that could attract price. That kind of keeps us inside last week's range. Could be a little extension, could be an opportunity. We'll see how that plays out. Jay, look at that juicy looking 200 session simple moving average. Look at that.
It's right there, Hogue. It is right there. What Hogue is talking about is this white line on my chart, the 200 moving average on the 30-minute. 71.69 is that price. It's been in an uptrend. That 200 moving average, that 2-week period that we had of just straight upside, we acted as a support, but it is starting to flatten out a little bit, right? That slope is starting to flatten a little bit here. So what I want to see is the market's response to this 200 moving average when the volume comes in for the New York session. We can see price right now advertising below it, but we're so extended from view up that I wouldn't be surprised at a little bit of a pop here. Maybe not all the way to view up. We'll see what happens again when that volume comes in for the New York session. If it agrees that price should be under this 200, then I could see some selling into this candle right here. 71.33s would be that downside target. If volume says, hey, price should not be here. We've come so far on overnight volume, which was, a lot lighter than what we're going to see, then I can see this rotating right back up into value, resilient markets, and there's nothing to worry about. We did just make an all-time high last night. There's a case to be made for either side here, Hogue, that 200 moving average is going to be the line in the sand for me. I don't really see too much to do right now, but I am very curious about the first couple of minutes of the New York session, how it's going to respond here. Again, if there's not a lot of interest from sellers to continue selling this off, this is and has been a buy the dip market. We could see this right back up with no issue. Of course, headlines are going to move things around. Crude oil prices look like they're going to move things around today as well. So I'm going to keep an eye on that. We're back below $100 here, but that is really the only thing I'm looking at here in the S&P, 71.69s, and how the market responds there. Still there, Hogue?
Sorry, profile yesterday, normal variation. Actually, a neutral day. Almost left a late spike to the upside. You could kind of think of that as a late spike opening below it. Rejection of higher pricing. So that's what we're looking at here for the S&Ps. Jay, great stuff.
You as well, Hogue. We're going to take a look at oil in just a little bit. Although the chat said, no, we don't trade oil. We don't worry about it, but we're going to take a look at it here. Oil is moving around. It's definitely an interesting market, probably the market of 2026. Shout out to Coach Paul making that call at the end of the year. Oil opens up in about 5 minutes here. We're going to take a look at a 1-minute opening range trade at 9 a.m. Eastern time, 8 a.m. Central. JD, before we do that, we got some news on oil prices.
We do. And yeah, 71% of people polled in the chat said they're staying away from oil this morning. I'm gonna take that as a sign. All right. Let's talk oil. Oil prices are up again amid continued worries over the Iran war, and now this latest news of the UAE ditching out on the OPEC Plus oil cartel. Let's run it. Brent crude oil climbed to $111 a barrel early Tuesday morning in trading. Before the war started on February 28th, oil was trading at about $73 a barrel. Monday, President Trump signaled he was unlikely to accept Iran's latest proposal to end the conflict. Tehran's proposal involved reopening the Strait of Hormuz, but leaving nuclear negotiations open to later discussion. Meanwhile, energy giant BP has more than doubled its profits in the first 3 months of this year as oil traders rode the wave of volatile prices triggered by the war. BP reported first quarter profits of $4.3 billion, up from $1.9 billion during Q1 of last year. Huge oil gains as prices continue to drive higher. Sound off in the chat. Who's making money trading crude? Who's up on crude this year?
BP is.
BP
Right.
certainly is. That's for sure.
Now is it in the chat says long oil right here, right now at VWAP. We got VWAP at 99.30s and oil 99.57 last trade there. Who's making money in oil? I know Mr. Dolby Tom made some money yesterday in oil.
Dolby. He's worried about BP. Maybe they're doing well. We haven't heard from him in a while. We had to do a BP wellness check this morning for everybody. They're doing just fine. They're doing just fine.
Or they're on their yacht.
Oh man, I was on vacation one time in Mexico, and there were some oil and gas people there, and they party like I've never seen before.
Yeah,
throwing money around. It's like, wow, that's good business to be in. Good business to be in for sure. We got oil trading $99.53 right now. Wonder how they're doing. Nice spike in the equities as well. We're going to take a look at this 1 minute opening range trade. We do have oil opening up in about 2 minutes. Why don't we get into the charts? Maybe we start looking at a higher time frame, and then we'll see if we take that trade in a couple minutes here. What are you seeing, Hogue?
all right. So these days have been crazy. We were kind of hoping for a head and shoulders here, and we've broken out above that weekly kickoff high, and it's looking less likely now. If we reject up here, I think that, of course, the head and shoulders pattern still could be possible, but with new information, something happening, anything can happen, right? ACH. So we're above the 3-day balance. Volume hasn't been great. We added 6,900 contracts over all of the contract months of crude oil yesterday. So indicating maybe some buying coming in, some new longs. So now, similar to what we're looking at in gold, is we're monitoring for continuation to the downside in gold. We're monitoring for continuation to the upside in crude oil. There's a structure above with which to lean on if you're looking for opportunities to the short side. But I'm more interested in seeing some sort of a reversal pattern in the daytime frame today before I'm starting to look for anything to the short side. We may have already seen it. We'll see on the 30-minute chart if that is the case. We've already seen headlines that have knocked this thing around. It's such a. I saw somebody say earlier they were scared in the chat. Don't be scared, but protect yourself. Always make sure that
Right.
you're using stops, and there's ACH, man. Anything can happen, as we all know. Technically this could be a break to the upside. 68.50 weekly kickoff high. Couple of of highs there that we've broken out. I'm monitoring for continuation. It's currently open now. Let's take a
Crude
look.
oil is officially open for business. We also got that Case-Shiller year-over-year number out, 0.9%. Forecast was 1.12. House price index came in at 0%. Forecast was 0.1. But let's see. Crude is officially open for business. Taking a look at this 1 minute opening range trade here, bouncing right off of VWAP. 99.69's last trade here in crude. And we're just going to wait for a 1 minute candle to close and then a 1 minute candle to close outside of that range for confirmation. Crude up 3.4% on the day so far on the back of that OPEC news. And really, that OPEC news, crude was already rallying before that. We were trying, in the green room this morning, we were trying to figure out why is crude up so much and why is everything selling off. I really didn't see a reason, but maybe somebody knew something before we got the news. That wouldn't be the first time.
38 tick opening range so far. If they make this cheap, do we do it?
Yes.
They make it cheap.
I say yes, and $100.50 would be the target to the upside to start.
75 ticks. 38 tick opening range. Now let's see if we get a signal.
Traded the high. We got a high of that 1 minute opening range, $99.78. Low of the range, $99.40. Again, waiting for a candle to close outside of this range for confirmation. If it trades both sides, then we just won't take it. But holding that range for now. What happened?
The crude oil has the record for staying in the 1 minute bar the longest. It was 54 minutes. Just took out the high.
And there you go. Yeah, this is gonna. Shouldn't say it's gonna close above. We got another 50 seconds to wait here before this candle closes above this range. Also, that $100.33 is where that 500 lot got filled on the offer. So I'm keeping an eye on that price as well. Would want to see how the market responds up there when we get there.
The waiting is the hardest part.
It really is, Hogue. It's like, I just want to get in now. But there's a reason we added that, right? Where there's a lot of fake outs that happen in these markets. 20 seconds here. We may be sacrificing a little bit of trade location, but maybe some added confirmation that the market is leaving this range to the upside. This is going to potentially trigger a long here in the next 10 seconds. And that's a long.
And we're in. 99.85
right.
is the house count price. We put on a pair of micro crude oil. We will take $110 worth of risk on this trade.
All right. If it gets back under VWAP, that's invalidated, right? So,
yep.
I like this trade. We're getting in with the trend of the market. Let's see if the trend continues. Of course, the market's going to do what it wants to do, but I think we're in a decent spot, not necessarily buying the highs here. All right. We'll continue to do some analysis here. Hogue, you broke down the daily. I think we could go right to the 30 and see what you're seeing there.
All right. You got it. All right. So overnight inventory, long. Here it is. Opened last night right here, 5 p.m. We are trading higher. Obvious. Overnight inventory is long. We did see some adjustment of that inventory when that tape bomb came out, and we did take a look below, but no acceptance below 98.50 as far as the weekly kickoff is concerned. We also do have a session gap. The session gap closes at yesterday's regular trading hour session high, which is 97.67. We did take a stab at it. We did not do that. So as long as we don't close that gap relatively early, again, there's that word, relatively early, we're looking for opportunities possibly to the long side in this market because we've broken out of an area of balance. We have seen some continuation. We got some information that knocked it back to the support level. It rejected below it. It's continuing higher. It's above VWAP. As long as we hold VWAP, I do like the idea of staying long. And right now, the opening range is the dead low. So I'm not looking for any shorts as long as that remains true. What else do I have here written down here, Jay? Well, when I say it down today, we had some pretty good confluence with the 20-session simple moving average and VWAP at 98.50. Those have moved higher, so the market is still indicating buyer control. Jay, what do you think?
I'm seeing that 98.50 that you have there, Hogue. I was just marking out some volume that traded earlier this morning, right around 98.60s up there as well. Personally, I wouldn't want to be short oil. Looking for a breakdown, maybe for a pullback, a quick scalp you could short here, but I wouldn't want to be short below. I wouldn't want to be short above 98.60s. This is a market that is starting to trend to the upside. We can see some separation between the 20 and 50 moving averages on the 30-minute, and we are above the 200 as well. All of those trending higher, volume trending higher from the open. We can see last night's open and VWAP in relation to last night's open. We are, that is an urgency trade. And a lot of times these urgency trades end up being the trend for the rest of the day. Of course, it is still super early in the trading session. And with headlines coming out, something could come out and bring us right back down to that $97 level. But for right now, this is a market technically that's in an uptrend. I think we're in a great spot with this trade. Anything under VWAP, actually, if we look at this, we haven't had a 30-minute candle close below VWAP all day so far. So to me, that's invalidation of this trade. Even this aggressive candle that we had on that OPEC news traded below VWAP, and we're right back up. So to me, real invalidation of this move, if it's going to be the trend all day, is a 30-minute candle close below. We'd be out before that, but this is structurally a trending up day. Crude up almost 4%. Not a move that I want to fight unless there's a headline that gives me an opportunity to fight it. But
and what
good trade so far. Yeah.
So yesterday's profile, neutral. Market is seeking new levels to facilitate trade. Jay, what is the market's job?
To facilitate trade. And I read a book, Stottlemyre book, and he says distribution is the market's job. So Interesting.
Which book did you read?
141 West Jackson. It's Coach Paul's suggestion. It's a book that's not in print anymore, so you got to find the PDF version of it. But it was pretty good. Yeah. Pretty good. Talking about profiles, talking about volume. Pretty good stuff here. This trade, nice. And we're going from 99.85s. I would be watching those 33s. That's where that 500 lot filled on the offer, $100.33. Do you have an upside target here, Hogue, or would you just let this one cook?
Well, the idea is, if the opening range remains the low of the day, just let it cook.
There we go. Cooking with oil.
Let it J cook. We're going to let it J cook.
There we go. We are cooking with oil right now. Pretty good opening range trade from the house account right now. Long two from 99.85s. We're going to take a look at the NASDAQ and give the people what they want. NASDAQ right now trading 27,130s, down just over 1%, 1.13% on the day to the downside in the NASDAQ. JD, before we look at those charts, do we have any news we want to get to?
Yeah, we got an interesting story here about electric air taxis being tested for the first time in New York City. Imagine cutting your hour-long commute down to 10 minutes. Let's roll it. That's right. This week, the air taxi firm Joby Aviation is testing out the first electric vertical takeoff and landing flights in the New York area. The aircraft look like drones and can fit 5 people, including a pilot. They take off vertically like a helicopter. Then the propellers tilt to push it forward. The company says they are quieter than helicopters and produce 0 emissions, totally electric. The company is in the final stages of FAA certification right now. Who wants to be the first to test it out? Start a poll. How's that for a poll idea? If you had the opportunity to be a guinea pig for an electric drone flight for your daily commute, electric drone taxis, would you be the first aboard, or would you run away? Run away! Run away!
I'm gonna run away, JD. What do you think, Hogue?
I kind of prefer my feet on the ground, so I'm out.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
Not a very good flyer.
But good luck to whoever does. And we were talking in the green room. There's another company, Archer Aviation, that signed a deal with LA to provide transportation during the Olympics, doing the exact same thing, air taxis. So the flying cars are here, everyone. Would you fly in an electric drone helicopter? Poll in the chat, yes or no, or only after I buy life insurance. I don't know. Life insurance is still not going to do it for me, but I'm going to say no to that one. I'm going to say no. Let's take a look. We got the house count long, micro crude right now, but let's take a look at the NASDAQ. Hogue, what are we seeing on the daily?
let's take a look. So, NASDAQ yesterday had a much more difficult trading day than the S&Ps. Let's take a look. So, here's the daily. We had a new all-time high night before last that we never took out the high of. Sometimes what doesn't happen is as important or more important than what does. We were unable to take out the overnight all-time high yesterday. The market wasn't strong enough to do that. However, the fact that it does remain in the overnight session leads me to believe that it's not going to be a lasting high. We need some sort of pullback. We didn't really get the consolidation in the Nasdaq that we had in the S&Ps. It's really just been continuing to one time frame higher. Well, that one time framing higher might be breaking today. Again, it's still in an uptrend. It's still, we lost 900 in open interest yesterday on a very indecisive day, all-time highs. Indecisive? Something doesn't seem to fit there. Open interest has been waffling all the way up. It's not like it's been very strong. We can see that the momentum has fallen off a little bit. We do have some red bars here, but still we're one time framing higher. And again, that could break today. Losing 900 in open interest yesterday. We didn't see any new buying coming in. Jay, we need new buying. I know the money's out there. Where is it? Jay, what do you think? What do you think on this daily chart?
We need new buying, Hogue. That daily candle up there, that is a lot of indecision. Really small range, 230-point range yesterday. Daily ATR is 459, and we kind of expected that with all of the data coming out later this week. I'm not ready to say that the structure of this trend is over. We put up I posed a question to the chat last week. What do we get first, a limit down day or doubling the stock market? I voted for doubling the market. So, this is just a healthy pullback, in my opinion. I know there's some people out there saying, here it is. This is the limit down day. And it kind of feels like a buy the dip opportunity, but you need somebody to buy the dip, right? My 1 and 2 lots aren't going to get it done if we're going to continue to grind to the upside here, Hogue. So, maybe an expected pullback here, but we're already at a daily ATR range, 459 points. We've seen that already. How much is the New York session going to agree with where price is? Do we see them just buy this right back up? Going to be a very interesting day already. Hopefully what this daily ATR range and the overnight session, hopefully what it doesn't mean is that we just get consolidation for the New York session. We had that yesterday. If we get 2 more days of that, then yeah, I might spend a lot of time outside with the dog today if we just consolidate in a range, but we'll see.
Well,
this crude trade is looking
time with
good,
dogs is always time well spent.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is, Hogue. Let's take a look at the 30. What are you seeing there?
All right. So there's that all-time high night before last. Couldn't take it out yesterday. Yesterday in the S&Ps was a double distribution trend day to the upside. This is a normal variation day, and it barely extended at all outside the initial balance. It was almost a normal trading day. So the market is struggling to continue the push to the upside. Obviously, we are seeing some pretty decent pullback to the downside. This, I think, is necessary, and I think it is going to be healthy. But again, you're always asking yourself, the market is attempting to continue the move to the upside. How good of a job is it doing? And yesterday, it did a poor job. I'm giving the auction grade a C, maybe even a C minus in the Nasdaq because it's just not performing well. The upside auction was tiring, needed a pullback, needed some consolidation. As far as reference levels, we've got these kind of obscure levels like in the S&P is the spike base from the 22nd of April found a degree of support. They seem obscure until they're not. That's why I leave them on here until they kind of use up their possibility of use. We did trade to the naked point of control from back here on the 23rd in the extended trading hours, but not in the overnight session. So I'll look for that to be rechecked during the regular trading hour session. But as far as overnight inventory is concerned, like the S&Ps. We're short. We're opening with a gap guidelines. If we can't close the gap relatively early, we look for opportunities in the direction of the gap. There's always the question of, is this a BTFD opportunity? And it seems like most opportunities when the equities pull back are BTFD opportunities until they're not. As far as visual targets down below, there is some space before we're going to get to any kind of naked points of control. 26,452, the next naked point of control lower. We do have the afternoon pullback high, similar to the same level in the S&Ps from the 21st of April that comes in here at 26,786 half. Right now, we're bouncing off this base of the late spike here from the 22nd, 27,057 quarter. We'll see if that remains a low. If we do see some reversal pattern there, it could be opportunity. We'll see what the opening range does. We'll see if we have some good opportunities here. We're below that 200 session simple moving average, Jay. What do you think about that?
We are, Hogue, and we've been under that 200 moving average recently. Thursday the 23rd, which is that day you were just mentioning here. We're trying it again. When we traded below that moving average price-wise on Thursday, there was no follow-through from sellers. We can see where VWAP was. Very similar structure here. So what I'm looking for, again, is when the volume comes in for that New York session, does it agree with where price is and continues to trade lower, or does it disagree and trade us maybe back up to VWAP 27,277. That 200 moving average is right at 27,186. We got the NASDAQ down over 1% on the day so far. But again, I just keep thinking about how resilient these markets are, Hogue. There are these sell opportunities, but trading almost 500 points on overnight volume, I don't know how much I trust the move to the downside. To be honest, I would almost be ready to say that this can go without me to the downside. I actually did take a short last night in a personal account when this did break back below VWAP. But for right now, where this is, this just seems to me like an area that buyers might be more inclined to step in. If we do get that selling, of course, big fat round number 27,000 is right there. But I don't know how much I trust a 500-point move to the downside on overnight volume. So we will see. The New York session will have to come in and agree with this, or this is just going to be another buy the dip opportunity, which we've seen for the last 2 weeks or so here.
Awesome stuff. And again, new all-time highs in the overnight session, and not to be lasting. Resilience, all of those buzzwords that we always use for equities. See what plays out today. It's going to be a interesting day.
Absolutely. Speaking of which, see what plays out today. What is your opinion on equities today? We got a poll up in the chat, 118 votes so far. Get your votes in there. Also, hit that thumbs up button if you haven't done so already. Tell your friends and family to like and subscribe. We appreciate each and every one of you being here. What is your opinion on equities today? Bullish, bearish, or range bound? Get your votes in there. Bullish,
Jay,
bearish,
we should
range.
mention, it's the FOMC meeting. The release is tomorrow. Markets maybe become a little bit anticipatory. You got huge earnings tomorrow after the close and Thursday. You got PCE on Thursday. People are going to just be kind of hedging and positioning themselves to protect themselves in case anything wacky happens over the next couple of days. We'll see how this plays.
We will see for sure. Speaking of people trading these markets, JD, who do we have on the schedule trading with us on Topstep TV today?
We've got a full day of tradertainment coming your way right here on Topstep TV today. Coming up next in Fast Markets, we've got Andre, we've got Jack, Enrico's in the house. Hogue's going to be coming in. Dakota will be here from 9:30 to 11. Ted, I'm from 10 to 11. We got an action-packed couple hours ahead in Fast Markets. After that, 11 o'clock, Hogue's going to come back for the morning highlights. He's going to do a little chart analysis for all of us and go over some of the trades that we took here in the opening call and during Fast Markets. At 11:15, Coach Jay's going to be back with Braden and Dolby time. 12 o'clock, group coaching. Your group coaching roster for today is Hogue, Anne Marie, and Hoop. If you got a question for these guys, now's the time to ask it. We're going to pin a form to the top of the chat in just a little bit. Grab that form, fill it out, click submit, and we will answer your questions live here on Topstep TV. Trade with Topstep, 1 o'clock p.m. Jack's going to be here. I'll be here. Chad N will be here. That'll be a good show. Make sure you stick around for that. Then we're closing out the day in Power Hour with Andre, Mandy, and Dakota. Plenty of tradertainment coming your way all day long right here on Topstep TV. Also, don't forget at the buzzer, 3:15 Central Time, Coach Jay and Coach Paul, and then slow markets later tonight with Dakota and Braden. Man, guys, crude oil just got real wiggly on us. We were about $10 in the money.
33s.
It did. We're right back to our entry price again, and we're selling off. I don't like this trade anymore. It looked like we were golden.
You could say the words, JD.
We'll let it play out. Still technically valid. I mean, a $10 move off of our entry price, right back to it.
Yeah.
And now more sellers stepping in.
That 33 area to up. Yeah, right. Who invited the sellers? $100.33. Again, that's where that 500 lot was filled.
You don't see 500 lots in crude oil too often.
No, you don't. No, you do not.
I think we can call it toast now, guys.
View up last
Just
line
crude
in the
oil.
here. Let's see.
Just crude doing crude stuff, right? I almost swore, but I didn't.
$99.61 last trade here in crude. I think we got one more piece of news we can get to, JD.
Yeah, last piece of news. Consumer Watch. Iran war is costing consumers more. I don't even want to roll this right now after the news that we got earlier, but let's do it anyway. Americans are feeling a little bit lousy about the economy. That's according to the University of Michigan's latest consumer sentiment reading that came out on Friday. It's a report that gauges how consumers feel about their thoughts on the economy and their personal financial situation. And while last week's numbers show some slight improvement from earlier in the month, overall consumer sentiment is at a historic low. In today's Consumer Watch, Jen Sullivan explains why.
With inflation ticking up and gas prices spiking, many people are worried about their wallets. In the University of Michigan's latest consumer sentiment reading, a report that measures how people feel about the economy, shows people are concerned. In April, sentiment dipped to historic lows.
The consumer sentiment is really telling you that people are exhausted. It's a roller coaster and they want to get off.
Since the war began February 28th, U.S. gas prices have shot up more than 35%. As of Monday, the national average for a gallon of regular gas was $4.11, according to AAA, a far cry from the $2.98 drivers were paying at the pump before the war broke out. The ongoing war has severely impacted maritime traffic through the Strait of Hormuz. It's causing global oil prices to surge and even causing jet fuel shortages, which is making airfare more expensive.
Jet fuel is particularly under pressure right now because of the Strait of Hormuz being closed.
Domestic airfare costs are up 18% for summer travelers. International flights up almost 8% compared to last year, according to Going.com. And it's also impacting food prices because many fertilizers are made with petroleum, and it's costing farmers more to plant.
All the prices of anything that you buy that comes out of the ground is going to be more expensive because so much of it as a global commodity flows through the Strait of Hormuz.
All of this happening ahead of the busy summer travel season, making many Americans more concerned about their finances. For Consumer Watch, I'm Jen Sullivan.
We do have a consumer confidence number coming up at 9 o'clock a.m. Central Time also. So we're going to get a little more info on the American consumer. Just over a half hour.
Good stuff. Thanks for that, JD. Again, we got the house count long right now, 99.85s. 2 micro crude trading 99.75 right now. Got the NASDAQ trading 27,156. The S&P 71.68. And gold 45.91 last trade there in gold. This has been a great opening call. Hopefully everything we've done this morning is helping you with some context for these markets. See the team getting ready in the back. Henrico's here. Mr. Never Stopped Out. Jack is here. Andre is here. I think we are good to go. We are good to go. Hogue, let's do the thing. Take us into fast markets.
Let's do the thing. JD, always a pleasure. Great to be back with you this morning. And as always, thanks to you for trusting us with your time. Top of the chat this morning, a lot of the regulars, Shubham, Man Caves, Anastasios, Trader Hub, Coog, John Jones ×3, Tommy C, Joseph Francone, Just Elias. There's a name I don't think that I've seen before. Adam Blue, top of the list also. Great to have you with us. EMS, good to see everybody. And as always, make sure you remain humble, grateful, creative, and centered in your trading today. Pray for peace every day. Let's head into fast markets right now in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Go to the market. Let's go.
Turn those machines back on! Turn those machines back on! Turn those machines back on! Turn those machines back on!
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Fast Markets on Topstep TV, the premier show of the Topstep media network, as it were. What a morning. We got oil at 100. We got OpenAI apparently missing their targets.
Yeah.
And we got the UAE out of the OPEC, OPEC.
Wow.
All sorts of stuff. It's going to be a crazy open. Glad to be here with you two. Andre, take it away.
Yeah, Jack, thank you. Welcome everybody to Topstep TV. This is Fast Markets. You know him, you love him to the right. Mr. Enrico joining us from Estonia. Enrico, we got about 2.5 minutes till the opening bell in New York. We saw the gradual sell-off in the NQ. ES, same story there. Crude was above $100 about an hour ago. Thoughts coming in to this Tuesday, Enrico?
Yeah, it's hard to trust the pre-market sell-off to continue. I would be surprised if it's not kind of buy the dip situation, but we'll see. I'm ready for everything, and as always, I'll protect myself by not touching any sell or buy buttons before the first 15 minutes.
That's wise. That's very, very wise. Jack, it's Kentucky Derby week too, by the way. I heard that. Anyways, no, that's bad. That's bad for the algo. I should be saying that right now. Let's take a look at these prices. We got the NQ trading 27,145, about 100 points off the recent just lows printed an hour ago. Jack, UAE leaving OPEC. Not sure exactly what to make of it. Seems like perhaps more uncertainty in the
Yes,
actually rebounded. We've actually rebounded off those lows since that headline broke about an hour ago.
Right. I mean, just purely from an economic standpoint, the advantage, you leave OPEC so you don't have to be constrained by their, quotas, right? They're limiting the amount of oil that they can put out. So theoretically, this should lead to more supply, but you're right. It's increasing uncertainty. And, they don't like it when you leave a cartel. Andre,
Whoa.
Enrico, you know what they do to people who leave a cartel?
Blood in, blood out, baby.
I've seen the movies. So that could add to the uncertainty. So kind of out of left field with that one, but we'll see what happens. The big plunge in the NQ happened off of that OpenAI story from the Wall Street Journal. And that's an interesting one because there are so many people. Well, let's see this open first.
30 seconds.
Quite a bit.
Yeah, we are. 30 seconds till the... Jack, so I share your screen real quick.
Of course.
Yeah, we just saw seeing some selling here in crude. We still have about 25 seconds till the opening bell. We're seeing a pop in equities, a little sell off in crude. We just went from $100 down to $99. Dow's catching a bid. ES, NQ, all catching a bid. Have not seen the headline come out just yet. However, the New York bell still has 10 seconds to ring. We are seeing movement already. Look at market on open orders. A little light buy side in. Yes, but we are now open. Let's see where we go from here. I was kind of got stopped out on that crude. We got President hitting True Social. Here we go right away. Ron has just informed us that they are in a state of collapse. They want us to open for moves as soon as possible. President going to True Social. You know you come here, Topstep TV, when those headlines do break, when markets are rocking. We are now open for the New York session. Let's take a look. Reaction again. Headline from the president going to True Social. Iran has just informed us that they are in a state of collapse. They want us to open the strait as soon as possible. Now we're seeing selling in the equities. Dow selling off, NASDAQ selling off, ES selling off, crude, gold. Not too much reaction. 72% long tilt in the ES right now. 70% long tilt in the NQ. We are 60 seconds into this New York session, and markets are absolutely rocking. Jack, I took a look at 10-year yields. Closing back in
Yeah,
at 4.4%.
Exactly. We got the 10-year yield 4.36, came up to about 4.38 a few hours ago. This 7130, I just had this line on my chart. It was important a few days ago, and right now, look at this as the possible support. If we break through it, we do have, well, not much. We do have some positive gamma there, but this could get slippery. We already took out the Sunday open low before we came on this morning.
Okay, yeah. NQ, Enrico, prices of interest levels. Anything you got your eye on here? Very sensitive to what's these headlines hitting.
For me, the first interest, if we keep selling 26,873, that will be the level. I'm going to show you quickly as well. These are just, this is the Thursday. We had a nice support in this area, and it's also related with the daily 9 EMA. Anytime I see big moves in the market, I go on higher time frames, and this white staircase that is up running up here, it's exactly at this support, so 26,866. Around that area, if you keep selling. Otherwise, upside, I wouldn't say there's any targets. I think if we're going to actually start breaking the upside, the new all-time high is always possibility with these market conditions. And another area is actually the same, 26,828, which is 1 hour at 200 EMA. So these kind of EMAs colliding there, I would expect maybe some reaction.
Okay, so all right, 873 is 828. We're so about 300 points, 250 points lower from where we're at. You also mentioned all-time highs in the NQ. Those all-time highs printed yesterday, I do believe 27,542, about 400 points higher from where we're at right now. Take a look at the ES last trade, 7168. All-time highs were print again like overnight. About 60 points higher from here. So yeah, Jack, VIX, how are we looking at in the VIX? Still
VIX
below 20?
It popped up to about 19.5 this morning on the sell-off. Right now we're at 1872. Let's see what stocks are getting hammered by presumably this OpenAI vibes news. We got Broadcom down 4.4%, NVIDIA down 3%. Big one in this is Oracle. Oracle's down 5.3%. SanDisk down 4%. And what else? Intel down 4.8. AMD down 5. CoreWeave down 6.
My goodness. Yikes. Jack, what's the OpenAI? The OpenAI news there, the story. I know there's...
Sure. The OpenAI news from the Wall Street Journal was basically that they aren't hitting their internal targets, and I believe I want to make sure I source this right. Some source saying the CFO was concerned if they didn't hit these targets that they wouldn't be able to hit their payment requirements, right? Because they have like $1.5 trillion or something in data center deals.
Trillions. Throw around trillions. There's no biggie. Let's take a look at the schedule, the economic calendar today. Well, top of the hour, we have a consumer confidence number. We have a 7-year auction at noon Central. What happens between now and then? Anyone's guess. We also have Starbucks earnings after the bell. We got Robinhood earnings after the bell. And of course, we got the Super Bowl of earnings, FOMC, all that good stuff. That's tomorrow. See what happens today. I have no sense right now as to where this market wants to go next, Enrico. The way it sold off, the gradual sell-off in the NQ, the gradual sell-off in the ES as crude grinded higher, above $100. We were about 2 hours
especially
ago.
In these market conditions, right? Because we've been bumping for the last 2 weeks, maybe even 3 weeks, and every time it has been the buy the dip. And as soon as we get like more scary dip, you kind of start to leaning, oh, maybe that's it. Now we are switching the trend for a little while, or maybe it's before the Wednesday. So I completely feel in terms of not really understanding where it wants to go now. But that's why I allow sitting out the first 15 minutes. It keeps me out of the trouble usually.
That's right. Enrico, very disciplined approach, sitting out for the first 15 minutes into the New York session. So 45 after the bell, we will reevaluate, reassess what we've seen here. First, 15 minutes into the New York session.
Definitely, I agree with Enrico. I think we got to lean towards buying the dip until it proves us wrong, or probably wrong a few times, to be honest, because it has been the correct choice pretty much every time for a month. As I said, we took like 9-10% in the ES just in April.
We got 74% long tilt in the NQ right now. 74% long tilt in the NQ as we trade 27,173.
Just to add what I was saying, the reason just a story like that on OpenAI can tank so much is I was kind of scrambling to get this out before the bell and share my charts, but it's like every single person in the world is gigalong semis and the AI complex saying that they won't sell it until one of the hyperscalers flattens or reduces their CapEx spend projections, right?
I mean,
that's going to be demolition day for the stocks if that happens, and maybe it won't happen for years, and totally possible. But
interesting.
That wasn't the news that's going to do it, but it's an inkling. That's why I called it a vibe news.
I think you said it perfectly. That's this whole market. We're just trading on vibes at this point. Catching a little bit of a bid here in the ES. Well, for a split second, 66% long tilt in the ES. Crude might be taking a peek to the downside. Still above $99. I spoke too soon. Now $98.95. Let's trade. The dip. I mean, then the news hits. Then the reality hits. Snap back to reality. This market's like, oh, wait a minute.
I know there's sometimes some rhetorical flourish from the president. If this is word for word true, then like I don't know if it's a strong negotiating thing for Iran to say we are on the brink of collapse. We need you now.
I don't know if they said that. Let's just. I don't know. No one knows. No one knows. Of course, we weren't on the conversation. Not sure. I mean, who knows? Who knows? He may be paraphrasing. You never know. Anyways, thousands of watching us all across the globe right here, right now. Shout out to those that are watching us in Topstep X as well. Click like, click subscribe, click notify if you'd be so kind. On the march to 211,000 unpaid for subscribers. Organically grown, the real deal. Shout out to everyone and all the bellers as well. Last trade. Thank you, 27,168. The buyers continue to hold this thing bid. Just a bit. Gold pretty calm right now. 45.89. Last trade.
Well, so far this really hasn't been as crazy and open as I thought it might be in equities. Yeah, that's a little interesting.
Boys, we're 9 minutes into this thing. I'm with you. I was expecting fireworks. Especially, do you remember what happened like just 30 seconds before the bell rang? Like, what was that? What was that? And no follow through.
It's a fairly slow opening to what was kind of expected.
Yeah, well, Enrico, this is fast markets. We need fast markets. If it's
we need fast markets, I agree.
We need fast markets. Indeed. I don't know where this market wants to go next.
I want to see what happens with NQ 27237. That's it's kind of in the same area where the overnight VWAP is, and it's also the 109 EMA. So if we actually want to keep some kind of stronger trend to the downside, you usually want to keep that 9 EMA on your side as a resistance. Right. So as it's aligning with the overnight VWAP, perhaps if we get retest there, let me see what's the ES level. ES is 7183.
7813.
183. Yeah. So maybe if there's any reaction there, might start looking for shorts, but this market needs to give a little bit more confirmation.
Yes. You know what we've been seeing a little bit lately is we'll see the ES, NQ, we'll see a range bound, right? We'll see a range bound, wherever that range may be. Did I speak too soon? Catching some buyers here. We'll stay in the range for the first 30, 45 minutes of the New York session. Range to range, high to lows, lows to highs. And then eventually kind of just whatever the headline is, the economic data is, kind of gets us back to, well, what has been the zombie rally lately. But it's definitely waiting. The patience is paying. But we're catching a bid here in the NQ.
If you survive the initial choppiness, then I think
Right.
this market is really rewarding for the later hours. And yeah, it's been hard to even trade the 50-minute open range. There hasn't been a clean breakouts, hasn't been a clean retest.
Right.
So yeah, April for me hasn't been the best, but I mean the green streak is going, so I can't really say
You
anything.
brought it up.
negative.
I wasn't going to bring it up, man. I wasn't going to bring it up for those that are meeting Enrico. In the chat, who's meeting Enrico for the very first time? Just say one. You're meeting Enrico for the very first time. This guy is on a streak, a win streak, that is, a green streak. In the chats, yes. Enrico, your last losing day.
7th November 2025.
November 7th, 2025. That is
coming up.
Look at it. You brought it up, man, but we got buyers in the house here. Here goes
Yeah, we're coming up hot and heavy on 7150 in the SPX.
Fucking okay. Yeah, Jack, what levels? What
Uh,
are you seeing here in options? Never getting short again.
well, if you were, maybe we're at 7150 in the SPX. That would be my level at this green line here on the upside. It also taps into sort of yesterday's New York sessions low, ESVWAP. It's all right here. This was the first possible resistance I see to this move right now. I think this will go a long way to telling us whether it's, treasure map or crush them.
We are looking at 75% long tilt in the NQ right now as we continue to pump higher. 27,236, 237, now 239s do trade. Buyers in the house in the NQ. Where do they want to take this thing? Bid here, holding bid. What's the ES doing? ES catching a bid as well. Gold catching a bid, crude selling off. All right, we're starting to pick up some velocity. What's VIX still been below 20, correct?
Oh yeah, VIX is down to 1857. We got the dip buyers came out in full force. So the semiconductor index, the SOX, was down like 4 point something percent at the open. They've rallied at 2% since then. They're still there.
Yo, they were just lurking, man. They were just waiting for their moment. Just waiting for their moment. Again, we got a number at the top of the hour. But before we get there, upper left-hand corner of the screen, you see the name of the segment. It's called Fast Markets. It was Slow Market. Now I've sped up. Fast Markets. Why am I telling you this? I'd like you to hit us up at Topstep TV on the X using the hashtag Fast Markets, using the hashtag Power Hour. Hit us up with some trader wins, some payouts, cool trader swag, trader station setups, anything you'd like us to share, accountability, anything you'd like us to share with our traders and community worldwide in Power Hour. Again, hashtag Fast Markets, hashtag Power Hour at Topstep TV on the X. Also, you heard the guys talking about levels. Where do you get those levels? Well, pinned to the chat. You can see them right there, pinned at the top of the chat. Click on that link. You have a little real estate on the screen for those Topstep day levels because those are updated and refreshed before every New York Open. Or I can do you one better. Click on the indicators tab at the top of Topstep X and just simply type in Topstep daily levels. Get them slapped, overlaid right there on your charts. Again, those are updated and refreshed before every New York Open.
Oh, it's been a while since we had a little bit bigger 50-minute range. Yesterday, the 50-minute range was about 79 points. Today, we are almost 100 points bigger. We are 170, yeah, exactly 175 points today. So if you play the 50-minute range by the default rules where you want to set your stop loss below the low of the range, I think that's pretty much off the table, at least for today. It's a little bit too wide stop loss. So if we start struggle, on this 15-minute range high. I might even look for inverse 50-minute range play, which is short the highs, long the lows, kind of expecting the market to continue what it's been doing for the last few days, where it's been choppy in the beginning.
Mm-hmm.
But I want to get some signal first.
I want a signal too, Enrico. What does that signal look like? I could really use one for it. There's 16 minutes.
The crystal ball.
Yeah. What do we got here? I take a look at crude back. Well, trading right around $99. We're trading $101.85 about 2 hours ago. Chat, like to hear it. Are we having fun? Y or N? Is this fun? Are we
having fun yet?
Are we having fun yet? Never getting short again. Should I get that tattoo across my forehead? I'm never getting short again. Why? Are we having fun yet? Why? Yes. Wow, really? And no. Come on, we're having it's only fun when we're profitable. My therapist had to work with me on. My therapist had to work with me on that. Your self-worth is not tied to your P&L daily. I'm like, Doc, you'd be surprised.
Have you tried NQ?
Exactly, Doc. Oh, yes, exactly. Anyways, that's neither here nor there. All right, number at the top of the hour. Consumer confidence. Expected 89. Previous 91.8. All right, Enrico. 15 minutes. We're 17 minutes into this thing.
Mm-hmm.
What's your read, Ben? What's your read? We're looking for levels down beneath 27,000. Never got there.
Yeah, no, it's still the same. I'm keeping an eye on this 1 hour 9 EMA, which is exactly right now rejecting us. So for ES, it's 7184. For NQ, it's 27251. So we are right now kind of struggling on a lower time frame, but I'll wait. In terms of the 15-minute range, for me, the confirmations would be that you close 5-minute candle above the range high, or you close it below. If you start struggling with the range high, I might look for a short of this range acting as a support resistance.
Okay, very good. Pushing higher here. If we are 200 points off those pre-opening bell lows in the NQ, as more buying stepping in here. 27,238. Just buy it. Dow selling
Did you
off.
make it so easy? Sell the pre-market by the trading hours?
No.
Is it really that easy?
Who said it's easy? Are you talking to the chat? Wait, are you getting into it with the chat? Oh, are you talking to me? I'm just being facetious,
Myself
man.
and you.
Yeah, I'm being facetious. Like, you see $100 oil, and how are we buying this thing?
Yeah. I mean, the only trade I see right now is it's close to like maybe taking a short here if we hang around, consolidate a little bit.
Yeah, I'm feeling that too, Jack. But
but you need the tattoo.
I gotta get the tattoo.
Chalk mark.
Yeah.
Good short.
Yeah. Oh, what was that?
Yeah.
What was that? Sellers kind of hit the bid. Very
a little block order.
Could be a little block order. Look at me, man. I'm twitching, man.
Was exactly at the 9 EMA on 1 hour to the tick.
You see,
251.
They always come in that size. That was 3,250 ES contracts in a second there.
No kidding. It's always go ahead.
I wanted to say that's why I love EMAs as well. That's like, especially in higher time frame EMAs. They are not like, they give you idea where you can expect reaction. It's not like you short or long one EMA just because the price goes there. But I like it because it gives me visualization where the possible reaction areas are. Usually when you mark support resistance from the chart on your left, then you might miss few areas, and EMAs make it more dynamic in terms of where we might see reactions. And that was a quite nice example how we reacted exactly from this 1 hour EMA. But still not the signal for me to jump into any trades.
No, I'm with you. Jack, there's something interesting about that. It's always right around 3,200, 3,500. Sell orders. It's always the EI. Have we seen a bot? It always seems like it's sell orders. I know it's not always sell orders, but recently it feels could be recency bias. Always feels like
Yeah, it just means a large
Sold.
order comes across the tape, right?
yes.
And the reason it probably ends up, they're not actually trading because remember, people have like stops and other things in there. Is the reason it's always about that is because the market probably responds via liquidity, right? 3K contracts might cause too much slippage in a thin market, right? It seems to be about how much the market is willing to absorb in a second.
All right. No,
Because
number top of the hour. Go ahead.
Because the algos and stuff, like remember, these aren't just sitting orders here. Once you start going through them like that, the algos and the spreaders are pulling their orders in milliseconds, microseconds.
Yep. Incredible. All right. Quiet for now. Gold kind of grinding higher here. Jack, what's going on in the old MBT micro Bitcoin? How are we doing there? It's been holding up pretty well.
Well, I mean, Bitcoin had a rough day yesterday. That was one of the weirder things in the market. Somebody mentioned in chat.
I think
it might
I'm
be
gonna
that-
jump into
Go
short.
ahead.
Sorry, check. I'm jumping into short here. I like how we getting how we reacting to this top of 50-minute range. If you break out, that's a cheap short for me. I'm gonna keep my stop loss slightly above it. And if not, I'm gonna play the range, expecting kind of the price to at least come the lower end of the range. But we'll see. This is a preemptive trade with a really clear rule of where I want to get out, which would be outside of this 50-minute range. We'll see if we actually start breaking down.
What price did you get? Probably good right now.
27,209. So
209. It's 209.
5
What's your
points from
downside?
now.
What's your downside target? We're beneath 200s now in the NQ.
No, right now I'm a little bit expecting the same scenario as we have had for the last few days,
Right.
which is choppy open. And since this 50-minute range is quite wide, I'm just targeting exactly 100 points, which is 27,111.
Oh, let's get it. Dow seeing some selling. Dow seeing some selling here. Dow trading right around, well, session low is about 20 points off. You got Enrico short one MNQ from 27,209. About, I got ES selling off and Q selling off as well. You got short off of the 9 EMA, correct? Is that
9 EMA and the fact that we didn't go above this 50-minute range. Again, it gives me really cheap idea in terms of where I want to be out. And since I got in at the top of the range, as soon as we like start breaking to the upside outside of this range, I don't want to be short anyway anymore. So for me, it's quite cheap short, whether it's win or lose.
Very good. About 30 points in the money right now on that trade. Again, number about 5 minutes to the top of the hour. That would be US CB. What's CB? Consumer board? I don't even know. CB.
Yeah,
consumer.
I think it's a confidence board or something.
There's a board for that? I want to be on that, man. Board of directors for the comp. What a gig.
Full of just chads.
Yeah.
Confidence board.
Yeah. Just frat bros. There's that thing. An analyst number 3. All right.
You need a
let's see if
hubris board.
We can keep selling this thing, pushing this thing lower. All right. See, nice entry, Enrico.
So where is he getting this money? So I was looking at Bitcoin. We have the past couple days, yesterday and today, gotten sold
at
off
you.
pretty good in Bitcoin, trading just above 76,000 in the spot market. Sailor was active again. He bought the week of 420 or bought like 2.5 billion in Bitcoin.
Man,
for an average price of 74,400.
What a savage, man. Is this gonna work out?
Enrico, thanks for taking the trade that I did not.
What? What was? Oh, Enrico, I know. I got
Short.
ones
We're going to the other side. coming back up to the 7130 SPX, which is at about, there's a nice little just like 30-point difference between them right now. So 7160 would be the place to watch.
ES is rolling over as well. ES is selling off now, 71.65. ES down about 15, 19 points here in the last 8-9 minutes. Looking at the NQ, Enrico got short from, is still short from 27,209. 209, about 60 points or 60 points plus in the money. What's the 15-minute range, Enrico? What's the bottom?
I'm trailing my stop, by the way. I'm gonna secure 50 points since it's so early scalp.
That's my guy, man. That's my guy. Nice entry.
This is I'm gonna take 50 points so early in the session any day, even if it goes to my initial target. I like those early scalps because they give me really buffer for the next trade. My next trade will be almost free in terms of like the risk.
It's a good feeling, isn't it?
I'm out 150 points.
My guy.
And then
it's my guy. Oh, nice trade, Enrico. Wow, and it just turns right back around. Did you know that was going to happen, man? Look at that.
I am market.
I am market indeed. What price? Can you go check what price you covered at? You were short. What cover did you? What did you cover?
Let me. Yeah, give me 1 second.
Okay, all good. Yeah,
covered 158.
Well, it's trading 180s right now. Look at that smile.
I'm
Look
not related to any signal group.
I'm messing with you. That was very nice. Job well done. I am market. Jack, give it up for Enrico. Show some love. Nice trade there.
The reason why I also started trailing my stop loss was because my target was the 50-minute range. Let me show you quickly. So I know it's a messy chart, a lot of lines, but those two green areas are 50-minute range for both ES and NQ. And the ES was already at the range lows, which was my target on NQ. So I thought if we have the range play where we stay in this 50-minute range, since ES is at the lows, we might get some bounce on NQ. So that's why I started trading as well.
We have the range.
The range.
Yeah, the range.
The range of a range again. The Richmond Fed. I remember when Richmond Fed used to move us.
Those were the days.
All right. Did for whatever reason.
Oh, let's wait for this number to get out here. We got about a minute 15 until the confidence board. Looking for 89. 89 confidences.
Yeah, we had some headlines from an Iranian army spokesperson. Saber rattling, if you want to call it that. Saying, it's not more than saber rattling. I shouldn't diminish what's happening. It's if the enemy takes any new action, it will face new tools, methods, and arenas. Do not consider the war to be over.
Who's on the consumer confidence?
Can you find that?
Yeah, I'm looking right now.
Here we go.
Membership. You can become a member.
Yeah. In, whatever that means. All right, we got 15 seconds. We can be a member of the. What's it pay? I can only imagine what they get paid. Here we go. Expected 89. Expected 89. Previous 91.8. Does it move us? How was that answer? Here we go. Actual Dow selling off. What do we got? Actual. Oh, again. Let me know if you get a Jack. Market.
I
Still
will.
Still waiting. Actual 92.8. Better, higher, more confident. 92.8. Who's that? What? Let's see what the market reaction is. The market seems stunned by that print. Really? Again. All right, we can get that out of the way.
All right. From here,
yeah,
sort of sailing we have Trump meeting with King Charles.
Yes.
Is
we have that? Though they met yesterday. If we have, we'll find out if we have that. If we have it, then the
7-year
markets are
auction.
kind of. Yeah, go ahead, Jack.
Yeah, I'd be interested to see that. We got a 7-year auction at noon too. I don't expect that to be anything that moves too much.
So if yeah,
I think it's gonna be quite choppy before tomorrow, unless we get like some headlines.
oh, we're getting headlines, Enrico. UAE's leaving OPEC. UAE's leaving
Yeah, I saw
OPEC.
it.
We're getting headlines. It's gonna be choppy. It can be both, right? It can be choppy and headlines and volatile and selling 207s and buying 140s in the NQ. NQ is now trading 27,209 right now. Well, speaking of chop, where's our guiding light? Where's my North Star? Oh, the Delta Don. Rick Hoagland's brother. My guy. What's up? Lower right-hand corner. John Hoagland, the GOAT. Help us understand. Happy Tuesday, man. Headlines flying around. Gold. Where do we start, Hoag? Let's break it down. What's up?
Well, I guess good morning, everybody. So we had some downside kerfuffleation in the equities in the overnight session. Is this the BTFD? It certainly seems like it, at least for now. All the information due out today is due out. Consumer confidence actually came out better than they were expecting. Still at levels that we really haven't seen since COVID, since 2020. But a good uptick in that, to me, is probably a pretty good sign. So what's the first thing the S&Ps did? They closed the gap to the session from yesterday. No acceptance of the range from yesterday or value. So we're still kind of looking at opportunities to potentially look at the short side here. I agree with Enrico. Good morning, Enrico, by the way. It's probably going to be pretty choppy before tomorrow. Forward looking, we're looking at the FOMC meeting, which begins today. The release is tomorrow. Huge earnings coming out tomorrow. Some of the biggies. We got Amazon, we got Microsoft, we got Meta, we got Google tomorrow, we got Apple on Thursday. We also have the PCE numbers on Thursday, as well as some other numbers. So market, to me, is going to possibly start to feel a little anticipatory, if that's even a word. A lot of anticipation for information that is due out in the future is probably going to put a lot of speculators into the short time frame. You're going to see a lot of hedging in the longer time frame. Institutions, they're going to just get themselves positioned to protect themselves against anything that goofy that might happen. So with the rejection of the range from yesterday in the S&Ps, I'm looking at, potentially developing value in the lower area here, below the initial balance low from yesterday, 71.80 quarter. Taking a look maybe at the overnight low is a possibility. Of course, anything is possible. Anything can happen. It's just sitting here right on the 200 session simple moving average and waiting for new information. Now, NASDAQ did not take out the overnight all-time high the night before last. S&Ps did. NASDAQ had been struggling to push this move to the upside yesterday. It was really unable to extend the range at all, which kind of leads me to believe that we've kind of run out of buyers up here. And with everything that's coming out over the next couple of days, obviously the price is likely to be a little bit, in anticipation of what might happen over the next couple of days. We're starting maybe seeing a little bit of long liquidation in the overnight. The NASDAQ has not closed the session range to the low from yesterday. And if it doesn't, that puts kind of gap guidelines in place. For me, if we can't close the gap relatively early, it's going to be developing value lower. We look for opportunities in the direction of the gap. And we've already traded down to a couple of reference levels in the NASDAQ. We've kind of traded through a couple of them in the S&Ps, but this late spike to the upside that occurred on the 22nd of April has put in our low, at least for the session so far, for the overnight session. again, we're kind of hanging out here around the 200 session simple moving average, and as Enrico has pointed out, these aren't necessarily execution levels, but they're indicators that tell you the potential direction of price. All right, well, let's see what we've got here. Opening ranges are neither the high nor the low, although the S&P only looked one tick below the opening range, the 1 minute opening range, that is. So, and it's basic. The S&Ps are hanging right at the point of control for the session today. So a lot of indecision in these markets, probably going to be relatively choppy. Value is likely to develop lower to overlapping lower. We'll see how this plays out. What got into gold last night? Wow. Look at this. Weekly kickoff low, 46.80. Tested, 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 tested. Finally, it breaks, and we see a whole bunch of stops pop off, man. This was a really, really good, strong move to the downside. You can tell by looking at the volume last night. This is pretty high volume for the overnight. Where does it trade to? A naked point of chilled. Naked point of chilled. 45.6820. Is that going to hold as the low? It's not a very strong low, I can tell you that. Do we see some more continuation to the downside? I think so. Again, no attempt to close the gap. Overnight inventory is short, but those shorts are still getting paid. We start to see new selling coming into this. This market could continue this push to the downside. I'm looking at 44.75 as a measured move for continuation to the downside. Then, of course, another naked point of chill, 44.20 down below that. Crude oil on the move to the upside in the overnight session, seeing a little bit of range above the weekly kickoff high, 98.50. That looks like a pretty decent support level if it is approached. We're right in the middle of the regular trading hour session range, seeking balance, holding just under $100. What are these markets thinking? They're thinking about what's going to happen tomorrow. They're thinking about what's going to happen on Thursday. That's what I'd be thinking about. Anyway, that's my story, and I'm sticking to it. Good number, though. Consumer confidence rising a little bit. I like that.
I wonder who they polled on that one. Just hey, shout out to those that are. It never comes in better. It never number. Hey, I guess it. Yeah. Hey, you got a delta for me, Hogue, as well?
Yes, delta in the ES positive 1,000, and in the Nasdaq negative 70.
Yeek. All right.
Nothing useful there.
Nothing useful.
Yet. Nothing useful yet. All right. Bottom of the hour. We'll get those initial balance high, initial balance low prices for the ES and the NQ. What are those? What are those, you ask? Chat, what are those? Simply put, initial balance high, initial balance low for the ES, NQ. What are they? Simply the highest and lowest price traded in the first hour into the New York session. What are those? Great rundown, says markets. Hogue, good job.
We got 20 minutes before we can really count on those initial balance high and low.
Oh, I love this poll. Do you use initial?
Everybody should be saying yes. We talk about it. We talk about it every day.
Yeah, do you use it? Yeah. Well, do you incorporate it? Are you aware of it? I think it's something you should be aware of at the very least.
Yeah.
Yeah, this market on your charts, right?
I jot it down every day. Post-it note right here. Post-it note. I write it down every day. Does it come in handy? Is it useful? May or may not be. It's just over time, you get blindsided by enough things and you say, what was I missing? We're talking about, I was watching Slow Markets yesterday. They're talking about journaling. Jay and Dakota, Slow Markets, 7 p.m. Central on Topstep TV. Journaling useful. I might crude back above $100, by the way, $100.07, now 8 cents. Journaling, and what did I miss? What was I not aware of? Like a checklist. What markets, what didn't I catch? So crude trading
for me,
yeah, go ahead, Rico, please.
Yeah, I want to say on the journaling. For me, I split the journaling into two. So there is statistical data, which is all of my trading data regarding my win rates, my entries, my losses, my entry model, and so on. But I also always recommend recording data about yourself, like what makes you win, what makes you lose. What I gathered at some point is if you have a, I don't know, bad day at work, fighting with your boyfriend, girlfriend, your I don't know, family, or you have some kind of drama in that day before you start trading, I always saw more losses on that day because my focus was elsewhere. So I always really recommend like understanding what really made you win on those days. I don't know, did you go to the gym, did you have a fresh walk before the trading session, and so on. And I think like that is as important as the statistical data of your strategy and edge and everything, because in the end, trading you are your edge. Like there is no golden strategy, there is no one strategy that you can find and then you're going to be profitable, right? You need to adjust your strategies, and the only way you adjust your strategies is when you adjust yourself. Is how you emotionally react to the market and so on.
Mindset is everything, isn't it, Enrico?
Yeah, it's
also,
and that's why I don't believe so much in backtesting as well, in a way where you code your strategy and then you look years of data. I think that's why there's still no one golden automated automated trading machine or bot that you can buy and then you're going to be profitable, because again, like market itself is in the end kind of human emotions. We're looking at human emotions on the bigger scale, and I think that's why, like, I see so many videos online where it's like, oh, I tested this guy's strategy and it doesn't work. Well, yeah, it doesn't work maybe in the last 5 years, but it can work for the next 2 years. It's all about how the person uses the strategy and how he sees, like, if they can sit out during the days when the strategy doesn't work. That's the also big thing, right? I trade the 15-minute range mostly. If I see that the 15-minute range is not working today, I'm not going to trade. I'm going to trade on the day that 15-minute range is probably working.
I love that.
Yeah. And remember, everyone, it makes zero economic sense to sell a trading algorithm that works.
Yeah.
Don't buy indicators. Don't buy courses. Don't.
Oh, I mean, yeah,
You can learn everything
yeah. If
for
yeah, we'll just leave the jack off. We'll just leave it at that. Absolutely. Also, Enrico, what happens if you treat it like a hobby? What happens?
You get paid like hobby. No, I mean, you're not gonna get paid probably.
You get paid like a hobby. I love it. You know, let's roll that right into a Topstep TV tip of the week. That is not it. That was last week's. tip of the week. Cut losses quickly. Absolutely cut losses. Well, hell, we can use that this week. You got a 2-for-1 today, folks. You get 2 tips one day. We're ready to go.
Double tips.
Yeah. 27,197 last trade. Looks like we got a little bit of a range here. So Dow selling off. Look at the Dow go. Dow. New session lows. Dow 49,297.
Well, I got the leaf blowers here in force. It's spring in Chicago, so I might be dipping out for a few minutes to eat a cough drop and wait till that passes off. So,
in there.
Just so you know,
all right, Jack.
I'm not just disappearing.
You're not gone. I'm not leaving.
Thank God.
We did. Oh, do you use initial balance in your trading? Let's get some poll results. 61% saying yes. I do use it. Okay. It used to be less than 50-50. Oh, look, Hogue approves. Look at Hogue approves. A proud papa right there. Oh man, they were gunning for our asses for so long. They were gunning for us. All right, more selling here in the Dow. Dow selling off. Crude back above 100, still above $100. $100.12 last trade in crude oil. All right, You already got one Topstep DV tip of the week. Let's get that next one. 2 for 1. I like this one. Yes. Optimize your trading environment. Eliminate distractions. Use reliable hardware and software. Yes, yes, yes. Not a fan of wireless components. However, to each their own. Ensure a comfortable workspace setup. Push back on that a little bit. Backup internet and power sources. That's what the prop firm is about. Optimize your trading environment. Enrico, if you're about to take a trade, tell me to shut up. But what
My
kind of
mouse
trade
has a
you sitting in?
wire.
It's choppy. I don't think I'm gonna jump into trade. It's the new 15-minute opening. I like shorts more than longs because again we are holding this 15-minute range high extremely well. The more time we spend on the highs here, the less probability we have for a breakout. Doesn't mean it can't happen, but it's just what I have seen mostly in the markets. If you struggle around whether it's 15-minute range low or high, and that usually indicates that there is no follow through, and we're likely going to stay in this range for a little while, and then maybe later in the session we have a breakout. Kind of been the theme for the market for the last few days anyway, where we chop extremely a lot in the beginning, and then it's finally a trend.
Oh, we are consolidating right now.
There's also a little bit discrepancy between ES and NQ. ES is holding those VWAPs as a resistance. NQ is starting to hold them as a support. Again, I don't usually trust NQ as much as I trust ES. So
Takeout.
again, I think there might be good opportunity to possibly take another short soon.
What's the snitch saying?
Yeah, what's those stitches get stitches, man? Just keep it up. Keep it up.
The snitch is making lower lows, but you want to see the snitch really. Let me show it in the
What's
chart
the
as well.
snitch
So
again?
snitch is
The
Russell,
Russell.
and
Russell.
yes, and if you want to use this as a confluence, you kind of want to see Russell leading the race, and then ES confirming it, and then you take a short on NQ. NQ is what I call fake out artists. Ideally, it goes against Russell and ES. That's been the best setup based on those 4 indexes. And then Dow Jones is more. It needs to move in sync as well, but I don't consider it as important as I do ES and NQ.
Well, it's not moving into well, Dow's YM trading right on the lows. 49,237. Everyone's just it's been like a box of chocolates, man. These markets. It seriously is.
All right, Forrest.
Oh, well, all right. 11 minutes. 11 minutes till the bottom of the hour. Get those initial balance high, initial balance low. Let's take a look at the. Let's take a look at some of these prices. Look at this. Just a nice, calm market right now. 71.68 last trade in the ES. How are we looking? What's our opening range? What are we looking at for opening range in the ES? I know we're not there.
Well, yeah, initial balance, 21.25 points in the ES, 184 points in the NASDAQ. Think about this. Yesterday's entire regular trading hour session range in the NASDAQ was 156 points. We've already usurped that. And the NASDAQ just had a real hard time extending that range at all yesterday. It was very strange.
Very much so. Delta change at all?
Yeah, S&P is now 170 positive, negative 300 in the NASDAQ. Seeing some sellers coming in here. Nothing tremendous though.
A tremendous machine. Is this looking at this range?
A tremendous machine.
Yeah, it's Derby week.
Hey,
it's Derby week.
It's this weekend, isn't it?
Yes, it is. I'd like to get I'm thinking about a long here, in the ES, bottom end of the range, looking at the 5 minute here, 71.68, 71.67 now trades. So it's something I have to work on. What I've been noticing,
I don't hate it.
I'm getting in too early, taking too much heat on my entries because the market isn't. No, that would have been a good entry. You mother. Oh, this trading thing, man. I'm taking too much heat on my entries.
So where's your stop going to be?
Exactly. Well, great question, Hogue. I'm not. Yeah, my stop would be somewhere below.
Try and get as close to that stop level as you can. If you miss it, you miss it.
Man, you the man, Hogue. Thanks for doing this. It'd be around 165s or so in the ES. Maybe low.
Okay.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. No, you're right, man. You're right. You're right.
Try and get in there. Stop's a better stop's a better entry.
165s. All right, let's see if we can get 165 around there. 165.
A couple people ask me if I have hand tattoos.
Don't. What is it? Never get short.
That's the groom from the wedding I was at this weekend. This is the bride from the wedding I was at over the weekend. They had these stick-on tattoos, and I have not been able to wash these things off. I think I'm stuck with them for life.
Here's just that tree. Here we go, Hogue. Lower in the range. What did I say? 165. All right. So stop. All right, long from 168. Long one from 168. Okay. I don't know if I get 165. I was patient there because I was about to bid right around 170s. 169s. Got a better.
Well, 168 is better then, isn't it?
Yeah, but look at this. What's going on here? Lower in the range. Look at the 5 minute. There was that puke. That was right in the open. Puke down to 162s or so. What do we got here? So I missed the bottom. In terms of numbers, oh yeah, well the president and King Charles will be meeting. They met yesterday. Well, it says they will be greeting each other again. So if we have that and the markets are kind of just chilling out, we can bring that in just to admire the pomp. Admire the pomp and circumstance. Around 10 a.m. Central.
I heard that Trump gave King Charles an autographed copy of the Declaration of Independence.
Really? Shit.
I don't know if it's
look
true.
At that. Oh, we got it.
Oh, there you go.
Oh, look at this. I'm gonna cut this long. Let's see. Look at this. Good job. Maybe. Look at that. Okay, lower right hand corner. What are we looking at? Waiting the arrival. President's waiting the arrival of King Charles at the White House. We got 165s. We're just probably not going to be market moving. However, we'll just markets are a bit range bound right now. ES and Q now catching a bit of a bid here. We will
entertainment purposes.
Yeah.
I wonder where they stayed last night. Where the royal couple? Where'd they put them up?
I mean, I doubt it was like a Motel 6. What is it? Motel 6 at the Holiday Inn. Damn, Hogue. I could have got 165. Still on from 68. Enrico. We're in the range, my man.
Yeah, it's quite in the middle of this 50-minute range. I also put fixed range volume profile on the first 50-minute candle. And we are at this 15-minute range POC area. 156 is the area, so maybe we get a little bound. It seems super range bound, and what this market is telling me right now is don't trade it.
Great.
For me, at least, it's.
Great.
I want to have a nice, clear setup, and right now the market is not giving me, so just gonna sit on my hands. I have no problem at staring at charts for hours without doing anything.
I love that.
And you're already green for the day.
Yeah, that's true as well.
I want to be. Well, I got another one. I got a better long two from what I got. 7168 long two.
That is the volume point of control
It's
from
so good.
today's session.
Volume, what where I'm long at? Where I'm long from? Great.
Yeah, 68.
That's
Yep.
not good. That's not good. Why are they selling it right now? Oh, they're gonna sell it. You gotta be. Oh, little head fake. A little head fake, Enrico. NQ selling off. Crude catching a bid. What's happening?
They know you're in.
Do they? I knew it. The haters. The haters are here. Yeah, crude seems to be perking up a little bit here. $100.10. Now back to 105s. NQ rolling over just a bit. And I wanted to get long from once. Well, yeah, what do you got?
Nothing, just watching.
Yeah. Just hanging around. What do we got?
Delta's basically flat, negative 170 in the S&Ps.
Yeah, you got him for the stop. Goldman's coming for my stop, Hogue. You coming for my stop?
Yes, I can hear them.
Oh,
the interns. Let's go get them.
Yeah, we got NQ kind of rolling over. The way they sold it off, like the first previous hour and a half coming into the New York session, opening bell, it was just a grind lower. A grind lower is wasn't. Those are the tricky ones. Again, the headline we had the UAE saying "Peace out, OPEC." Peace out, OPEC.
Need crude to roll over here. That's what we need.
Roll over. Send.
Roll over.
Pop this. Oh. You know, basically waiting for that when the coast is clear, things quiet down. Maybe we get that zombie rally again. Back. Well, gold catching a bit. What's going on in gold, Hogue, man? I thought we were closing on 5,000s, by the way. I thought 5,000 were our sites. We're trading 45. We're $450 lower right now. What do you got for a delta?
We've been watching that weekly kickoff low for 4 days. It's bounced off it like 8 times.
Yeah, what's that price?
It finally gave up last night. Here it is. So there's last week's weekly kickoff low and this week's weekly kickoff low. Bounce, 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 bam. We wore out all the buyers there, Andre. Nothing but stops down below.
What price was weekly kickoff low?
46.80 even.
Damn. And how long did it hold?
Well, let's see. Just on the screen here, once, twice, thrice, 4 times, 4 days in a row.
4? Okay.
4 overnights in a row as well. Look at what it did yesterday. Just exacting lows last night prior to midnight. And once midnight hit, it broke, and that was it. Was Katie bar the door. Stops, all the way down.
So let's turn a pew fest.
It's a shame I have to sleep.
Just a pew fest. All right. Looks like we're. Ooh, there's 930. Initial balance high, initial balance low prices. Hogue, hit me with IB low, IB high, ES, and NQ. And then we're going to let Enrico, this is the man on the street, get out of here. But real quick. Hogue, we got IB high, IB low.
IB low, 71.61.75 in the ES. 71.61.75.
Oh, shit.
IB high, 71.83 even IB high in the S&P is at 71.83 even. NASDAQ initial balance low 27.068 and a quarter. 27.068 and a quarter is the initial balance low in the NASDAQ. Initial balance high 27.252. Initial balance high 27.252. NASDAQ's holding up nice.
Yes, ain't doing shit. All right, with that being said, okay, Enrico, couple words, one trade, one winner. Getting short. Please hit us with the goods. If it one more time, if you treat it like a hobby, Enrico,
You get paid like a hobby, or you're not gonna get paid at all. But I want to say something that hopefully inspires someone in the chat. We have thousands of people watching. Trading can feel like something that is going personally against you in some moments. And before I came on today on Topstep, Google Photos, they give you the like flashbacks, the old photos. It shows you like what happened a year ago. And funnily enough, today the Google Photos showed me a screenshot of 1 year ago. It was a screenshot of me losing 3 Topstep accounts. And so 1 year ago, I didn't make any money from trading. I was trading every single day. And what feels so surreal is I was watching you guys every single day. Topstep TV was always open. And I said earlier that don't pay for signals, don't pay for courses. But if there's one man, if he will sell a course, Hogue, you are the man. I will buy your course every single day. You learn me. You taught me so much about staying patient, the experience you bring to the Topstep TVs. I couldn't say it out when I was watching it in the chat because the chat is usually moving really fast. But now I finally have a chance to say thank you, Hogue, personally. I think you're one of the greatest mentors you can have for free every single day. And yeah, it's crazy to trade with you guys. As I said, watching you every day, Trey, what a freaking host. Like it's surreal sometimes to come here and trade with you guys and do that shit almost every week now. So yeah, I think that's it for me.
Henrico, thank you very much. You're very kind of you to say. And if I've made a difference, that makes me happy. And you're doing great, man. Just keep it up. You're doing great.
Enrico, you're the man. Absolute man.
I don't
Keep it
even
up
know
for
what to say.
Enrico.
Thank you, guys.
Yeah, dude, it's so good. Enrico, you're the man. Take care. Never stopped out in the
See you
chat. You
guys.
see him. Hogue, I hate this long. I absolutely hate this long.
It ain't moving, is it? It was a little glimmer of hope there, but
how to? Oh shoot, I'm low. I'm about to puke. Not so fast. Yeah, Hogue.
well,
Seriously, they've been listening to you, watching you, hearing you. I'm the same way. You've been around. You've seen some shit, man, and it does absolutely. It's works itself into the fabric of trading. It's awesome.
it means the world to me. Means the world to me to make a difference. Thank
Son
you
of
very
a-
much, Andre.
Yeah, it'd mean the
Thank
world
you,
to me if this
Enrico,
market went
as well.
higher. I'm out. I just puked along. Be a lot more. Oh, there he is. What's up?
At least
How
we
do
got a
I-
little better trade location.
How do I follow that up? How do I
Yeah, I know,
follow that up, man?
What's up, my guy?
Group hug. Very
What's up?
yeah, I think that echoes not just with Henrico, but everyone that tunes in. That's awesome. That is awesome. In other words, I'm long crude oil, or not crude, gold. Gold. I'm long gold, 45.82.6. I'm long 5. And yeah,
you?
what a market. I was looking for, like you were saying, my target by July for gold was 5,000. Last night, gold got hit pretty hard. We have a big day tomorrow, FOMC earnings. So tomorrow is going to be like the Super Bowl of these markets. And I'm looking for consolidation the past couple days, but we're seeing a big sell off here in gold and kind of a pullback in equities. So we shall see. Maybe I turn into a range trader until tomorrow. Kind of what this trade is. Long gold, looking for these mid 90s come into play, but not looking too hot.
For initial balance low in the ES. Initial balance low in the ES, Hogue.
Yeah, this is the 730 level, but it's lost some of the juice that I had on it before.
I don't know where this thing's going. What's taking us? All right, NQ selling off.
Yeah, make it out of this. Get out of this. Get back
Continue
in
to
this.
sell off. Can't get short. I'll be damned.
Here, let me show you, Dre.
You're getting short?
Not yet, but you're asking like what's bringing us down. It's like,
Yeah, what do you got?
here's the semiconductor ETF. We had 18 straight days in the green, 40% a month. And that OpenAI story is like the perfect little piece of fear to sell it off by 4.4% as we talk at the moment.
Gold selling off.
Yeah, here we go.
NQ selling off. ES selling off. NQ train 27,100. 100, about 70 points off session lows.
Crude back below 100.
I want to get long. I got no idea, Hogue. Oh, get Hogue back. I want to get long.
Oh, got his machine turned off.
Oof.
Turn the machines back on. Damn, man. Just like that.
Yeah.
Back in this gold long from 78.
7,
We're
8.
only down 2/3% in the ES. NQ's down 1.25.
Yeah, and
that's sort of the
yeah.
semi effect I talked about. Hanging near a hundo in oil.
The chat, freedom day trader. Hogue needs that tip of the week. Have good hardware. Hey, let him. Well done. Good job. Well done. We're seeing more selling in the NQ. NQ now 60 points off the session lows. NQ train 27,090.
Yeah. Well, be kind. I mean, we absolutely punish these computers to do this show.
Oh, that's an understatement.
Yeah.
Red line these things. What was that?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, more selling
port.
NQ.
CPU, GPU.
I'm looking to build a position here based off this structure. If gold could hold these 70s, I want to build a decent sized position.
Wow, more. All right, now crude catching up. Crude catching up with the equities. I didn't know. All right, we're picking up some steam to the downside here in equities, ES and Q. Both selling off. Oh, is it Diamond? JP Morgan CEO Jamie Dimon. The credit downturn will be worse than people think.
Ooh.
Not that headline.
Thanks.
Just came out. I'm catching a bid in crude here. Crude $100.40 last trade. NQ selling, continue to sell off. This 5-minute candle, we're down about 100 points just in this 5-minute candle alone. Closing on session. 10-year selling off in prices as well. Oh man. Yes.
Below here, we got maybe the
27,000 even in the NASDAQ.
Yeah, we're getting close. About 60 points off of it.
27,000 even number in the NASDAQ looks pretty attractive, to be honest.
You know, all right, crude again, crude popping, staying above $100. $100.40 last trade. 10-year prices selling. Are we at 4.4 yet? Are we getting close to 4.4? That'd be
10-year. Let me check. We
that'd
got
be right there. That'd be right there.
We're at 4.374.
Wasn't getting on. Okay. And that was a gold selling off. Might see another round of something. Not sure if this was the catalyst or just the timing did line up. 2 minutes ago, the headline from JP Morgan CEO Jamie Dimon: the credit downturn will be worse than people think. 50-50 tilt. So this market can go lower. Initial balance low. We're beneath initial balance low in the NQ right now by about 14 points or so.
Mm-hmm.
When it comes to this type, I mean, was he referring to, Jack? The credit downturn will be worse than people think. What's Jamie Dimon referring to in that?
Well,
we're talking
it's pretty.
Private.
That's part of it. And like, I wish he was a little bit more specific, but sort of like, just
we got more here.
More defaults.
More here, yeah. More from in the worst case, I worry about deflation.
All right, I added to this long in gold.
Crude back to 100. Don't worry about the US. Where's he speaking?
Average price 76.5. 10.
Long 10. I go 7.6 45.
Yes, sir.
7.6 hook. Nice bounce here in ES and NQ.
You see a break back below above these 80s.
How many are you long now, Dakota?
10 Hoke.
10.
Yep, and I'll still be okay with adding 5 more if we get the market structure to do so.
Okay.
Nice bounce here.
Yeah, we did not take out the session lows in the ES.
Heck, you gotta be.
Came close.
No, we didn't. Yeah, and crude beneath $100 now. We were just trading $100.50. Crude back to $99.90. Saw a man. You think Diamond? Do you think that was the reason for the sell-off?
Possible.
Yeah,
Possibly. I mean, also there's the headline.
or just reality stuff. Reality kicked.
You know, see,
Reality kicked.
reality kicked. Yeah,
could just be
He's
that
taking a breather. Tomorrow's a big day.
Yeah, I mean, crude
Today's
spiked a
a
little
big
bit
day.
too.
Today UAE said peace out, OPEC. It's wild.
I seen that. Yeah.
Wild. What? That's effective May 1st. Get out of here.
Oil back below 100 for now.
All right, Dakota long 10.
Yep, 76.5.
Okay.
We still have about a minute, just over a minute until this 5-minute candle closes, and I'm going to look for a 3-bar reversal and possibly add.
And Hogue, I mean, that initial balance low. I didn't know that Diamond was going to say that. I wish Diamond gave me the heads up.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But we knew
He
this.
should
but
text us before he says anything.
What does that say anything new? It's just all of a sudden the market decides to pay attention. We are crude. Might be pushing lower crude. These markets are wild, man.
I'm trying to hold.
Shorted IB. What are the bonds doing? Again, 10-year prices sell. No,
NASDAQ suggesting a failed downside auction. S&Ps are suggesting continuation to the downside right now.
That's what I'm
got
feeling.
15 minutes for any confirmation.
Oh, I got 15 minutes, Hogue. We got to punch. We're gonna punch.
Waiting is the hardest part.
We're gonna have to punch ES right in the nose. We're gonna pop. We're gonna punch ES right in the nose. It's a double bottom though, man. Oh, look at you.
Come on, gold.
Come on, gold.
5-minute
Talk to
candle
me,
just
Dakota.
closed. 3-bar reversal. If we could break back through these 580s, 579.
Okay. Last trade, where we got? Last trade in We got gold. Yeah, 45.78. 45.78. Crude. Crude wants to. Crude likes being back above
Back
100.
above 100. Yeah.
Back above 100 indeed, Jack.
100. Line in the sand.
It's a hell of a line in the sand, huh? Just to think how close. $100.13. We got session lows. Yes, did find some. Did turn around. Continuation, Hogue.
Yeah. As long as it stays
Good
below the
show.
initial balance low, you don't want to buy it.
All right. Well, I got short because I'm short from
Good.
58. 58. What we got here?
Nice.
We got
Good
NQ
location
finding
there,
some.
dude.
It was better than the first. It's getting long. Yeah, that was good. Let's see what the NQ wants to do. NQ did find some selling again. 27,070. Like a session lows 036. We'll just stall. Dakota. Moment.
We're trying, man. Not seeing the buying yet. However, we're still trying to hold these mid 70s. That 5-minute
A lot of
candle
mood
closed.
swings
We
right
got this
now, right
next
there.
one for a 3-bar reversal.
Diamond.
But we need to break through these 79, 78, or 79,
Diamond's
80.
letting it rip. Diamond's letting it rip. Who's he talking? More from Jamie Dimond, CEO of JP Morgan. Europe is slow walking into a real problem here. It is in America's interest not to let that happen.
You know, when they put out a headline like that, they should probably give the context. I have no idea what that means in the abstract.
Same.
About energy. It's about fiscal policy.
There's lots. Yeah, that could
both.
We're just stalling out here. Top of the hour. Oh, what was that? You
hey,
dirty
okay.
dog.
There's
I
some
said
buying
you
in
dirty
gold right here.
dog. Oh man, it was all good. It was going so well. Oh, I said you dirty dog. Nothing happened.
Let's see if this buying can hold on gold.
Yeah, what's coming
Hold
out
the
now?
gold.
What was that? Man, oh man. I don't know what that was.
The waiting is the hardest part.
Yeah, we're getting blindsided by those that got real good levels, real good indicators.
We're all getting we're all getting like bee slapped with all this stuff that comes
Yeah,
out.
they're gonna hammer this. Wow,
there we go.
We're
Get
hammering
it.
Crude. Crude's about to get
Hold.
hammered. I'm out. I couldn't cut that short. Okay, Dakota got gold. Catching a bid. Gold continue.
We need to get above these 80s and hold above them.
Don't you worry. I think your friends in
Just for
He's a
reference,
trader.
Dakota, IB low in gold, 45, 83.30.
Okay. That's about where these 83s is where I want to start taking a few off here. The mid 80s. But we're not getting like that momentum behind any of this. Like you have a pop up and then it just gets sold off, which making me hesitant a little bit.
Well, the 0
seconds.
Yeah. The 0 date profile today is very interesting, I'd say. Like it's a little bit unusual. There's just like a lot of everything's just negative all around here. So that is kind of a signal to expect choppier markets around this area.
Oh, you gotta be. Damn. You gotta be. Let's go. Yeah, man.
Yeah, we're failing to hold above that.
Brutal. Come on,
Yeah.
market. You gotta be, man. Both ways. You gotta be. Yep.
A lot of mood swings.
We're finally going to
Good way
take
to
out
put it.
this low from the morning in the ES. We've come down here a few times. Now just about 4 points away.
try
You're
it
the
again?
sellers. Why'd they shake me out of those short? All right, we're selling. Look at you. New session lows and Q. New session lows and Q. Yes, I do the same shit. You gotta be kidding me.
Yeah. At least you got long.
I was just short. I want to punch something. New 71 49.5 last trade in the ES and Q. Look at that. Closing in on 27,000 beneath initial balance low. Crude question. Gold's not doing anything really. Maybe just a bit.
Mid 70s still.
Sure.
Another
So
10
dirty.
points in the ES. Watch.
So
Yeah.
so
There we go. New lows.
yeah.
In the ES.
Well, all good, Benson. Thanks for tuning in. All good. All good, man. All good, Benson. By all means, here to trade. Trade the trade because we are selling off in the NQ. New session lows 27,012. Yes, made new session lows 71.46. Initial item. Now gold selling
Prices.
off. More prices
We
moving.
haven't experienced since Friday.
Why do we sell off there? Jamie Dimon, stop talking. All right, with that being said, let's take a look at some people that are carving this thing up. Let's look at some of our live funded traders. Bowie, guess who's back?
Whoa.
Bowie up 55 large. How? Nice job.
Always in space.
Yes,
55
up
big
30,
ones.
31.
Short gold
plus.
last night.
All right. Trent up 28 large. Ziwi up 22. Went on up $22,000 as well. Good job. I'm jealous. 55. Yep. Bowie. It's back.
Carving up.
A good
the
year
market.
for a lot of people.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, it is.
Indeed.
In a day.
In the chat, Lopez says Andre talks a lot and doesn't say nothing. That's a double negative, my friend. But thank you for tuning in always. Oh, here we go. Oh, look at this. We have.
Here we go.
Andre's correcting the grammar of trolls.
Just having
It's a
fun.
triple negative because the comment itself was
Great
quite
way to-
negative.
Great way to piss them off.
I'm just having fun. I do talk a lot. I do say very little. Here we go. Come on. Let's watch
like
the
it's
pomp
your
and circumstance.
job, huh?
Let's watch the pomp and circumstance of
Gold held those lows, by the way.
Is it there, or there? Which one?
Is it D's, or D's? Here we go. I believe the king is arriving. Markets do take off. The markets have seemed to have stopped. Wait. Is this the king? That's the president, the first lady, I believe. And
Hats are cool.
Yep. Amber might be putting some new lows. Okay, here we go. We are watching the arrival. King Charles. What's the wife's name? What's the queen? What's her name?
Camilla Parker
Yes.
Bowles.
Yeah.
Presumably she's the Duchess of something at this point.
Yes. Has the markets really just stopped to watch this?
Of course. Royal watchers are in the house.
All right. Well, we might. NQ might be picking up. So we'll stick with this. If the markets, are you flat, Dakota? Or are you still on this?
No, I'm still long. 76
okay.
half still. Still in my same position. Gold held those 70s for a moment.
Yes, flirting with new lows up to 2 points or so. The hell is Bitcoin getting smoked?
I mean, yeah, it's down 2%.
Looks like we're about to make new lows here. NQ new 27,012. Oh, buyers jump back in, and we're
I'm just
watching
trying
the
to find
arrival.
this.
Oh,
Oh, wow.
buyers.
Okay, there we go.
All
There
right,
you
yeah.
go.
Well,
What the heck?
I don't know,
Can we
man.
have some follow through, please? Here's some follow through.
Let's get out and push.
I
These little pops in gold just cannot be sustained.
don't know what it is. You got anything? Hey, Hogue, you got any levels? You got anything down here? What? What's Delta?
Yeah, and the S&Ps. Delta's negative 4,700 now.
There they are. Okay.
There they are.
Oh,
Negative 1,800 in the NASDAQ. So selling has attracted more
all right.
selling.
We can take. Well, let's see.
Okay, buyers.
Yeah. All right.
I'm
We
gonna
can
hold
go
this
to
thing
Dakota's
above
trade.
80s.
Go to Dakota's.
If this thing could break through those 80s and hold, I think
You're
we
telling
got
me,
to trade
man.
back up to 90. Maybe these upper
Maybe.
80s. Like
There you go.
this. Like this.
Yeah.
Shit. What was that?
Jittery little market.
Ooh. What was that?
All right, we're cooking with.
It is very
Pop,
jittery.
gold pop. Yes. What the hell was that? They want to pop this thing.
Not for the lack of effort here.
You see this headline about OPEC, Jack? Or Iraq?
Yeah, Iraq has no plans to leave OPEC or OPEC Plus. You need a strong group for stable prices.
Was it that?
They're showing their loyalty to the cartel.
I get it. I mean, again, the UAE will be leaving OPEC May 1st, effective May 1st. What the hell was that? Gold did just pop.
Yeah, but no follow through, man.
Oh, man, it's been like this all morning. All morning, no follow through. I was like, what?
It's a lot of effort.
And buyers
Delta's
in
positive 660 in the gold positive Delta.
Oh, we got buyers jumping in here in the NQ 27,071. 072's trade. ES catching a bit of a bid, but struggling. Trust me. Well, I'm long. I've seen it struggle. Connect.
Man, things are really oscillating here.
Yeah, it is.
There's got to be something
unusual price action. It's like both fast and going nowhere.
different, man. Every day.
Yeah.
Every day is different. Every day is different. When's the zombie rally going to kick in? What happened? Why are we? Why are we
I'll take
down?
a zombie rally in gold.
I was guys, but we're up a little bit, Dakota. We're up a little here, 45.81.
Yeah,
I'd like to see
I'm-
that. You're live from 76.
I'm not mad.
Just slid right into it. Just get short. Oh, come on. Iran expected to submit a revised peace proposal soon. There's your headline. This is CNN citing sources. Again, Iran expected to
There we
submit
go.
a revised peace proposal soon. I am.
There we go. Now we're
long.
cooking.
I'm long.
Oh,
I'm
you
long.
got it.
I'll take a couple off here.
Gold popping here. Nice job, Dakota.
We're going. Take a few more off. Limit some risk.
Crude continues to sell off here.
You got left.
I got 7 left. Make that 6.
Nice 45.89 last trade in gold. Again, headline:
Nice
Iran
trade.
expected to submit a revised peace proposal soon. CNN citing sources. 50-50 tilt. Top of the hour. It's coming and gone. We got this thing go. Turn around. Buyers are stepping in.
There was
Yes,
some real intestinal fortitude in that trade, Dakota. Real
Thanks.
intestinal fortitude.
It's times 5 too, Hogue.
A lot of mood changes there.
Lows in. We're looking at about 20-point
Probably
bounce.
not.
20-point bounce
I'll
off
take
the
a little bit
lows.
more
in
off
the
here at these
ES.
mid-90s.
Let's go, Dakota.
So Dakota,
Sizing
you
up.
were long 31 pounds of gold there.
Anyone take
Was I
Jack?
really?
Pretty
Did you
cool.
catch anything, Jack? Hogue, anything? Red, I'd be low right now.
It's a very, just looking at the options again, it's a very odd looking day. It's incredibly light across the whole tape. I haven't
Potential failed
seen it
downside
like
auctions in these equities now.
Hell yeah. I'm on from 54, Hogue. Let's rock this thing. Oh, got Dakota long. What? How many long in? How long are you long?
I got 4 left. 4 left.
Let's go, Dakota. Come on, Dakota. See if we can flip this thing.
From 73 half.
73 hook. Last trade. 92. 93's now trade. All right. Initial balance. Oh, of course. You got initial balance low price ES. Hogue. What are we looking for as we get up to 7161?
Well, hang on a second. Let me. So this 30-minute period opened below the initial balance low. So initial balance should be resistance, 71.61.75. What you're looking for is if you're long, you're looking for reacceptance inside, back above the initial balance low. So far, we haven't really seen that. NASDAQ, open the next 30-minute bar inside the initial balance. So technically, it's a failed downside auction in the NASDAQ. If the NASDAQ wins, we're going higher. If the S&P wins, we're going lower.
S&P wins, we're going lower. Let's open
a little higher.
Moving my stop loss now, just below this pivot here at 45.80.
Again, headline. Iran expected to submit a peace proposal soon. CNN citing sources. We got Dakota long. It was long 10.
Long 4 now. 73
long
half.
4.
Okay, now we're seeing some more activity in the options. Oil's down 99.29.
NASDAQ's going to bring us up, Andre.
Sure shit better, Hogue. Come on, man. We're talking peace.
Who knows, really, but
it's been so easy to rally. We haven't had that headline forever. And now, why are we struggling? These markets, man. These markets are tricky. Come on, Dakota. What are we looking for? 46 hundos?
Yep. Yeah. Yeah. You know me so well, Andre.
Hell yeah, man.
That big round number right there.
Damn straight.
4,600.
All right. Well, the moment of truth here. Bottom of the hour. London close. Iran expected to submit a revised peace proposal soon. Saw the markets turn around. Let's see if we can keep this volatility. Markets finally woke up. I know who can really bring a jolt of energy into these markets. None other than Dr. Volatility, James Harden. James, come on in. What do you got for announcements? Topstep TV. What's up, Dr. Vol?
What's up, guys? It's Tuesday, and I'm here to tell you about the things that you need to know to stay in the know with all things Topstep and Topstep TV related going-ons. And that includes following us on Instagram. Now, if you guys are doom scrolling at night and you're liking every picture you see, why not give us a like? Go ahead and click on the link we're going to drop in chat and follow us on Instagram. Seriously, we're putting out great stuff. Look at this. I thought Jerome Powell died. That's how good our social media is. This is just a farewell to his term. But with content like that, that's what you're missing out if you're not following us on Instagram. So go ahead, slap that follow button on the app and take us wherever you go. Not only do you get jump scares of Jerome Powell, you also get market highlights, breakdowns, and expert advice from the Topstep TV pros. So we are stepping up our engagement game. So go ahead and follow us on Instagram wherever you go. While you got that app open, go ahead and follow the core account Topstep. That way you don't miss out on anything from Topstep or Topstep TV. Then, once you're done following us on all social media, be sure to come back because FOMC Watch is tomorrow. That's right. Come join Topstep TV tomorrow, April 29th, for our FOMC Watch Party. Catch live coverage and commentary of the Federal Open Market Committee meeting and don't miss a single moment of the action. Now, Jack, JD, and Hogue will be breaking down each move of the market as it happens, so grab your purple ties and your popcorn. The action starts at 12:50 p.m. Central Time this Wednesday with our FOMC strategy session. So we're going to do that and roll right into the FOMC meeting. So set a reminder and be there because this is one you're not going to want to miss. FOMC Watch, again, that's tomorrow, kicking off at 12:50 with our strategy session, and then we're going to roll right into the meeting. And of course, we're going to live stream the whole thing, so don't go anywhere but Topstep TV. And then, after all of that, today and tomorrow and all day this week and all day next week, we're doing group coaching. Group coaching is the point in the show where you get to ask questions and then our on-air experts answer them live. Now, if you are new to the show, first of all, slap the like button. Hello, welcome. And secondly, you may be wondering, how do I get my question read live on air? Well, I got good news for you. We're going to drop and pin a link in the chat. Just click on this and submit your question. And that's the best way to get your question in front of our panel of experts. So once you submit your question, you can come back in your seat and twiddle your thumbs until 12 p.m. at Central Time when Hogue, Anne-Marie, and Hoop sit down to answer your questions live right here on air. Now, they'll be doing this all week long, including tomorrow, right before the strategy session. So if you don't get your question read on air today, be sure to tune in tomorrow and every day this week to see if your question is answered during group coaching. Anyway, that's all the announcements I have for you guys for now. Let's get back to the charts. Andre, how are we looking?
Well, we're going lower. You definitely
you did it.
You gotta be kidding me, man. You gotta be. Oh, at least gold's holding up. Dakota, you still long 4?
Long 3 now. I took one off.
All right.
Another one off here at 92. I'm long 3. Realized 1,500. Unrealized 400.
Nice job. Hogue. I don't know, man.
Man, Nvidia is getting hit hard. We're down
3%.
Come on.
Is the semis, man?
Broadcom.
Dude, the SOX is down 4 and that's an ETF. 4.8% down.
Time to smash
4.8%. Micron is down 6. Yeah, Micron's down 6%. SanDisk is down 7.75%.
Okay, so we selling. Okay. Yeah. Say no more. Tech sector. Thank you. That's what Trading Buddies are for. Tech sector, Andre. What am I missing? Tech sector's getting smoked. Semiconductors getting smoked.
Yeah. And that's why we have the NASDAQ's, the NQ's down 1.4. The ES is down half that, which is 0.7.
Hey, man. Chad, these haters.
Broadcom down 5.
Eesh. I don't know where this thing wants to go.
Gold. Back to IB low. What the heck?
I'm telling you, man. These markets.
Things are changing fast.
They got
to be quicker
their
around
own,
here.
man. Yeah, you do. Do we get beneath 27,000? Do we go test 27,000?
I hear you, JRG.
In the chat. Shanks. Andre, dude, Hogue told you like 3 times IB low is going to be resistance. We get acceptance above. Stop trying to get long.
You had great location on that. I mean, that wasn't a bad
That
try.
long was in the money. That long was in the money.
Yeah.
Stop. But you're right. You're right.
That's what makes the market, though. That's what makes the market.
Trying to get long, Andre. Rah. Get short.
JRG said, IB wins. Mistake. Got greedy. Never faded to lowering value.
Don't get long. What if I get short? Dakota's long.
That's what makes the market, Andre.
Yeah, there's buyers and sellers.
Exactly.
Meeting at a centralized location. How's the semis doing here?
Not great. I mean, the strong caveat, they're still down 4.5%. A little tiny bounce there. You can't say that without pointing out that they were up for 18 straight days till yesterday and up 40% on the month for that index. We got all the earnings coming this week, and the people that kind of ran up into it kind of finally took some off the table. The options pricing is insane for some of these memory stocks, etc., or like through earnings. So
Yeah, it's going to be insane tomorrow. It's not just earnings, it's FOMC.
Oh yeah. Papa Powell says peace out.
Yeah. Let's get a VIX volatility crush. All right, let's
still
see
at
if gold
18
could
and a
hold
half.
these mid 80s. This is the area I'd like to see gold hold. These 45.84s. I'm still liking 4,600 as the target here. But let's see if we hold this. If I wasn't in long already, I'd be looking to build a long here. So this could be a good point of reference if we do hold and start to rally to move my stop loss up. Some if-then scenarios.
Always, Dakota. Always if then. If Jamie Dimon comes out and says things are worse than they think. Like, Jamie. Oh, some buyers. Stop trying to get long. 27,000, 078. London closed, bottom of the hour. Markets, this is wild. Where's Jay? Coach Jay, are you watching? How's volume today? In the equities. Hogue, we're staying beneath initial balance low. Hitting aside.
Yes, we are.
And the ES, hold on, that's the ES, not the NQ.
I know.
Not the NQ.
I hate it when they're opposites.
Me too, man.
But as you know, as a couple of people have pointed out in chat, value is moving lower. Point of control is rotated lower. S&Ps are holding largely below the initial balance. I'm not ready to buy it yet.
Okay, gold held those 84s.
One thing I do like about longs is we looked below the overnight low and we came back in. We rejected overnight low.
All right, ES, initial balance low. This is the moment of truth. Right here, right now. Don't get long. Stop getting long. We can't go higher. I'm getting short. I think there's something. I am. Is that me? It's 1, 2. It's holding. Dakota, you're just chilling that gold trade. Must be nice.
Yeah, gold's holding. Gold's holding the levels I
jealous.
want to see so far.
I'm jealous. Yep, the gold trade 45.87. How's the old Delta doing, Hogue?
Negative 3,500 in the S&Ps, negative 1,300 in the NASDAQ, positive 700 in gold.
Okay.
Keep pushing those numbers up. Let's get it, gold.
Crude's all over the place. Crude trading $99.51. 51 cents.
A little bit off. The dollar strength is what is hurting gold as well today.
Dollar strength, stronger dollar, less dollars to buy gold.
Yep.
We're clear for takeoff. The lows in.
What market?
Lows in. Why are they holding this bid?
Kind of interested. Trey, you're long?
No. Opposite.
No.
Opposite. I'm short against IB low. It's, I don't, something about to come. Something. It's the president speaking. Let's get short another
Everything
one.
works till it doesn't.
Ain't that the truth, Hogue? Why, you like longs, Jack?
Yep.
Trust me.
No. I kind of like the short.
I'm short.
The problem is this trade's just going to get wrecked if the semis rebound.
Semis. I see you roll your way into the semis.
Mm-hmm. Crude catching a bit. Maybe
Crude
back up
catching a
towards
bit.
100.
Keep it hunted. What's going on with?
There you
This
go.
is just, yeah. I'm just gonna try to. Jackie C. Slack, 71.58 last trade. Yes. Oh, we're holding beneath initial balance low.
Yes, we are.
Does that mean we can make new lows? I'm just being an idiot.
I would think that's a pretty good probability as long as we still hold below the initial balance low. And for those of you asking what the initial balance low is, quite simple. It's the range for the first hour of regular trading hours. In equities, 8:30 to 9:30. That range is your initial balance. Gold, 7:20 to 8:20 or 7:30 to 8:30. Crude, 8 to 9. Just mark those levels on your charts. That's your initial balance high and your initial balance low.
All right.
Gold still holding these 80s, these mid 80s. We held 84 again.
Clear for takeoff for the highs.
I remember the mid 80s.
Do you remember them? Must not have been that fun if you remember them, Hogue. Oh shit!
Oh no, I lots of fun. Bears won the Super Bowl.
Oh, that's not what you mean by that. Oh, the Bears. They keep I'm messing with you. Jack, hey, you gotta hit me with a news pack, man. Hit me with some goods. We got Jane Street yesterday. If you're ready to go, bring it, Jack.
Yeah, light one. There's less news and just more tidbits from around. I was thinking about this the other day. Trump has really been talking to Axios a lot because it just seems whenever it looks darkest, what is it? Oh, it looks darkest before the dawn. It looks darkest before the next Axios tweet about Iran. Let's go to the OpenAI story. This is the story that kind of tumbled the semis today. That OpenAI recently missed its own targets for new users, revenue, stumbles that have raised concern among some. And I think in this case, it was reported it was the CFO that they may not be able to hit their spending stuff on data centers. Is this the canary in the coal mine? Well, it feels like there's been 50 canaries in 50 coal mines for the last 2 years right now. Who remembers DeepSeek Day? That was my favorite one of those. And lastly, I just want to check in. We talked about Lloyd Blankfein and his salad yesterday. Then I just stumbled across his LinkedIn. He did not request me. Former CEO on Gap Year. Lloyd is just out there giving takes. He is full-time just trading his PA. Incredible stuff, man. We need to get him on Topstep TV.
Lloyd.
Not rest until we get Lloyd. And those are some things I found interesting this morning.
The Axios
Gap Year.
I like that, Jack. I like that, Jack.
Why are we hanging out here for so long? We're going high.
Because
we're right around in the
worst
ES. We
place to hang
are
out.
at this is a great place to hang out because we're right at 7130 in the SPX. The most positive gamma I see there. Let me see on the 0 dates. I'm on the all. Yeah.
This is a coin flip. This has become a stupid trade.
So what that means is that at this level, the 7130, that options market makers are hedging their positions in the opposite direction of the move, which kind of has a dampening effect.
Opposite direction of the move.
Obviously, you could still break through at some point, but that tends to keep things, I often refer to it as sticky.
We say opposite direction of the move. I'm not being idiot. What is the direction of the move? What is opposite?
What is think about it this way: the direction of the move is whatever way it tries to get away from 7130, but there's resistance on kind of both sides as people hedge.
So it's stuck.
Yeah, and they move around, but that's why you'll see just a lot of activity, or sometimes it'll be a consolidation point around these big options levels.
Mm.
I got the
You see
VWAP
that
George.
1,000 lot, Andre.
Yeah, VWAP
71.65
George
in the orders.
got that. Yeah, using that level 2 data. 1,000
Nice.
offer 71.65. Is it real? Well, I'm short, so I sure as hell hope it's real. It's hard. It's about 8 points higher from where we're trading right now. Level 2 data.
Yeah, gold just flatlining now in these mid 80s. And just hanging out.
Still there. They pull it. What was the price? 6.7. They pulled it.
Yeah.
Do they want to go to market? Well, who knows? Again, put in the chat. Get those group coaching questions in. With that Hogue and Marie Hoop. Hogue and Marie Hoop.
Yes, Ras.
After
Hedging is illegal. No. No, hedging is illegal if you're using it to launder money or
they're not talking
play
about
games and yeah. But real hedging is how like everything works. Is the whole reason the futures market exists. To hedge off risk, and big trades from institutions will always be more complicated than just we're slapping on X amount of ES here or something.
Right. Still long. What do you got? 3 on Dakota?
Yeah, I got 3 on from 73.
1 for 3. Nice job there.
Yeah, buyers are kind of just gone, hanging out here.
Something. How are you reading this, Hogue? Staying underneath initial balance and low in the ES and Q. I know, man. I keep fucking. You think I know what's going on?
It's making me get whenever it hangs out around the initial balance high or initial balance low, it makes me crazy. You know, there's cause to be long with the rejection of the overnight low. There's cause to be short below the initial balance low. I mean, the trend of the day is to the downside. We're one time framing largely, but it's starting to develop a relatively even bell curve, if you will. The longer we stay in this area, the more I think we're going to get stuck in this area.
The old even bell curve.
Where's your stop at, Andre?
Where should it be?
It's well, I was going to say like
73
ish. Bell curve.
No, bell curve. That means what do you got? Tell me, Jack. Talk to me.
I mean, so that's like around the overnight VWAP.
Correct. This is gonna cut quick.
I think that's perfectly fine. I mean,
thanks.
Obviously, you stand more of a chance of getting stopped out on it, but
yeah,
I would maybe tighten up to
okay,
like 67, 68, or just 71.70.
71.70. Yes, sir.
Well, because then it will just tighten it up a little bit.
Done.
But don't come crying to me.
Oh, you're the first person I'm coming to. Dakota's just chilling.
We're chilling, man.
No, this
I was trying to step back in gold here.
This trade's turned into a coin flip at this point.
A little bit, right? Feels like that.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, if you have multiples on, you can lighten up.
Yeah, I got a 2, got 1. We'll see if it goes. What's going on? This type of price action, we haven't seen this type of market in a minute. In a minute. Correlations out the window. Headlines, I mean, look at this. We got YM catching a bid here. ES selling off just a bit. Okay, here, in the 5-minute. YM green candle, ES and Q red candle. Crude, bit of a pop there.
Crude 99.67. Gold still here, mid 80s. Finding some buyers off the lower end. Maybe heading back up to the upper end.
Oh, you a beer, Jack.
Mhm.
5 minutes.
Sure.
London close. Bottom of the hour.
All right.
Robinhood earnings tomorrow. Jack always likes to take a peek
That'll be
under
the
the
news
hood.
back for sure. I love
100%.
Robinhood are my favorite earnings to dissect because it tells us it's like a quarterly state of the union for the trading markets.
Anything in particular that you are interested to see or look at or learn?
Yeah, well, how have
Crypto?
they started? I'm not a Robinhood user. Have they started their prediction markets?
Um,
I'm not sure.
no, I do not know. What are I do not know. I'm sure someone in the chat knows. I can't say with certainty. They say yes. Oh, back to here we go. All right. Well, Billy BYO says not yet, followed by a yes.
Yeah, someone said.
I don't.
Yeah, they did.
Yeah, they've started. I'd be interested to see what their revenue is from that if they like show that as a line item. Always interested in they make all their money in transactions via options and crypto.
Ooh,
That's not
So I'll be
all.
interested to
That's
see
not
what
all.
the
That's not all. That's not how they make all their money, Jack.
Buyers still
Yes.
popping in gold here off this lower 80 mark. Moving my stop loss just below that now. Locking in some more of these profits. Up 150, 160 ticks. Get out of another one here at the high end.
Gold. I'm about to get out of this. All right. Nice job, Dakota.
There we go. Trailing the stop loss. See if we get up to that 50, 4,600 level.
Dakota.
4,600.
2.5 minutes to London. I mean, this market is completely different than everything we've seen.
Well, we haven't seen it go lower in days, weeks.
Enough. Yeah, I know. Exactly.
A month.
on what? I mean, $100 oil. Now we're paying attention to it. I mean,
well, this could all be profit taking.
Yeah, before tomorrow.
Profit taking.
How's the dip buying going?
No, I'd be lightening up.
Going well. Going well.
Oh yeah, especially if I just had,
no, I wouldn't.
a 400% run in a memory stock or something like that in the last couple months.
Right.
That'd be
it's actually healthy for the
we got a peace
market.
proposal. We got a peace proposal though.
We have the rumor of a revised proposal.
We've had a rumor. This whole damn thing's been a rumor, Jack. I'm getting chopped up because this
100%.
All right, Dakota.
Rumor of a rumor.
Oh man, it's just one big rumor.
We're trying to get back above these 90s here.
Market's just
Happy
hypnotized.
to get out of that one.
But once Hogue said we got that bell curve distribution, I knew I was toast. I'm just the last words you want to hear is we got a bell curve. No, I'm just messing. It's true. That's exactly what we're seeing. That's exactly what we got. Dakota, nice trade, my
Andre.
friend. Slow markets.
Appreciate it. Slow markets tonight.
7 p.m. Central. Sunday through Thursday. Who will be joining you on slow markets this evening?
You guys are gonna have to just come in and see. It's a special week tonight and tomorrow. I got tomorrow. You guys have that watch party in Discord, correct?
Yeah, we're still working out the details. Yes, perhaps might be a little different format. It might be a lead into slow markets. You might be priming the pump for you in slow markets and not watching.
There you go,
Jason.
It's going to be a good one, regardless.
Be clunky that way. Yep. All right, bottom of the hour we go.
Guest.
Really?
Tomorrow, yes, I do.
Do we know them? Do we know the special guest?
Guy's name is, you might know him. Braden?
Oh.
Right on.
Yeah. It's my guy.
Come on.
Oh, all right.
Andre, this is how I get the likes.
I know, man. My bad.
I
Okay, I was
gaslight
trying to play around.
everyone
I was trying to
until
play.
they give
I
me
was
the
trying to play.
likes, and then I just tell them the news that they probably already know.
I'm getting out of this damn tree. Get me out. All right, back to scratch.
Bring it in.
Yep, we got close. I'm gone. Yeah, get those group coaching questions in for Hogue. Anne Marie, I saw Anne Marie in the chat there. Hoop. Oh no. Well, Hogue, we're chopping around the lows here. I'm gonna be tuning into morning highlights, man. I mean, yeah, definitely tuning in. Hogue, couple words. Once you get out of here, I don't know what's we got in store for today, but I'm gonna be leaning on you like never before, Hogue. So, Hogue, couple words, and
You got it. You
yeah,
got it. Andre, Dakota, Jack, always a pleasure. Short below initial balance looks like the way to go, folks. I don't know. We'll see how this plays out. Trade well, and I will be back. Looking forward to seeing everybody for the morning highlights in just a few minutes. Fun morning, and it was an honor to be here today, for sure.
It was an honor, he
Blessings.
says. Oh, 1,000 on the bid, 71.47 bid, 1,100 times ES, about 3 points lower. 3 points lower from where we're at right now. 7147. Will it get filled? 7147.
Oil creeping back up.
1,000 on the bid. 1,000.
Gold can't get out of these mid 80s either. The last 30 minutes.
You gonna fill this thing? We'll sell in here, and yeah, it looks like NQ might be gunning for the low. 71.47 bid 1,100 times the ES, about 2 points lower from where we're at right now. Using that level 2 data Topstep X, you can see it sticking out like a sore thumb. Who saw it in the chat? And chat, did you see it? I'm gonna watch this thing closing in on it. Looks like got some. Damn, those shorts were nice.
Always watching.
New little popping. Yep. 71.47 on 1,000 ES. And Q got
This is a rough one.
And Q train 27,026. We got session lows. Are those just print?
No, we didn't get there quite in the ES.
They're asking in the chat, are you still long? I don't know what I am. I don't know if I'm long or short this. I'm flat. I'm just kidding. I'm flat. We got other shorts. Dakota's long, 3.
Getting in on them. I have been thoroughly just scared
longer.
out of taking shorts.
Two
of them appeared today. They both worked.
Dude,
man,
aside,
it's hard to get short.
100%. All kidding aside, it's not hanging out short.
Now,
yeah,
down 5.5% by Broadcom. Nvidia down 3.6.
Man, why is tech getting smoked?
That
AI thing, we're down 4.8.
Is that what it is? That's it.
It's a combination. It's a combination of two things. It's that they've had a wild manic surge. Remember, until yesterday, they were 18 straight days up, like 40% a month in the ETF. That's not even like a single stock, right?
Right.
And earnings, like tomorrow is the day. Like all of the big hyperscalers are reporting tomorrow. Single day. You got Google, you got Amazon, you got Facebook, and what's the other one that Apple's on Thursday?
Google, Amazon,
Meta, Google, Amazon.
Hell, I don't know. One of the other big ones, Microsoft.
Yes.
There you go.
Yes.
Those are the companies that are providing all the revenue pretty much for the AI companies, memory companies, everything else. And so after that run up, there's going to be some profit taking. And that was the perfect, somewhat spooky story to do it. And then secondly, people are probably leveraged to the gills with call options that are rapidly losing some of their juice.
Yeah. Don't want to hold into some volatility crush.
NQ Q's getting a little frisky here. NQ 8 points off lows. It keeps tapping on them. Lows in the NQ. I'm watching ES and NQ same time right now. ES, yeah, we got 1,000 on the bid. 71.47 bid 1,000 times. ES, we're about a point and a half away from it. Looks like NQ's flirting with new session lows.
Okay.
Struggling to get there. In the
Gold
chat, great question.
flatlining.
Are there any Brazilians watching? Anyone from Brazil watching?
Ooh. There's got to be. We got traders from around the world tuning in.
On Gia, yes. All around the world. But yes. Cannot. There we go. Borrow, yes. There we go. Look at that. Look at that. Love to see it. Canada here. Okay, where else? Everyone watching all across the globe. Where are we watching from? Let's see some of those countries, those cities, planets, where anyone's watching. Topstep TV. All around the Milky Way galaxy. I don't know, man. This 1,000 watt's just chilling. They moved it. They moved it down. 71.45 now. Georgia, Alaska, Miami, Mongolia, Saudi, San Diego.
There we go. We got
Panama.
some Brazilians. Dia,
yes.
All right, gold.
Come on, let's take out these lows.
Gold's trying to get back above 90.
Oh. Jumped on the buys there. I want to get long for it. It's the range. Bottom the range.
Oh,
they moved
higher low.
45. I think
higher low right here in gold.
Yep,
we're back above 90. Seeing some buyers stepping in. We get breakout up to 4,600.
Yeah, man.
That would be what I want to see. What I want to see.
Taking the plunge. One from 50.
Oh, there you go. You can take off one there.
Sir, Dakota. I'm from 71.50.
All right. I'm down to one. I got my runner to 4,600. We could take it now.
Yes. Yes, Dakota. Yeah, Phil. Just going to run away from it.
There we go. Locked in 10,000.
You locked in 10 G's on that trade?
10 G's on trade.
Did you really? My goodness. Yo.
I scaled in.
My guy, dude. Hell yeah. Really?
Shit, I've been telling traders all past 3 weeks that I'm looking to scale up. And here we are.
Nice. Well done. All right. Looks like the buyers going to give it a shot here. I'm talking about the equities. Or did I speak too soon? Certainly know I got long. The crude did take a dip. Dakota. Shit, you were long minis or micros?
Micros, right?
Okay.
I used micros to scale in, but obviously, when you do copy trading, that's
yeah, man.
It's like that psychological thing. I don't mind copy trading if used correctly, but you can see I have ticks on here. Scaling in, scaling out, and managing risk has been very, very crucial when it comes to this. I talk about this in slow markets quite often.
Yeah, you're sizing up these days.
Yeah, lower volatility, right? When the volatility spikes, and what we've seen VIX over 20 and maybe up towards 30 for a few months, you size down. When volatility starts to decrease, you size up.
$45.93 gold. You're flat now.
Got one runner, I think.
You got a runner.
Yeah, I got one.
Man.
Yeah, I got one.
You didn't have to take much. Although you took a couple paper cuts, getting long. Then the market finally was like, get their bleep together.
But we did hold the overnight low or that low from this morning before the open. That's what I was looking on.
Can't cancel.
It was a trade.
This is just thinking longs. Long wrong in the ES in the NQ. What else do we have? 7-year auction. Noon Central. ECB President Lagarde scheduled to speak in about 50 minutes. Interesting to see. Again, don't forget, we got FOMC wall-to-wall coverage tomorrow. Starting at 12:50, we have the strategy session. At 1 o'clock, we'll have the rate announcement. We will have prepared remarks. We'll have the press conference. It's Jerome Powell's final Q&A as Fed chair of how long is his term? He's been around for what, 6 years? I don't even.
Oh, he's been
Pre-COVID.
around since
8?
Yeah.
Pre-COVID. What a run.
I think it's been like 8 years.
Please write a book, man. Please write a book. Come on Topstep TV.
Yeah. Come the daddy.
Yeah. I want to get his thoughts when he had to wear the hard hat.
All right, Gold. Come on. Holding these 90s. Another little breakout.
Question in the chat. Andre, honest question. Why do you think Powell is such a good Fed president when he presided over the worst inflation since Jimmy Carter? Do you understand? Do you know where that inflation came from? Yes. COVID.
Yeah,
$6 trillion.
I can
$6
answer
trillion.
this.
Yeah, $6 trillion in the
I can
system.
answer this cordially too. Is like not everything's perfect, but considering we didn't have any major catastrophes during the time, I think he did a good job leading the ship. I think people are being sometimes not arguing in good faith or knowing quite what's going on. If you look at the U.S. inflation versus other economically developed places, we did just fine.
I love you,
I don't know
Jack.
if he's I'm not calling him the GOAT. I think he did a good job. Yeah.
Yeah, I
he
would
did a
listen to
good
the
job.
argument that there was like
I don't
a
know who's the
country
GOAT.
that didn't
Who's
have
the GOAT?
inflation. It was global inflation.
Who's the GOAT? Who's the GOAT Fed chair? I have no idea. He did a good job.
Volcker.
Volcker's
the hammer of justice, man.
I don't know. Yeah.
Yeah,
COVID,
John, but that's what I
is
mean
why.
about not arguing in totally good faith. Who cares what every other nation? Sure. But it is what it is. It's a massive global economy.
I mean, we're hitting all-time highs.
Well, I don't. It's not about. I just think COVID. I don't know. COVID was pretty wild, and yeah, we threw $6 trillion at it. And what do you think's going to happen? What do you think's going to happen? There's going to be inflation. What do you? Yeah. And then, by the way,
if you're just
also
inflation hawk and you hate it more than anything else, yeah, they probably could have engineered like a pretty bad recession. And
I don't think he's GOAT. I don't think he's a GOAT. I don't have any idea who the GOAT Fed chair is. I don't have a GOAT Fed chair. I think he did a good job navigating some wild shit, man. That's all. And Greenspan's a GOAT. Look what the market did under him. Look where inflation was under Greenspan. I mean, I don't know who the GOAT. There's no GOAT, but I do like Volcker. No, in the chat, who is the GOAT Fed chair? This is awesome what this turned into. Who is the GOAT Fed chair? Is it Bernanke? Is it Yellen? Is it Powell? Is it Volcker? Who else am I missing? Greenspan. Is it
Yellen?
Warsh. Is it Warsh before? This is incredible.
Is it
Toby? Yeah. I got a rookie pal card
TBD.
on his first year.
I don't know if there's a GOAT.
Is it William Gibbs McAdoo? Charles Hamlin, William Harding, Daniel Kissinger, Roy Young, Eugene Meyer, Eugene Black. We had double Eugenes back in 1875.
Gene in the house. Well, I mean, I just
not seeing the breakout I wanted, so I'm going to go ahead and flatten this. Ready?
Yeah. Wait. Oh, you still got the one on?
Hi, James. Let's go.
Oh, abolish the Fed. Flat, Dakota. Good.
I'm flat, and I'm going to go ahead and hit this button up here.
Wait,
Manual lockout.
Okay.
Love to see it.
Well, absolutely do love to see it. Dakota, I'm going to see you, and we're not done though, because you want to know why. We saw Bowie back on the live leaderboard. Let's take a look at yesterday's top live funded P&Ls and payouts from my guy JD. JD, who's the greatest Fed chair of all time?
Hank Paulson. I'm just throwing that out there. Just throwing it out
I think
there.
he was Treasury Secretary.
Oh, that's right. That's
I
right.
vote
That's right.
I vote for Mariner Eccles. That's a hell of a name.
I'll look at the list. All right. Let's
JD,
take a
come
look
on.
at some. Come on. I'm coming in. Let's take a look at some payouts and P&Ls from yesterday. There we go. We got it. Top 5 live P&Ls from yesterday. Ibrahim up at the top, 27,897 and a 50K live funded account. Very first winning day in the live account for Ibrahim. First of many more. Karab, you guys all know his name by now, right? He's trading on 150K live funded account. He's got 3 more days. He's already got daily payouts. So $25,073 trading the NASDAQ yesterday. Another big day for Karab. Rajesh, 19,926, 150K live funded account trading the NASDAQ, S&P, and gold. Rajesh took a $64,000 payout last month, and he's 1 winning day away from taking that next payout. Isaac I, 15,286, trading on 150K live funded account in the NASDAQ and micro NASDAQ. 5 winning days since Isaac's last payout. He's ready for another one. Go get that money. And Donald L., another newcomer to the list in a 50K live funded account, picked up $15,186 on his first winning day in that LFA. Big shout out to all of these live funded traders. 2 traders with their first winning day in the live account, and they are on the big list. All right, payout numbers. Let's take a look at these. Top 5 live funded payouts from yesterday. Clement C. up at the top, $36,000 in profits. In payouts. Adrian M, 20,220. Melody, 16,674. Brian W, 14,685. And Carlos House rounds out the top 5 payouts from yesterday, $12,663. This is real money going into these live funded traders' pockets. There you have it, folks. Payouts and P&Ls from yesterday. Back to you. I'm going to think about this Fed chairman.
Don't think too hard about it, JD.
Question.
Don't think
too hard.
Or chairwoman Yellen. I was looking at Yellen 2014, 2018. I mean, that's just, this thing was on cruise control then, pre-COVID. Interest rates around 0. I mean, that was some smooth sailing. What did she have to?
Here goes
No
gold.
real financial. 14 to 18 was pretty smooth, I believe. Oh, talking, Yellen just talks so slow. Could not be rattled. We got a little pop in crude. Markets are range right now. What do you think? I want to get long.
Yeah.
I still think
we're chill.
Gold to 4,600.
$7
I will
away.
join you for Power Hour.
Yes, you will. Indeed. Right. NQ. Well, there's that 1,000 on the 71.45 bid, 1,100 times, about 4 points lower. Do we want to see?
They want to see new lows. We got oil close to 100 again.
Sure do.
994.
About 3 points off session lows in the ES. NQ about 9 points off session lows. We have not. Will we get beneath 27? Oh, you got it. I mean. Dakota. What was Enrico's level? He was 26,873. Looking for some new session lows and Q.
Almost there in the ES.
Was not very convincing.
Ooh, popping gold. Can we see 4,600 before the end of fast markets?
Oh, man. $5 to go. 45.95 last trade gold.
Maybe.
I don't know. Crude, about 5 cents away from $100. Trading $99.95. Crude session highs of $101.85. $1.85. And Coach Hoop saying we got 350 on the bid for 27,000 even at NQ or
Yeah, that NASDAQ 27,000 target is pretty juicy.
level 2 data. Using that level 2 data, Topstep X. Seeing those size orders above and below the current trade price.
Gold
Another little
popping.
pickup. Yeah, it's
Gold
down
popping.
gold. Watching gold. The thing is, when gold moves like that, dollars so gold's. What's the 10-year doing? Is it
10 years,
getting- is it-
3.5. Sorry, I keep on want to say 3 first. 4.358 10-year
those were
yield.
the Yellen days. The Yellen days, you'd
Yeah.
be saying that even lower.
1 point something.
Man, free money. Okay, we got
3,600.
yeah. I think 1,000 lots. Oh, still there, 71.45. But we're catching a bit of a bid here in the ESNQ just a bit. We're just chopping a couple points off the lows. ESNQ. Dow, different story. Dow, middle of the daily range right now. Dow trading about 150 points off of the lows there.
We're at 598 half.
Can we get to what are we looking for? 4,600?
4,600. 4,600
40
is my target for
100.
fast markets. We got a few minutes left, though.
Above, below. Above, below 4,600. Well, get those group coaching questions in for Hoop, Hogue, and Marie in Central. Why is it so hard to go higher in the equities? I mean, yes, earnings, profit taking, big day tomorrow, huge day, monster day. Some would say it's a tremendous day, very powerful day tomorrow. Earnings all over the place.
Powerful, yes.
Yeah, we got Robinhood earnings after the bell today. Make sure you tune into it was Jay and Paul at the buzzer. 1,000 lot still there. 71.45 bid 1,000 times.
I don't know if we could get it.
Andre, you seem like you've worked at an auction. User PB. That's not really. This is an auction. We are watching a real-time auction happen in front of our very eyes. This is at 100% an auction we're watching right now.
Buyers and sellers.
40
perpetual
599.
price auction.
Yes, it
99
is.
going
Yep.
once.
Here, 46. You want me to do that? Like the 46. I don't know how to do that shit. But yeah,
4,600.
40. We're good. We're 50 cents.
Ooh, buy him. Buy him. 46.
Did it print? It did print. 4,600 did print.
You bought him. 4,600.
There you go.
Lovely.
Go to an auctioneer, I believe they're called. We are watching those buyers trying to. We're stuck right around the lows in the ES and the NQ. We're about 6 points off the lows in the ES. 71.52 half last trade. NQ never got to the 27,000s. Got within 9 points. Man, I'll tell you what, I'm going to be leaning on Hogue a lot today. I'm going to be leaning on Hogue. Jack, options. What are we seeing there? Real quick before we got about 90 seconds here. Anything changing? I know things are moving around, flying around because it's fast markets, but what are we seeing now?
Around 7130 in the futures would be 7100 SPX. That's the bottom of the implied range from the open. Also, there is some support down there, looks like. There's still up at 7160 in the futures, kind of where we'd sold off before. There's still some resistance here that could be sticky. I'm not sure if I would play it at this point. But yeah, we just couldn't get through these lows here. Just kind of hanging around.
Oh, Yellen catching a stray in the chat. An argument can be made that Yellen kept the interest rates too low for too long. Not even Yellen is safe. I absolutely love the chat. Chat, you're absolute maniacs. I absolutely love it. Hot takes about Fed chairs. Who's the greatest? I have no bleeping idea. They just seem to be pretty smart and do a pretty decent job. We'll see if Warsh, you got your work cut out for you. That being said, morning highlights coming up after this. Dakota, I will see you in Power Hour. Jack, we'll see you this afternoon. How's the throat? How's the voice? Good?
I'm getting through, man.
I love
I'm getting through. I'm fighting.
It's like the flu game. Jack doing great stuff. We have a 7-year auction, top of the hour. Earnings throughout rumors flying around. OPEC, UAE gone from OPEC. I don't know. This is Top Step TV. Let's go. Nice job, guys. Let's get that money. Big day.
And you shall feel the pythons, brother.
Yo, you got filled.
Back at it again at Krispy Kreme.
I got 141 2/3 chance of winning. That's why he's the GOAT! The GOAT!
All right, welcome to the morning highlights, traders. As always, we're hoping that you are seeing a lot of green on your screen. Things were getting interesting here prior to the FOMC meeting tomorrow. Probably one of the most important trading days of your life. No, not really, but the FOMC meeting tomorrow, huge earnings coming out tomorrow. A lot of posturing going on in these markets. As always, let's start with gold. We did not trade the opening range trade this morning, and it was a good thing. Part of the reason the opening range was gigantic, it was like $20. The first minute of the session, $20 opening range. Made it pretty inhibitory, whatever the right word would be for that. So we did not take it. Although we did have Dakota come in the fast markets as the session was going on, and he came in long. He accumulated 10 longs in micros, 45.76. He did withstand some heat on those, but ended up with a really, really great trade. I made sure and complimented him on his intestinal fortitude during this trade because it was, it was in money, out of the money, in money, out of the money, in money, out of the money. But it never did invalidate according to what Dakota was looking at. So he got long 10 micros, 45.76. Got out of two of those at 45.83, two of them at 45.87, right up here near the initial balance low. Now the market starts holding above the initial balance. You got out of four of them at an average price of 45.92. Very nice exit on those. Held the pull back, didn't really re-accept below the initial balance low, 45.83.30. Dakota was looking at that 45.80 level as kind of a go, no go to stay in the rest of this trade. Never did take it out. Got out of two more at an average of 45.92, and it got out of the last one just before the end of fast markets at 45.91. So really nice trade. A lot of guts by Dakota on that one. Great trade. Okay, opening range. Crude oil. So, as far as context is concerned, yes, we did break out last night above the weekly kickoff high, 98.50. We have been holding that as support ever since. We have really not even taken a look outside. We guess we did. We did leave a failed upside auction in crude oil here on this 930 bar, but let's take a look in a little bit shorter time frame. Take a look at the opening range. So the opening range did trigger us into longs. We were long 2 MCL 99.85, and it looked for a while like we were going to be looking pretty good on this one. But of course, some news comes out, something happens, the market turns and got us stopped out at 99.30, down 117 bucks, just a shaving nick. Here's that one little move above the initial balance high. This is a failed upside auction. If we look at this on a 30-minute chart, there it is. Looked above, rejected, immediate rejection. That would have been a good one to preempt because now the market has pulled right back into the center of the range. VWAP would have been a pretty tasty target on that short. Nice job holding. Crude oil holding just below $100. Some news came out. Apparently, the UAE is going to be pulling out of OPEC at the end of the week. We've got a little bit of size here in the S&Ps right now, just below the session low here. We've got 100, about 1,100 on the bid at 71.45. So 71.45 for 1,100 contracts. Some pretty decent size there. We did see some size above price earlier. Don't see that they are still present in the S&Ps. Speaking of the S&Ps, let's just go through some context on this. So when we're looking at, the all-time high that we put in the market, last night, okay, just last night, we had an all-time high. Night before last, we took that out. Another new all-time high. And again, we don't look for those to be lasting highs. Probability states that, this is probably going to remain the session high, at least for the session today. Anything can happen tomorrow. So the market opens, initial balance is established. We look below the initial balance. This 30-minute bar closes below it. That makes the initial balance low, 71.6175, a potential area for resistance. It did look above it, but with no acceptance, we could see the market continuing to push to the downside. Now, we've already had a pretty decent downside move, including the overnight. We looked below the overnight low and rejected. This could be a kind of a nice area to look for a possible long, and the market is kind of coming off that area once again as we speak. All right. What's the speculation as far as who is participating today? We probably saw some long liquidation in the overnight session. If we start to see a B-shaped profile start to form today, that would also encourage the idea that we have some long liquidation. I know if I were long off the all-time high and the FOMC was coming out tomorrow, as well as some huge earnings after the close tomorrow, as well as Friday. I mean, we got Amazon, Microsoft, Meta, Google, all coming out after the close yesterday, after the FOMC. If I'm long, I'm probably thinking, all right, I'm going to lighten up. Or if I have huge positions, I'm going to be looking to hedge those positions one way or another. So I think that there's just really a lot of some liquidation and a lot of hedging and posturing for protection for anything that could happen tomorrow. Let's take a look at the NASDAQ. We did have Henrico on earlier, and he did take a trade, but again, very similar situation. We did not put in a new overnight all-time high last night, but we left the overnight all-time high from the night before last. So again, we're not looking for those to be lasting highs. It is a general probability, folks. Nothing is for sure in futures trading. So let's take a look in a shorter time frame and take a look at Henrico's short here earlier. So Enrico likes to kind of wait the first 15 minutes out. The first 15 minutes, put in the initial balance high. Enrico got short 1 MNQ, 24,209. And, just a pretty quick snipe on this one. Took a profit. I think he got out of that down around 27,158, putting him green on the day. The streak is alive. Don't know if he's kept trading today, but Enrico is a very, very good trader and a heck of a nice guy. What happened when we got to the initial balance low? Well, this has been just a nightmare for me. We did not close this 30-minute bar below the initial balance low. We closed the next 30-minute bar below it. We seem to be kind of struggling to hold price down below that initial balance low. We're back above the initial balance. On this 5-minute chart, when the market does this, initial balance, and then the initial balance becomes the center of price overall, has a big tendency to get me chopped up. I don't trade the NASDAQ. Gives me heart palpitations. But be careful. This can turn you into a pile of shredded paper, folks. Shredded paper. Be careful here. Anyways, that's our look at the markets. Let's take a look at the quotable quote for today. All right, Charles Darwin. We stopped looking for monsters under our bed when we realized that they were inside us. I saw this quote and I was reminded of somebody that I worked with in coaching right at the beginning of Topstep. And he had some, I would say, anger issues. And if things weren't going well, he was such a revenge trader and an anger trader. I used to call the monster inside of him the Tasmanian devil. There was a little Tasmanian devil in a cage back in his mind. And if he let that Tasmanian devil come out, we knew that bad things were going to happen. So we worked on ways to keep that Tasmanian devil or that monster inside of him in its cage. And I think we all have this monster inside of us. Learn how to master your monster, folks. Be better for it in trading and in life. There is our recap. We got power players coming up here. We got Braden. We got Jay. We got Dolby. Still lots to do on Top Step TV today. Make sure you get your questions in for group coaching. I've seen a few really good questions already. Looking forward to getting to those. Folks, this is Top Step TV. You're in the right place. Stick around. We'll be right back. Let's go.
Welcome back to Top Step TV Power Player Edition. I'm Jay. To the far right, we got Dolby Time, and in the middle, our Power Player live funded trader at Top Step, Braden. Braden, how are you doing today?
I'm doing good. Doing very good. Thanks for having me on again. Hopefully, we can get some good trading in. I know this segment is usually starts off a little slow, and then we honestly get some craziness happening right in the last 15 minutes. So I expect nothing but some great trading out of this one. So it's exciting. Let's get into it.
Let's get into it for sure. Mr. Dolby Time over there, what is going on? We were talking in the green room about trading ranges. First of all, how you doing, Dolby? And second of all, where is the range today?
Doing good. Could be better if I was a little bit more disciplined, but it is what it is. I locked out with personal daily loss limit, so better than double your personal daily loss limit. So we'll take the small haircut. As far as the ranges go, looking at a pretty serious Dorito pattern in the micro crude oil. So that's just going to be lower highs and higher lows, and that is pretty clean. It seems like crude is loving this $100 a barrel right now, and also BP's is loving this price action as well. And we always got to make sure BP's making enough money. As far as NASDAQ goes, we had that nice double bottom off of 27,000. I think I got stopped out by like a couple ticks on a long down there, unfortunately. But we had that OpenAI news, and what timing for them to drop that bombshell the day of Turbo Tech earnings.
Oh, yeah.
So we'll kind of see how this plays out. I'm very interested to see how NASDAQ ends up at the end of the day. OpenAI, I think, is a little bit concerned they're not going to have enough users. There's so many trillions of dollars in the in the AI space. Who's going to pay for all this stuff, man? Who's going to pay for all this stuff? Someone's got to get paid.
Great point. I did cancel my OpenAI subscription. I canceled my ChatGPT subscription in replace it with Claude. Yeah, I mean, hey, there's only I got an AI budget, and there's only so much I'm gonna throw around. I don't got the billions that some of these other companies are throwing around. Not yet, at least. Not yet. Let's see. We got the NASDAQ trading 27,063 1/4. The S&P 71.55 half. Crude oil, like Dolby mentioned, $99.96, and gold 45.9360. Braden, you got any levels that you do like here in any of the markets? Which ones are you focusing on? I know you're normally NASDAQ, but sometimes you'll trade crude, Bitcoin. What are we focusing on here?
I think I like NASDAQ's session range a little bit more as far as kind of taking a trade. Crude is just a little bit choppier around this level. So I'm looking at it in Q. There's we have, I guess, the Sunday night gap at 940, 946 is where the Sunday night gap opened up. So we are about 60 points off of it if we want to push back into. I guess we never really filled that, did we? Well,
no,
I don't know. I'm looking at this gap.
Doesn't look like we did. No, it doesn't look like.
Usually
we have a target to the downside
about those gap fills, but I guess we just forgot about it with how strong this market's been. So 60 points to the downside, and we'll see. I mean, we're kind of. I could see us ranging. It's hard to want to short this market, but as much as you watch like these intraday sell-offs, this market just finds a way to end up higher the next day. So, just a market pushing an all-time highs. You'd like to be on the long side of it, but that's a downside target potentially. But we're between that and the VWAP right now. I'll probably look for a range, to be honest.
All right. Yeah, I guess I didn't really recognize that gap. Maybe we can poll the chat for all the gap truthers out there. Does that gap have to get filled? We're kind of looking at 26,940s up to 26,995, we'll call it. That Sunday open. Does that gap need to get filled here in the NASDAQ? Weekly open 26,992, trading 27.78 right now in the NASDAQ. PD says it sure doesn't have to get filled.
If the answer is not yes, isn't that always the answer for a truther? Is that all gaps must get filled?
I guess it is, right? Every gap, even the COVID gaps, we still got to fill those at some point.
Oh boy.
Hopefully not. But let's see here.
That's pretty far down there.
That is way down there. There you go. Poll in the chat. In trading, do all gaps need to be filled? Simple one here for you, chat. Yes or no? No, my vote is going to say. It's kind of easy to say that when you see gaps that have never gotten filled. Yeah. You said yes?
I'm just saying yes. Yeah, of course. Of course.
Oh, just for the.
Of course.
Balance out the
some
poll here.
crude longs, maybe 99.40 could be interesting. Shorts at Nasdaq around 27.114. Also kind of liking that as well.
Yeah, I don't think gaps always have to get filled. I don't think gaps always have to get filled, I was going to say, but when you have, the Sunday gap, and then we have continuation and new all-time highs, and then it kind of gets rejected, and now we're trading right above it. It doesn't have to get filled, but it does start to become kind of an interesting level to keep an eye on. If we're going to see more downside, I imagine with only 60 points beneath us, it probably can push into the gap pretty deep. So that's kind of what I would be looking for. But what do you do, right? Because you have a really bearish day here. I mean, this is the first decent selling day that we've had in like 3 weeks. But at the same time, look at this chart. You're definitely fighting the higher time frame trend, but today it's been nothing but sellers. In fact, it's been nothing but sellers from like late last night. So
yeah,
interesting.
They came in pretty aggressive last night and have been selling this thing. And it's been by the dip, but do we see dip buyers really come in the day before all of the data that we have tomorrow? Right, we got Powell's last meeting, we got the Fed rate decision, we got 4 major tech earnings. Is this just an environment where this market's just going to stay balanced for now? We'll see. I wouldn't be surprised at that. But of course, anything can and will happen in the market, so we got to be ready for anything. Let's see. You got Delta for the NASDAQ. This is for the full session, negative 3,000 right now. So congruent with direction. For the regular trading hours, that's about negative 1,500. And in the S&P, trading 7157s right now. Delta is negative 8,000 for the full session, about negative 6,000 for the regular trading hours. So congruent with direction as well. Sellers coming in here. Do they get anything else for it? Are the lows in for the day? We'll see.
Probably. Those 27,000s held though. I mean, that's pretty impressive. I felt like
they did.
Broke those. It was like look out below. It held. So here we are. Just going to casually, maybe we do the zombie bid back up again. I mean, that would drive, right? What's the hardest trade? What would drive traders the most insane? Probably a zombie rally at this point.
Yeah, absolutely. Do you guys think the Bank of Japan meeting last night influenced the NASDAQ and the metals? Charts seem to say so. It probably had some effect. Yeah, Japan was talking about a lot last night. They were talking about energy prices, talking about metal prices as well. So I'm sure it did have some effect. Sure, it did have an effect. I think we can close that poll. 72% came back no. Gaps do not always need to get filled. I think I agree, but similar to what Braden was saying there, as we approach a gap, then it starts to act like a magnet, right? Once you get closer to it, you start to think, okay, the market's probably going to use that as a target. But if you're looking at a gap in the NASDAQ 5,000 points from here to the downside,
Hope you have a wide stop.
Then it becomes pretty easy to say, yeah, that's not going to get filled.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely. Here.
We got a bid in 99.29 in the crude oil. We're looking to kind of bid the bottom of this like 30-minute, 1-hour range. Good volume profile. I've got a little bit of momentum to the downside, so might be able to get down there and get filled. Crude has done a pretty good job of wicking lower and just catching immediate bids. So I hope the same thing happens here. But we'll keep that order in there. Maybe we can write it back up to like 100 or so. I think there's pretty good risk reward there.
99.20s.
99.29.
Dolby Time looking to get in long crude oil. Last trade $99.60. Everybody flat right now. Braden, are you scouting anything? Any potential orders out there, or can we want to throw it over to some news? But if you're looking at a trade, we'll do that first.
Nothing right now, Jay. You're good to go.
All right, awesome. Well, if you guys didn't order lunch yet, we do have some news for you. For the first time ever, Little Caesars Pizza are being delivered by air. Let's bring in that clip, Gabe.
Little Caesars has teamed up with drone company Flytrex to roll out ultra-fast food delivery. Right now, it's just at the Little Caesars location in Wiley, Texas, a suburb of Dallas. You take orders via the Flytrex app. The drone can fly up to 4 miles and carry about 8 pounds. It's enough to carry 2 large pizzas, crazy bread, and sodas, the largest weight capacity of any current food delivery drone. The drone is fast, averaging less than 5 minutes from takeoff to delivery.
There you have it. You can get cardboard pizza delivered to your house by a drone. Thank you, Gabe.
My first
Not
job
sure.
right there, Little Caesars.
Oh, yeah?
Yep.
How much of that pizza did you eat?
Honestly, they always I feel like a lot of people say, "Oh, you like when you work at a pizza place, you become sick of the pizza." That is pretty true.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, their pizza's not
Yeah.
that good to begin with, but yeah, it definitely isn't. When that's the only thing you're eating, it's like,
Just terrible, bro. What's the insurance on those?
Those drones?
Yeah, dude.
Yeah, it's a good question.
Also, what's going to stop people from just ordering a pizza and then just knocking the drone out of the sky just because? Like,
Nothing.
what?
Maybe whatever fine comes with it. I'm sure the drones have some cameras on it or something like that. But yeah, you're right, Dolby.
Yeah, right? Just throw a rock at it or something just cuz.
Right.
Like, why not? I don't get it,
Or
dude.
somebody else wants your pizza, right? So they intercept it before it gets to your house.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
Right.
You can start intercepting pizzas.
Yeah.
Pizza
Andrew in the
interception
chat says,
program.
I'm buying a slingshot.
Yeah.
Gonna shoot down someone's pizza. That's pretty insane.
Yeah.
Pretty insane. Yeah, have you ever seen those other bots? Like they're not drones, but they're all on
Like
wheels.
the little RTD2 units that like get stuck on the
Y-
sidewalk.
yeah. Right.
I don't know if we live in a society that can handle that right now.
I don't think so either.
Just kick it over. Like,
I
who
don't think
wouldn't
so
just
either.
kick it over?
But they are in Texas, and Braden, you're in Texas, so they might start expanding to your neighborhood. If they do, you have to order one, right? Just for research purposes. Let us know.
yeah, I've seen those. I imagine they're in Austin, if I have to guess.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
not
Can you
far,
ride
maybe
them?
so.
Like, could you just like sit on one and have it just carry you around?
Nah, dude. Those drone blades are kind of scary. They move pretty fast, and they are.
They do.
Yeah, I wouldn't. I wouldn't, Dolby.
Just set up some netting.
We got
and
them.
some trees. They wouldn't even see it.
The market's just chopping around right now. 27.73 last trade here in the Nasdaq. $99.68 last trade in crude. We do have a bid in crude oil. $99.29. Dolby time. Let's talk a little bit about that OPEC news. You're a crude trader. From a technical perspective, how do you think that OPEC news, the UAE leaving OPEC Friday, affects crude oil prices, if at all?
Well, it's pretty interesting. So I looked up to see like how much oil do they produce like on average per day, and it's like somewhere between like 3 to 4 million barrels per day.
Okay.
I don't think that's a ton. Like we can look it up right now. Like of the OPEC countries, who produces the most? I think what's more interesting is we're just seeing a fracture in OPEC. And like it depends how deep you get into like geopolitical stuff,
Right.
Because like a lot of it, like you get the news, right? But like by the time you get the news, it's it's what they want you to know. And so then if you want to try to like get ahead of it, you have to go to find people who are like trying to speculate on what the news actually is, and then you can kind of get in some funky territory. Like conspiratorial stuff or whatever. So I think the fracturing of OPEC is interesting. Are we
Okay.
going to start seeing more countries leave OPEC? Possibly. And then what does that mean? And then what's going to get formed after that, if that does happen?
After that.
And
That makes
where
sense.
are they going to join someone else? Are they going to form their own thing? So OPEC currently includes Saudi Arabia, Iraq, Iran, Kuwait, the UAE, Nigeria, Algeria, Libya, Venezuela, which I guess we now control, Republic of Congo, Equatorial Guinea, and Gabon. So that's actually a little bit more than I thought. I wonder if that's accurate. So I don't know. We'll see. It's gonna be interesting. Is it gonna like push prices higher or lower? I think the war's gonna have a bigger deal. I mean, as soon as we get to peacetime, I think crude's probably dropping like $20-$30. Like
Absolutely.
on the rip.
Absolutely. Looks like from the chart I'm looking at, it looks like UAE is the 4th largest producer of oil in OPEC. Saudi Arabia, Iran, Iraq.
What's it like weighted though?
Leading.
You know what it's weighted?
It's a good question. That is a good question. I could put a link in the chat to the website that I'm looking at right now. That is a good question, Dolby Time. We also do have a poll in the chat, pizza poll. What is your favorite style of pizza? Is it thin crust, pan, New York style, or stuffed? 13% of you that voted for stuffed pizza. Shout out to you.
So, okay. So here's some more info. So the UAE produces apparently 2.34 millions per day, so a little bit less than the 3.4 I quoted earlier. Saudi Arabia is at 7.8, Iraq is at 4.3, Iran's at 3.3, and Kuwait's at 2.5. So they're on the lower end, roughly fourth, as you said, but they're almost a quarter of what Saudi Arabia does.
Gotcha. Let's see. It should be interesting.
Probably.
Probably. Probably.
Still bidding.
Seen a little bit of pullback in the NASDAQ here, about 20 points off of the high of this session so far. Bid still in crude oil, $99.50 last trade over there in crude. Let's get a little vibe check in the chat. How is everyone doing out there? How are you trading so far on this Tuesday, turnaround Tuesday? Are you up on the day, down on the day? Anything that you learned from today? Hopefully you're following your plan, managing your risk, most importantly. Taking a look at the tilt, 59% long in the S&P, 52% in the NASDAQ to the long side, 53% short crude, and 64% long in gold. Shout out to Dakota who took that gold trade during fast markets. In a market that's down, what's gold down? Over 2% on the day. Found a way to make money to the long side. 45.96 last trade here in gold. I don't know. Let's see. 39% like thin crust pizza. Interesting. You know what I had to vote for, Dolby? It was New York style.
New York's good. I like, honestly, pretty much all of them besides for stuffed. I think deep dish is really overrated. Really overrated.
It absolutely is. Brady, you ever have deep dish pizza?
Yep. I mean, probably not true deep dish because I only ever had it when I worked at Little Caesars, but yeah, I have.
There you go. Yeah.
Is deep dish a casserole, though? I think that is.
I don't know. It's
a
a catastrophe is what it is.
Let me
it's not a casserole because I feel like casserole's like stuffed in a sense. You know what I mean? Stuffed and baked. But whenever I made deep dishes, you just put it on top. Everything's still on top.
Well, we'll sell off here at Nazi.
Yeah, we are.
Yeah, we did not get
36s.
that I was looking for. One of these 114s.
Looking for those 14s up there.
Yeah, we got to 80s and promptly sold off about 45 points, I think. Crude
Flow is
is
still too.
really stuck in this range, though. Really, really stuck.
Yes, it
This is
is.
like quintessential Dorito pattern. We can't even make lower lows on anything here.
Are the lows in for the equities? 27.32 last trade here in the Nasdaq, about 26 points off of the low here. Nasdaq's down 1.5% on the day. Got the Russell down 1.4 as well. Buy the
Yeah, I'm
dip?
gonna
I
bid.
don't know,
Yeah,
Chad.
I'm buying it. Oh yeah, I'm buying it.
Nobody's buying it.
Too cheap. We're gonna bid
There you go.
27,006.
Okay. 27,006 in the Nasdaq. What are you saying there,
1 hour
Dolby?
range low. 1 hour range low. You know, yesterday I was talking about, you know, if you're range trading, try to find the biggest range. And I like to be able to draw a line through 3 candlesticks that are relatively equal. And we got a 1 hour range. You know, I was getting chopped up trading 5-minute ranges, getting my orders in weird spots on larger time frame markets. I think we were talking about that yesterday, actually. So we're going to try to behave ourselves a little bit here and actually trade the largest range. The problem is that it requires a lot of patience. You kind of just got to keep your order in there and hope you get filled. You don't want to go looking for action. You just got to wait for your order to come down.
Oh. Reading some comments from the vibe check here. Tanner in the chat. Shout out to Tanner. Up on the day, got called back to live after biffing the first one, and it's going well. Tanner, nice job getting back in there.
Wait, Tanner, were
Trade
you on
well
air
in
before?
that live. Tanner, were you on air before? And follow-up question, do you want to come back on air?
You want to get right? Maybe he has been. I don't know. We'll see. All right, we're going to bid 99.24, and we're going to bid these 27.06s. See if we can get filled on something in a proper range. Never been on before. Okay. Got it. Got it. Gonna try to get Karab on.
Yeah, that would be. He was in the chat yesterday for slow markets. Let's see. Oh, cattle
Oh,
made
it was?
all-time highs today as well.
Oh, come on. We don't want to see that.
Speaking of food, if anyone was planning steak for lunch, it just got more expensive. $253 last trade in cattle.
Who needs silver coins? Just buy a giant chest freezer and just fill it with prime rib and ribeyes. And that's your
Just don't get
asset.
hungry.
Mm-hmm. Braden, are you seeing anything here?
I'm looking at NQ. I'm looking at NQ kind of trying to sell off a little bit. I'm seeing gold maybe trying to break the highs of this 5-minute range off of 4,600. If we can get above that level, maybe we can start to trend a little bit. But once I start kind of game planning for a market to start trending when it hasn't been, it starts getting a little bit tricky because I don't want to be doing that. But really, that's the only thing I see is maybe if gold can break 4,600, we can push into some of these recent highs here at 605, 610. I like how we didn't really follow NQ on that sell-off, so there might be a long trade on gold.
Nice.
But at the same time, you could argue like this range, we could just put in another lower high on the 5-minute, rotate back down. So
what is has anyone checked on silver recently? Is it doing okay?
Let's take a look. What is silver doing right now? It looks a lot like gold. It's back below the 20-day moving average. It's trading into starting to test the candle that made the low of the year. Again, so it tried to hold above $80 and it just couldn't do it. Silver is our biggest percentage mover to the downside right now, down 2.67%. Still moves pretty well and trades well technically. It's just not a ton of volume trading in that market right now. I think after January, a lot of our traders probably said, you know what, forget that market.
Yeah, right. That was a crazy time.
Yes, it was. Yes, it was. Brad Sims did say it is outperforming gold. Silver is moving percentage-wise more than gold. Absolutely.
That's pretty interesting.
Got recipes in the chat. What's going on here?
Yeah, make me hungry. Sounds delicious. when you type it out, and when I see it, I'm like, oh man,
Yep.
instant app. I'll just just read about food, like some sort of like novella.
Do have to figure out what I'm doing for lunch today. But
Mhm.
give me some ideas, chat. What's for lunch today? Give me some ideas. I'm open to
Doritos.
anything.
At this rate, it's Doritos.
Doritos. Yeah, with this range, right? In crude.
Yep. Nacho cheese Doritos. That's what crude gets for lunch.
$99.69.
How much did you make
Right,
today?
right?
Any less than 100,
That's
then
a great.
it's ramen and ravioli. Over 100,
Yep.
steak dinner.
Mm-hmm.
Here we go. Well, I might have to have some PB&J then for lunch today because today was a losing day, so it might be a
I'm with
PB&J
you on
day.
that.
Yeah, look at
That's
that.
a
Oh, I'm
good
fasting
strategy.
today. Didn't know I was doing that.
Eating. What's food?
Yep. Uh-huh. Ooh, smash burger sounds good.
Some good suggestions in the chat here.
All right, I guess this is great. This is great.
Good.
Come on, do something, market.
Yeah, not yet.
Man, this is
Not
just
yet.
been
99.60s.
As soon as Europe is done, it is just range bound. The open, incredible. Up until Euro close, incredible. After Euro close, pretty mid. Pretty mid price action. Can always change though, but it's been quiet.
I think best suggestion I saw in the chat was some lobster mac and cheese, which sounds great right now.
I don't get it. I don't
You
get
don't get
lobster
mac and cheese?
I don't get it. Lobster's a very light sort of tasting fish. Why are you going to bury it
Mm.
in crustacean? Why are you going to bury it in noodles and cheese? Not going to be able to taste it. All that delicious lobster meat is going to get buried underneath Parmesan
Cheese.
and cheese, whatever else you're putting on there, 4-cheese blend. You just need a light butter, just a nice warm butter and lobster. I don't even like lobster though. Crab is the best. Crab is the best.
There you go. I agree. I don't disagree, Dobie. Don't disagree. And this is what we talk about when the markets are just chopping around right now. But we do have the S&P. S&P looks like it wants to run this low. 71.49 last trade in the S&P. Potential maybe to. Is there a breakout play here in the S&P? Lows do not look like they are in.
Breakout? More like a breakdown. S&P looks terrible.
Breakdown, yeah.
Do we buy an S&P then?
Russell looks like it wants to make its lows on the day as well here. I don't know that I would buy the S&P before this flush. Maybe on a flush and reclaim of the low of the day, 71.46. I think I'd buy it, but we're a point off and seeing some selling coming in here.
We're gonna buy
that delta is long one S&P.
140, yeah, MES 146, 7146.
71.46. Okay, so a little run of that low and then getting in.
Yeah, just like a tick below. It is also the 1 hour range low. This is a very cheap trade.
All right, S&P, come on, do the thing, run that low. 71.49's last trade here in the S&P. 27.37 half last trade in the NASDAQ.
Might be the first time ever taking an MES trade on this house account.
First time for everything, Dobie. Like pizzas being delivered by drones.
Disaster. Absolute disaster.
Brayden, what do you think of this trade? Long S&P on a run of this low here.
Getting long after we take the low out.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean it's hard to say that's a bad trade at all, man. With how strong this market is, I mean that's been the best. It's been the highest probability trade, just buying these dips. So I don't hate it as long as you know where the risk is on it. And
oh yeah,
I mean we're pretty extended to the downside. It's later in the session. The selling's starting to slow down a little bit. Maybe some exhaustion down here. It's hard to say that that's not a damn good trade, honestly. Just trying to get long in a very strong market.
It's cheap
with your risk parameters set up and taking high probability trades. That's all you do, really. I don't hate it. I don't know how anybody could hate a long trade in this market.
in equities.
Hard to.
Yeah, I mean, we got 1-2 quadruple bottomed on the 1 hour. Definition of a cheap trade. Well,
Seriously, you're not going to do it? Not going to run that log, S&P. Interesting. 7150's last trade in the S&P. You still have that bid in crude as well, Dolby?
I pulled that one. I'm just trying to lock in on.
Okay. Got you.
Although I still kind of like it. We'll just lower the bid a little bit. We'll do 99.20s.
920s. S&P catching a little bit of a bid here. What's up to Bugs in the chat? And Technical Trader, yeah, that was crazy. I was talking about lobster mac and cheese, and Dolby's just like, nope, that's gross. So now I can't eat it. Thanks, Dolby. Just, I got to find something else to eat.
If that's what you got in the fridge, man, go ahead and eat it. I just wouldn't order it. I'm just saying I just wouldn't order it.
Right.
There's like so many other things I would get before lobster mac and cheese. What about lobster
That's fair.
roll? Like that makes more sense. Lobster roll makes more sense to me.
Lobster roll makes a lot more sense with a side of mac. There you go.
Sure.
That might be it.
Sure.
You just sound like you hate mac and cheese, Dolby.
No, I like mac and cheese. But I want it with like bacon. I want like my mac and cheese with bacon, not with lobster.
Okay.
It's the pairing. It's the pairing that gets me.
I get you.
Lobster roll makes more sense. It's like a lighter sort of sandwich. You can put butter on it, some like herbs and stuff, and then like I feel like it emphasizes the flavor. It's a better complement to the lobster itself.
S&P did not take out that low. 7150 half here. Reminder to everybody, we have group coaching coming up after this. Hogue, Hoop, and Anne-Marie for group coaching. We're going to pin that form in the chat so you can get your questions in. See that at the top of the chat right now. Get your questions in for Hogue, Hoop, or Anne-Marie. Group coaching coming up right at the top of the hour, 12 p.m. Central Time. Ton of experience between those three. So try to ask them a question that they have not heard before. Ask Coach Hoop about the fundamentals of the cattle market. Why is it continuing to make all-time highs? We focus a lot on the equities, but we have another market, one of the 36 that we could trade with Topstep, making all-time highs. Yeah, right. More buyers than sellers. Hoop always says he has a guy, though. He has a cattle guy. I'm curious what his cattle guy is saying right now.
It's probably saying there's a drought. We don't have enough breeding cattle, if I had to guess.
Anne-Marie in the chat reminding us that we did have a seller, about a 1,100 lot at 7150s in the S&P. It is starting to act as a little bit of a resistance here. 7150.
Sweep lows just by one tick.
Sweep the low.
There's so many stops down there. You know there are.
Crude getting a little jumpy here.
Oh, it is. A little wiggle.
No headlines. Energy Intel Deputy. UAE unlikely to flood market after the war. UAE will have flexibility to produce above pre-war quota. That came out a couple minutes ago. Do have a 7-year auction at the top of the hour, as well as some earnings after the close. Starbucks, Visa. We know the big day is tomorrow, so maybe we just see the markets chill until then.
What's with all these like coffee companies doing like protein foam? Where'd that come from? Why are they doing Jim Bro? Does it taste good, chat? Okay. The protein foam? What is it? What is protein foam? That's like, that doesn't sound right.
Brady, you laugh. Have you had a protein foam? What is it? A protein foam latte, Dolby? What is that?
It's like Dunkin'
I imagine it's just like what they sell. Like it's just the foam that you would put on top of your coffee.
It is.
And maybe it's protein infused. I was laughing because they're just trying to make everything with protein. This was like, you would think a newer thing, but like years ago, I remember like 8 years ago, there's like protein water that came out, and it tastes so horrible.
Oh.
Look at NQ here.
Whoa.
Yeah, we're getting a pop here now.
Something's gonna happen. Protein water?
Yeah, that's a thing. It's been out for a while, but oh, dude, it tastes horrible.
What?
So bad.
What did they use? Like whey?
No, I don't even know. It's not like no, it's like it's like truly water based. I don't know how they do it, but it's not good.
That sounds disgusting.
Do
Collagen?
Collagen water. Gross. You just eat beans like a normal person.
We might see.
We did have some
lows
headlines
here,
just
right?
coming there about chip production. I'm trying to get exactly what that headline was. We saw a little bit of a volatility in the markets for a second there. Really didn't change much as far as the range goes, but maybe that could shake some things up. The U.S. orders chip equipment firms to halt shipments to Huahong facilities. U.S. action taken over concerns Huahong facilities may be involved in advanced chip production. U.S. orders numerous chip equipment companies to stop tool shipments to 2 facilities. Huahong is China's second largest chip maker. So U.S. orders chip equipment firms to halt shipments to China. That was that headline there. Algo's caught on to that just a little bit. Did not really change too much.
No, Nvidia didn't do anything. I mean, they design chips, but what about Intel?
Well, that wasn't even enough of a headline to take out the low in the S&P, and we were 2 points away from it. Markets are just chilling right now.
Gold's trying to break out a little bit.
Yeah, it is. Back above that 4,600. What would a target be here? If you did get long here, gold. See view up at 21.5.
Yeah, I don't think I would look for anything crazy. Maybe another. I would literally just look for a test of 612. But now that it's breaking out, I didn't get in when I should have, and so now I'm not going to take it. But I probably just would have looked for the break of 600 and then just taken profit on it.
All right, we're about to get filled in crude, I think.
99.30s last trade in crude.
We're about 10
Equities
cents
catching
away.
a little bit of a bid here.
The ES long was pretty interesting.
Yes, it was.
Filled. Scary trades are the best trades for a range trader, typically. Maybe a little bit too stingy.
A little bit.
But honestly,
personally, I don't know that that's a trade I would take.
Yeah, it's
without
risk,
running
high
that low.
reward.
Yeah, absolutely.
No risk, no Rari.
Selling off a little bit more here.
All right, we're in.
Right.
Are in the crude.
Seeing some selling coming in there. 99.10s last trade in crude. Got to sell to get down to the bid. See if
bidding one
it
more
holds now. What price are you? 98.80.
99.20. Stop is
Okay.
98.70. So 50 cents worth of risk or 50 ticks because it's $1 a tick. And then we're going to see if we can also bid 98.80s as well.
It was a level we talked about during the opening call, Dolby. 98.60. And that to me was the long above, short below level. We did take a look at it. 98.76 on the lows of this regular trading hour session. I don't know how much it would increase the risk, but
We're just going
98.60s was there.
It's a little
Little
1-to-1. Can we get back up to
We're catching
like
it.
these 70s, basically like point of control?
Is Delta still negative in the NASDAQ? It is. It has not changed much. Still negative about 1,600 for the regular trading hour session. For the S&P, we are at about negative 3,000. So congruent with direction of the day. We've been selling pretty much all day. Seen a little bit of a pop in the equities right now. 27,088 slash trade in the NASDAQ, 7156 slash trade in the S&P, 9926 slash trade in the crude oil market. Dolby time long from 20s, and gold catching a little bit of a bid, 46.07 last trade here in gold.
Yeah, I mean, if you go to my screen, you can kind of like I can show like, you know, this is like the 1 hour range, and our entry is pretty much exactly in the general vicinity of where you want it to be. Doesn't mean it's going to be a winning trade, but like, you know, by going to the 1 hour chart, getting your levels, it's not like we're long 99.53, like dead in the middle of the 1 hour range. Like we actually are in a good spot on the chart for a 1 hour range trade. Doesn't mean it's going
The
to
market
win,
would have to do.
but technically
The market would have to do something it hasn't done for the past 2 hours.
Right.
So we
Maybe
shall
there's the
see. We don't have 2 hours to sit on air because we got to make some space for group coaching.
yeah, we
But
do.
Braden, we're going to see you on slow markets at some point this week.
Yeah, I think Wednesday is the plan. I'll be on slow markets.
Nice. Awesome stuff. We will see Braden back on slow markets. We'll see him in the chat as well. BPC trades, Dolby time. Keep us up to date on this crude oil trade. Maybe looking to add one here. Stops at 70s. Keep us up to date, and we'll see you for Power Hour. We got group coaching coming up next. Hogue, Anne-Marie, and Coach Hoop. If you haven't done so already, hit that thumbs up button. Stick around. More Top Step TV after this break. Let's go.
Welcome, friends and traders. It is time for group coaching. Got my two good friends, Anne Marie and Hoop, the stars of today's group coaching.
You're the
Well,
star,
a
Ho.
lot going on.
Yeah, you're the star.
That's right.
I don't know
Hoop
about
and I, Hoop
you
and I
guys.
know the deal.
We just ride your coattails.
We're supporting. I know. We're the supporting
Right?
cast. Come on.
No, come on.
Exactly.
Lots going on. Lots coming the next couple of days. If you're not already
Yeah.
exhausted from all the news coming out, wait.
Yeah.
So much happening. Market's changing just a little bit here. Is this long liquidation? Is it hedging? Or is it more than that? Stay tuned to As the Market Turns.
The world turns.
It's also the end of the month.
Henry, how are you feeling today? You good?
I feel as good as I've felt all month long. Which
That's not an answer, but we'll go with it.
It is a loaded answer. It is a loaded answer.
Yeah,
Hoop, how you doing?
This end of the month might be interesting.
Watch cattle go without me again today.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, made all-time highs, and
Is it
it's a supply
feed?
problem that continues to linger. And once again, Hogue, you know who I talked to back in Chicago, because we were talking about, Jay says I got a cattle guy, and
Wally,
I talk to him maybe not every day, but every other day, and it's just it's a supply problem. And the biggest thing in anything in an ag market is the demand. And I get a text in the morning, hey, they're paying $250 in Nebraska, or Texas, or whatever. I mean, so the demand's there, so cattle's just going to keep going higher till the supply problem gets some resolve.
How did they get to that spot where we have the demand really exceeding supply like this? How did they get there? Did they manufacture that, or are we really seeing?
Anne Marie, we were talking about this. Hogue, remember we were talking about this 12 months ago. It's a product not like a grain where you just plant it, harvest it. It takes a while for the smaller cattle to become a finished cattle, right? And the problem is we get a lot of, call them the feeder cattles. Typically, we get a lot of supply from Mexico. Well, the problem is that we can't get a lot of the feeder cattle over the border because of some disease issues. Okay. So the supply has been cut off at the pass. So if we don't get any of that, and this, once again, it's a 12 to 18 month cycle where this takes a while for it to get changed. So this is why, and once again, I don't know, Hogue, we always talk about this, is that eventually you look at pain points for consumers. I don't want to go to the store and pay $18 for a freaking ribeye, but I do the shopping for my house and I see people picking up ribeyes. So until that really starts to get a level where people are gonna, stop, that market, until it gets fixed, is just gonna keep going, Anne Marie.
Yeah.
You gotta buy the whole rib roast and cut up the steaks yourself. That does help
Right.
a little bit.
It does. You're right.
But then you got
Maybe
a
I got a
freezer, and then you gotta
Yeah.
make sure you
some work.
package it well.
Yeah, you get a
So-
get a seal meal.
Yeah.
We haven't
And-
talked about this either, guys, and I would roll this at both of you. When we sit here at all-time highs, and whether it's cattle or NASDAQ or whatever, like Hogue, we made a high in the overnight, and you were talking about it. I think 72.23 and a quarter was the high.
Yeah.
We're 70 handles away from there now. Hogue,
Yeah.
from something that we always talk about, that, typically that overnight high isn't made, isn't left in the overnight. I mean, we were talking about, do all gaps need to get filled in trading? We were talking about in the, with the guys prior. So the question is, now that we're 70 handles away from that all-time high, the question is, when does that get retested? What's your thinking on that, Hogue, when we leave that in the overnight like that?
So yeah, again last night, right? New all-time high in the extended trading hour. So first off, I mean, when you're talking especially about equities, 100% of all new all-time highs that have occurred in the overnight have been taken out. That's just the nature of the beast. It's a matter of when.
Yeah.
When does it get taken out? So, we had a new all-time high in the overnight night before last. Well, we took that one out yesterday. We had an overnight high again. It may take a couple of days for us to get up there. It may take longer than that. We don't know what's going to happen over the next couple of days. This Fed meeting, the changing of the guard at the Fed, earnings, all of that stuff. There's so many questions out there, and it just seems to be getting more and more complicated. That's why it seems to be so exhausting lately.
Yeah.
So, but the regular trading hours participants, the major players don't have the opportunity to participate at an all-time high. They don't like that.
Mm-hmm.
They want to know what's up there. So that I think, just the fact that the longer time frame, the other time frame traders, whatever you want to call them, the major players don't have the opportunity to participate up there because it's not during regular trading hours. It's the short time frame traders that get to participate up there.
Yep.
So the longer time frame wants that opportunity to participate up there if there is anything to do up there. So we have another new all-time high in the NASDAQ from yesterday, night before last.
Yep.
We couldn't get there yesterday. That to me was a little shot across the bow. At the end of the day yesterday, I was like, it seems to be running out of buyers up here. And those buyers are out there. We know that there's money out there to come into this market. And they have been. But it's been such a momentum move to the upside. It needs relief, and it's getting that relief.
Yeah.
And it may need more relief, but eventually these highs will get taken out. Might take a while, but they will get taken out. How do you like them apples?
Pretty good apples.
A lot of rotation going on too with
Yeah.
earnings.
Yeah, and I think we're front running the semis and tech. We did a front run because there was just so much heat. And so I think this is your standard buy the rumor, sell the news, and they are coming into it. I mean, I would suspect that these, even if they come in and they go gangbusters in terms of what they report, I'm not sure they're going to be able to hold their highs until something else shakes out. And it feels like big money is waiting for something else to shake out before they can move in. And, like I said, at the beginning of April, Goldman Sachs said, listen, CTAs are very heavy short. They're going to start rotating back. And lo and behold, they turned around and they started rotating up. They told us ahead of time, hey, they are going to rotate and turn around. And then 3 days ago, they said the same thing, only in the opposite direction. Be prepared. They're going to rotate down. Watch for some selling to enter the market. And this is right on the heels of when tech is coming in. And, I have a theory that Goldman is trying not to be the vampire squid for a season. They've given that title to Jane Street. So Jane Street will be the vampire squid for a little bit, and Goldman's just really, I mean, they used to just keep that stuff for their very top tier, and now, their regular customers are getting that information.
Well, their top tier is probably in before they let that out.
Oh, absolutely.
100%.
Absolutely.
Crude oil, very range bound so far today. Very range bound, just holding just under $100 a barrel right now, 99.90. Got a nice recovery in gold. That overnight inventory was pretty stiff to the short side, and we used a lot of the range. As a matter of fact, more than the average true range on the daily chart for this push to the downside. And we're, starting to see some basing here. Weekly kickoff low. We talked about it yesterday when Vince was on it. Vince was short up here, and I said, man, if we can take out that weekly kickoff low, there's going to be a boatload of stops down there. Well, we hit those stops, but not till midnight when we should all be sawing logs and sleeping, which I was. But man, oh man, did we see those stops pop, even in the overnight. I mean, just good volume on the push to the downside yesterday or last night, midnight on, pretty good volume. And we'll see how that plays out. Equities starting to form B-shaped profiles, long liquidation. So still a lot of day left. But if we still stay in this area in these lower extremes of the profiles today, we should see some drops in open interest in the S&P and in the Nasdaq. A little long liquidation prior to the FOMC meeting, and so much tomorrow. I'm going to get some good sleep tonight, or at least I'm going to try. I'm going to try and get some good sleep tonight, so I'm ready for tomorrow, which you never know. Could be a non-event. We don't know what's going to happen. We don't know.
Crude keeps hanging around this $100. It's not going anywhere. I've people talk about pullbacks to 85 or 80. I don't know, Anne Marie. it seems like as long as the
steady
streets
out,
are,
yeah, it's steadying up there. Yeah.
Yeah,
I was one of those ones that thought it would come and hang out at around 85, but it spent about a blink of an eye in that region, and then it popped right back up.
Hope you got me.
Just seems like it's going to take a longer period of time for that whole thing to unwind. Has been.
Oh yes.
Seems to be. It comes out in the news every day. Like I don't know if you saw that earlier. The CEO of Shell had come out and said that he could see prices in crude hanging up for the next year. So, that this isn't going to be just fixed in the matter of months. That it might take.
Yeah,
sounds like the cattle issue. It might take a little longer than people
like
think.
trying to unscramble
Yeah.
eggs.
Yes.
100%. Yeah.
That is a perfect analogy.
Mm-hmm.
Hope you got me thinking about buying some U.S. bred feeder cattle and keeping them in the yard for a while here.
Your wife is going to love that idea.
Yeah, she'd love that.
Going to love it.
Yeah.
Well,
The Western,
we'll have plenty of manure.
Will be the same.
We have plenty of manure. We could start a garden too.
There you go. Composting business.
Oh.
A lot of ways to make a living.
All right. We're going to get into a question here, if that's all right with you guys.
Of course.
Blale is a good question here. I'm a beginner trader, have done demo trading and ready to jump into trading. Are prop firm accounts to my benefit? I've heard from some that they are scammy and tend not to pay out with their strict rules. Please point me in the right direction. I found your live stream and I know nothing of what your channel is about. Well, Blair, welcome to Topstep TV and welcome to Topstep. Topstep is not scammy. The rules are plain, simple, and readable. And you're safe here. I can tell you that. But again, check it out for yourself. Read all the rules, read everybody else's rules, make your choice. But is it beneficial to trade with a prop firm? Well, as a new trader, you can probably count on some pretty turbulent and rough times in your future. Losses, if you are to fund your own account, can be substantial, and you don't want to do that. You don't want to do that. Definitely get into a prop firm, get into Topstep, get into a trading combine, because you're gonna feel that skin in the game. You've been demo trading, and that's great. You're not going to find out how you are going to act with risk on until you actually have a little bit of skin in the game.
Yep.
So whatever choice you make, Blail, you're welcome. We're glad you're here. Whatever choice you make, I certainly suggest go with a prop firm first. The risks in futures trading can be tremendous, and you don't want to assume all of that risk. So start assuming risk a little bit at a time with a prop firm. What do you guys think?
Anne-Marie, you go first.
All right. So when you hear from people, hey, it's scammy because of the kinds of rules, there are some places that have extraordinary rules and make it exceptionally difficult. This is not one of those places. But here's a cold truth. We aren't used to obeying rules. We're used to doing whatever we want, whenever we want. And when we come into the trading space, it requires a level of discipline. So in order for you to learn that, Topstep puts those rules in play. Now, if you're doing whatever you want, whenever you want, you're going to blow your account up, and you're going to go in over and over again, and you'll end up being one of those people that comes out and says, well, it wasn't me, it was them. They were scamming. And the fact of the matter is, if you don't follow the rules, you're going to blow your account. So I would say embrace Topstep. It's an incredible space, lots of coaches to help you learn, lots of avenues and individuals between Discord and Topstep TV to keep you on the right side. But remember, we put the rules there so you can figure out what to do. So when you get the money that you earn from getting funded and going live, you're not going to do something silly with it. I know that was like a punch between the eyes right there, but I'm just giving it to you straight.
No, it's the truth, guys. I mean, the ability, we talk about it a lot, to get in the business is let's say less inexpensive than it once was. Okay, but to do it, you were risking your own capital to do it, right? I mean, there weren't. I mean, hate to say it, when you and I walked to the floor, there weren't really prop firms. I mean, just even for traders, and to go risk your capital to figure out the markets. I mean, especially in environments from the floor to the screen. I just think if you can go into a simulated environment to work on, your strategy and the mindset, that's the other thing, part of this business. And you can do it in a simulated environment. Plus, the other thing I always say is, and it gets me a little fired up, is the amount of leverage that is created of how you would go. If you're going to go think you're going to trade 10 mini NASDAQ on your own, you better plan on having, 100 grand or 150 grand sitting in an account.
Yeah.
I think that's the thing that sometimes is tough, that people say, well, I create leverage that way. Well, I get it, but if you had to go do it on your own, it would get very expensive to do that. And when it gets volatile, it gets even more because margins increase, right? So I just think, like what Anne Marie, what you said is, it's a great point to learn and hone your skills. That's why it was created. You can hear MP talk about it all the time. Going from the minors to the majors. That was what it was all created, right, Hogue? I mean, that's how it got a combine, name to it. And trust me, how it started and what it is now, the rules and regulations, it was not. You think it's a little tougher now? Go spin the clock back 15 years.
Yeah.
So, but it's somebody else providing the risk capital for you to earn money.
Exactly.
So it's the rules that they set to do this. I get it. So yeah, I think Sim's a great way to learn this business. Yeah.
Yeah.
I wish,
Especially
once
if you
again, Hogue, I
treat
think I
it
wish
like
we
real
had.
money.
Yeah.
You got to treat it like real money. You can't just go in there and go, you know. Um, my youngest, well, no, actually, he's my oldest grandson. He was actually in one of my Topstep classes this morning. And what I
Really?
find to be, yeah, which I was delighted. So he was in the Discord channel. But what's very interesting is that in showing him the market, what I realize so many of us do is we look at the market like we're watching TV, and we can't. We have to go in there like we're crime scene investigators. Okay, what did the buyers just do? What did the sellers just do? What are they trying to do here? Who's trying to force the floor to break? Who's trying to break through the ceiling, and be interactive about that approach? And when you treat these combines, which are incredible learning tools, as learning tools, you're going to get a lot more out of it than if you're just sitting in there staring it down going, all right, this is, I just crossed that, I just must buy here. Or I'm tired of looking, I'm just going to take a trade, let's see what happens. These sort of impulse things are the things that really stop us from trading well. Hoop is an athlete. He has played basketball, he's played golf. Pretty sure you got a game plan when you get out on the course or you get out on the court. You can't just willy-nilly and go, hey, I'm going to do XYZ, or you're going to get yourself in trouble significantly. And this is like I love to compare it to sports because we're, competing all the time with each other and then with people that we don't know. But it's valid to look at it as active live competition.
Yeah, I mean, I use a ton of sports analogies in Discord or VIP, because that's how I've interacted in the market. And I always say, Anne Marie, and this goes, my dad used to tell me this a long time ago when I'd get on the golf course. He says, when things hit the skids, your strengths aren't going to come out, your weaknesses are going to come out. And
That's true.
if I'm a fight the directional market guy, or if I'm a fader, we talk about that, Anne Marie. Are you doing that at the right time? Are you fading a momentum market? Are you getting run over? All those things you can work out in sim, right? And maybe learning to lose, because our brain is completely trained to go the other direction.
Yeah.
And I think for me especially, that's the problem I think a lot of athletes have, right, Anne Marie? We don't like to lose.
Yeah.
I mean,
100%.
and I joked around about boxing out in the pit. I mean, not only did I not like to lose, but I'm in a pit with 50 other guys that don't like to lose.
Right.
And, guys who have bigger bankrolls than me are, I'm bidding on one contract or two, and they got their hands up and are bidding on 50. Who are they going to get hit first? The little onesie twosie guy? So, yeah, I just think those type of emotional things of also, being in sim, you can work, like you said, Anne-Marie, I have a post note that sits in the upper left-hand corner of one of my screens that I listen to Hogue all the time. Don't fight a directional market. I mean, it's just, those are things that,
Yeah.
little things you can work out in sim that, once again, it's not just the technicals, right, Anne-Marie? It's the
Yeah.
psychological side of this business too, that
True.
you can get through some of those, just like cattle making new highs again. Yeah.
Yeah.
FOMO.
True.
You know,
I think traders try to trade to make money instead of try to trade to learn a business.
Agreed.
And when
I would
we
call it trading my P&L. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, trade to learn a business. Because this is a business. You have to treat it like one. You can't treat it like a slot machine. I mean, a lot of us want to come in, make a bunch of money, and then go live on a private island. I have to say there are probably a few of them that have done that, but probably we can count them on two hands. Okay? So
Lobster and
just
crack crab for everybody, right, Anne-Marie? Is that how?
exactly. Exactly. And so really shift your mindset a little bit. If you're coming into the prop space, realize you've got an incredible opportunity to build a business with very low overhead, but what it's going to take is your blood, sweat, capital.
Mm-hmm.
And if you can invest in that blood, sweat, capital at that tiny price point for entry, you're going to see the edges of it. But just like what Hoop's dad said, it's not like your best comes out when you're under pressure. Your worst comes out when you're under pressure. So learn to find out what your worst is and work on it, and learn to work on that pressure under that pressure environment so that your worst doesn't come out. There's I talk to a lot of traders, and I think we all would agree those that have really put their heart into the work have discovered that they can be a lot better people from what they learn in the market about themselves.
Oh, hell yeah.
Right?
You'll learn more about yourself in trading and, once again, your personality and your idiosyncrasies. Yeah, you'll, yeah. And this business will humble you. Just be ready for that.
Yeah, sure.
There's hope.
Where did our master of ceremonies disappear to? What happened?
Well, it's
I'll just razz you.
It's springtime in the
We can see
Midwest.
Hogue in the
So,
background. I'm just razzing him.
I got sucked into the void.
gremlins are out.
Oh man.
I was in a black hole.
I've
for a
been
minute
there.
All right. Well,
Looks like we're getting
good to be
we're
back.
bid down here.
Yep.
Great to have you back.
Yeah. All right. We do have a bit of news to go over here. Maybe just in a few minutes. Not sure if we're quite ready for that, but what were you guys talking about? I missed a whole bunch of stuff.
Well, I can't even remember. Yammering
We were
about how
just
much it
talking
takes
about
to get in the
the
market.
cost to do business.
Yeah.
What prop does for you. And once again, it's gonna it gives you a spot to work out your weaknesses. To me, is those things, those little things that creep up to you and can bite you in trading. So. And
Yes.
once again, we used to just say,
Monster within.
I used to fight 50 guys, for an order. Now I have to fight, you know, basically a lot of more mental demons around, why am I taking a trade? Is this, I hear you say it all the time. Why am I taking this trade? Just that minute to slow down and say
Yes.
those words. You know how many times that frickin' saved me instead of just clicking the mouse?
Same.
Right?
Is this in my
Anne-Marie?
best interest?
Yeah. 100%. Yep.
Is this in my best interest?
Mm-hmm.
Right. Smudge is asking, when you start trading, do you have to have finance credentials to perform that? I guess Smudge is a scalper, intraday, swing trading. Do you need a certain amount of experience, skin in the game before going at it? We're glad you like the live stream, Smudge. Most of the people that I've met in futures trading have absolutely no finance credentials whatsoever. I've met doctors, lawyers, cab drivers, high school graduates, college graduates, doctorates, masters. None of it seems to make a difference because I've seen high school graduates succeed in hugely meaningful ways. I've seen doctors not succeed at trading. It's all what's inside of you. It's all what's inside of you. How many folks have you seen that you would say, they don't really know much, but boy, they're sure a good trader, right? It's all how well you know
Yep.
yourself. What
Yep.
what did I say the other day? It was trading is 90% mental and the other half is technical.
Right from the Yogi Bear book. I love it.
Yep.
Mhm.
You got it.
Well, Hogue, there are a lot of guys on the floor that were great at reading people. And in today's environment, we talk about, we miss hearing sound and things like that, but there were a lot of guys that could read people and know their pain points and push, not just a trader, but push a lot of traders into, hitting stops, unwinding positions. And, that was, how people got markets to move. We joke around and say, that 1,000 lot was sitting down there at 71.45. If some guy was even bidding 1,000 in the pit, if I'm standing bidding on one or two, as I was saying, while you were out, Hogue, it's a different mindset, right? And you could push people around a little bit and get them to, squirm,
and there were
just like that 1,000 lot was there. And then all of a sudden, as the market gets close to it, it moves down.
Yeah.
It did its job,
There were a lot
right?
of-
It got the market to come a little bit closer to it,
Yep.
and then the market ran away from it. So it's doing its job, is what I say.
A lot of very tough individuals on the trading floor. Some of them street kids from,
Oh, yeah.
from
Scrappers.
Bridgeport, from
Yeah.
Cicero.
Right.
They were just tough people. They were tough
Scrappers.
people.
Yeah.
Yep. Yep. All
We
right.
saw a fight or
We're going to
two
go
on the
into
floor.
our news break here. A major oil supplier is pulling out of OPEC. You can't leave the cartel. They don't like that. But apparently, they are.
And no, they don't like that. The United Arab Emirates announced Tuesday it is withdrawing effective May 1st OPEC, or the Organization of Petroleum Exporting Countries, is a massive oil cartel led by Saudi Arabia. Its member countries produce 36% of the world's oil supply. OPEC strongly influences oil prices through production limits that control supply from its member nations. The UAE has long pushed for higher production quotas. Its decision to leave OPEC is likely driven by a desire to produce more oil. 3 to 4% of the world's crude supply comes from the United Arab Emirates. Back to you guys.
Thanks, CD. So, if you're a oil person in the UAE, keep your head on a swivel.
Yep. Anne-Marie, you said it. They
Be
used to
careful.
have clout. They don't have the clout they once did.
They don't.
No,
They don't.
they are no longer Master Blaster. If anybody gets that reference, please put it into the chat. All right. Next question. Wow, we still got a whole bunch of new questions in here too. Man, we got some
Love
good
it.
stuff coming at us. We don't get to it today, folks. We will get to it. Yes, I believe Tattoo Edge Groove. Daniello also got it. Mad Max. Beyond the Thunderdome.
You got it.
All right. Emmy, this is a good question. And we touch on it a lot, and there's no right or wrong way to do this. I'm just gonna ask Anne-Marie. I'm 2 months in trading, and I hear a lot about building your own strategy, etc. Can you elaborate on that? How do I come up with a strategy as a new trader? Peace and blessings. Thank you for all you do. What do you think? How do you
So,
create your own strategy from start?
yeah, you know, I want to plug our Topstep Chat GPT mentor that Robert built that is useful for you. I was talking this morning and I said, hey, listen, the one thing that traders that first come to chat, they don't know how to ask chat anything. They don't know Claude, Gemini, whomever you're using. They don't know how to ask them. They just come up with, how do I trade a strategy? Or what do I do today? Do I go long or short? You can't ask chat those things. Here's something that you can ask chat. You can first say, hi, I'm a new trader, and I want you to explain to me as a novice the top 3 strategies that I see, that you see in the marketplace. Tell me about those and explain them to me step by step as if I were a brand new beginner who needed their hands held. And it will tell you step by step by step. You read it and you go, I don't understand what you said there. Please rephrase. Chat can give you so much of a foundation. If you tell chat, listen, I'm an impatient person. I have a poor attention span. I tend to change my mind a lot, but I'm looking for a great strategy that I can implement based on those strategies that you heard, that you know are out there. What kind of framework do I need to look at?
Anne-Marie, who were you just talking about?
Myself, basically.
I think we're all that way.
Right. So,
Go ahead.
you know, you just go in there and ask. Imagine you've met a very important person and they don't have a lot of time, but they want to answer a question for you. You don't go to them and go, hey, tell me about your life. You don't, you ask them specific things that you want to know, right? If I had a chance to meet with Charlie Munger, I'd have about 4 or 5 questions for him because I'd go bam, bam, bam. I want to get these because before he passed on, he was not buying any green bananas, right? The guy was old.
Right.
So what we really have to figure out is how to go to chat and directly say, here's what I want to know, but be directed. And if you don't know how to be directed, show me the top 3 trading strategies that are out there, and then tell chat your personality type and help you build one. Easy peasy. You follow the directions. If it does not hold together for you, go back and say, hey, I'm having trouble with this rule. I'm having trouble with this rule. Chat builds the ultimate mentor for you to sit right on your shoulder that says, don't trade that. You need to wait. Why are you doing that? It's just sort of like Jay having his chat up, and he was asking about something, and he told chat to never tell him to trade in certain hours. And he's like, chat just said, what are you doing looking at a chart this time of day? And you can tell chat to guide you in those spaces and be comfortable in that. So that's what I would recommend.
It's a great recommendation. I never even thought about. Well, I'm not real big on AI right now. I don't really look at Chat GPT or stuff like that. But that's a really great idea. I mean, great way to just give me 3 simple setups for day trading and try it. Try it. You'll learn a lot. If those,
And
those that
yep.
don't fit you,
move on.
try something else. Right.
Exactly. And
It's a
use
great
your
call, man.
practice account.
Yeah. I wish we would have had that hoop when we were
Right.
growing up. We barely even had charts. We had to etch charts into stone.
It's like the Flintstones. We use
I
the
know.
rock tablet to kind of go like that, right? Yeah. I think the other thing too is I think Hogue, you saw those robots doing karate. I think that scared you with the swords and all that.
That was
So I think
bananas, though.
yeah, that scared me even. But yeah, I mean, developing your own strategy, that's a great place to start. And I think the biggest thing you said, Anne-Marie, is your personality. I've always looked at tick and range charts more often when I look for entry because I'm a scalper, right? Do I look at a daily, a 4 hour as I, enter a day? But when it comes in there, I'm going to look range and tick is where I'm going to go. But once again, you wouldn't know that at first. So that's part. And once again, I think, a guy like Dakota keeps it really simple. Support resistance and just, less indicators. And some people, and trust me, in VIP, I love, I love Discord, I love VIP, but sometimes, my brain looks at like, hey, coach, what do you think of this? And there's, and I have, VWAP and a couple EMAs, and I'll look at some people's, and I'm like, if you can process it all, great, but whatever works for you. Your strategy to me is always going to be make sure it fits who you are too. Personality, you said it, Anne-Marie.
Key.
Standing answers. And your strategy is never going to just remain static for the rest of your life.
Exactly.
Yeah, for sure.
Markets change, people change. You're going to learn more and more as time goes on, and we look forward to seeing your eventual success. It's a long journey. It's not easy. There's going to be good times and bad times, but hey, isn't that about everything, right? Everything's kind of
Exactly.
good and bad.
Exactly.
I feel lucky. I feel blessed to have been able to make more than I've lost, basically. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Heather always has really good questions. And we've got, I don't know, 7 minutes here. Heather's wondering, if we could share an example of how institutions hedge, or just use easy examples so maybe she can wrap her head around how some of these longer time frame bigger institutions do some of their hedging, for example, with options. Anne Marie, I thought maybe you would be helpful with this. Maybe I can have a leap and grab a shorter term option to hedge. I feel like whenever I try to do it, I lose on both sides. I lose on both plays. And Heather's always very, very nice and very thankful and kind. She says, again, thanks and love every single coach behind the scenes, staff, everybody. Danielle, miss her. We miss Danielle too, Heather. We do miss Danielle. So,
Yes.
who wants to start on this one? How do the institutions hedge? I don't, all I know is that they do and the instruments that they use, but the formulations of how they've come up with their hedges
It's
is
different
it's
every
above
time.
my pay grade, right? And they're always changing, they're always adjusting those hedges. But if there's an institutional trader executing in the S&Ps, let's say they're getting long S&Ps, well, they're just not naked S&Ps. They're putting a position on in another product, whether it's an ETF or bonds or a NASDAQ or whatever it is. They're always working these spreads against each other to protect themselves from ruin, of course, and they're just working these hedges to take little bits of it thousands of times out of the market. So, Anne Marie, do you have any examples, maybe with options on how she may be able to better
Well,
hedge?
so my thought is this: Brian Shannon, who's a great friend of mine, he says some very funny things about hedging, and the bottom line is, unless you really know what you're doing, you're going to lose money on both sides. So the question is, why do you want to hedge? So let's say you begin there. Let's say you say, you know what, I have some stock, or I have a position. I'm long whatever, and I want to hedge. Well, why? How long are you planning on holding your trade? Remember, an institutional hedge, they've got billions of dollars in portfolio assets, and they run stocks, commodities, private equity, bonds, treasuries, munis, whatever. And so what they use the index for is to hedge. They actually use the index to hedge. So they're long all of these guys, and let's say they're underperforming, they're going to, if the ES is moving up, they're going to buy ES, and that'll be their hedge. Okay? Right now, the institutions are hedged because they're concerned about downdraft, but they see upward flow, so they keep buying their stocks, and now they've got some puts down here on the bottom. So if their charts do come in, their puts make money, they take the puts off, and then they create a new hedge. So unless you decide you're going to implement a hedging strategy for your portfolio, it's best to buy low and sell high of an instrument, or sell high and buy low of an instrument, and not worry about the hedge. Just realize, hey, I'm going to take this long from X to Y. It's probably going to go 3 weeks, 2 weeks, 2 months, whatever it is. But don't jump into the hedging game just because you want to protect a position. Unless you're selling calls against it, it's nothing but a slow burning dumpster fire for most of us. If it's something that you really want to commit to, there are places like the Chicago Board Options Exchange. They have lots of free, great information on how to set up particular trades and how to look at hedges, but that is not trivial. Hedging well is a skill set that is very layered, very, very deep.
That's why in ags, like cattle and hogs and grains, there's more and more option. Even if you talk to old timers, I still, even guys I talk to, there's a lot of guys that do
Sure.
use options. But in those markets, there's more spreads going on. And spread is buying a front month, selling a back month. In the ags, it's a little bit different. There's options used as a vehicle, but a lot of the bigger institutions spread to limit their risk, right? They don't like to necessarily be outright long 1,000 front month cattle. They might be long June, short August.
Yeah.
So in
Great
ags, it's a
point.
little bit different, where their hedge is maybe not so outright, because there's not the liquidity in ag options like there is in things like the NASDAQ and the S&P. So what a lot of institutions there is, they'll get, like I said, long June, short OC, or the same thing you'll see in sometimes with crack spreads in crude, right?
Crude. Yep. Yep.
But yeah, there's a lot of institutions will also use spreads as a way to hedge their position too, right, Anne-Marie?
For sure.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, it's as basic as the original hedge. I've got an acreage. I think I'm going to get 50,000 bushels of corn, and I think it's expensive now. I can sell corn futures, 10 contracts, 5,000 bushels
Exactly.
each, and I can lock in my price there. Lock in my
Exactly.
price. So hopefully that helps, Heather. It's hard to believe, but an hour has passed already.
I know.
Love spending
Zoom,
time with
zoom.
you guys. Thank you, Anne-Marie.
Same.
Thank you, Hoop. Your knowledge and
you.
experience is invaluable. Invaluable. All right. So we've got some fun coming up here. We got Jack and JD coming in with Chad. Chad's got another beautiful shirt on today.
I was
This is
just
gonna be a
about
lot
to
of fun.
say, super
Aloha.
stylish.
All right. Stick around, folks. This is Topstep TV. We'll be right back. Let's go.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to Trade with Topstep. JD's here. More importantly, our man from way out west, where it is 8 in the morning or something like that. Chad is here. What's up? How's it going, Chad?
Aloha. Good morning.
Indeed.
Oh,
Well,
good afternoon.
yeah, 1 o'clock in icy Chicago here. Well, the dip buyers came back for the afternoon, it looks like. We're venturing up towards VWAP right now after testing the bottom of this ES on most of the candles since this morning.
Right.
Chad, you're flat right now. What are you looking at?
I'm looking at probably a cheap short here just because we're at VWAP. And I don't know, we've had some plenty of red candles today. I'm green overall, locked in around 750. But I'll probably keep it pretty tight if I go short here. Been waiting for it to come up to VWAP, and I mean, I'm happy if it starts to run past, I'm happy to flip it long.
Yeah. It's been just tapping VWAP today. JD, anything else? Or are you looking to get along for the new highs or something?
I mean, I understand what Chad's saying just because we're at the top of this 5-minute range going back to basically 9:30 a.m. Central Time. So there is a good, cheap opportunity to get in on the short side of this market right now. You're not taking a whole lot of risk getting short right here. What I'm looking at, though, is all this time that we spent on these lows today. That is quite a bit of time testing the low of the day, and we found rejection there every single time, and now we're trading back up to the upper end of this range. My instincts are telling me this is more of a breakout than a continuation of the range, right? But we'll see what happens. We'll see what kind of price action we see in the next couple minutes, and I'll make a decision. I want to see a nice breakout on some decent volume before I do get long. Otherwise, the range trade is the way to go. So let's sit back, relax, and see what these markets give us in the next couple minutes.
Yeah, so
Well,
I'm
what
gonna go
oil's
3
giving
innings work, and then put a pretty tight stop here.
All right. Chad's got some orders in. Yeah, oil still hang out above 100 in the June contract, in 111 cents as I'm looking at it right now. Hasn't biffed up the market too much with that psychological level. VIX is down to 18.24. Still got the semis, have recovered some of their losses. They were down close to 5% at one point, just down 3.7 for the Sox right now. That's what's kind of fueling this. I haven't even looked at the NQ, but I'm sure it's a even better bounce for them.
I have been looking. I think crude is still over 100. So I think with that in mind, I think it would have to drop for the market to really pop.
It's just barely above 100. $100.17 is the last trade in crude oil. And this has been rangy too. You could draw a perfect range box on this market right now. I'll do that for you right now. That is some sideways price action.
Well, there used to be a lot more freak out when we went through 100, and there was a little bit early this morning before we were on, just before you guys came on with opening call, where we had the announcement that UAE was leaving OPEC.
Yep. And I don't know if we were talking through this during the opening call, Jack. There were 500 lots getting filled in crude oil. Wow. When's the last time you saw a 500 lot on the ladder in the crude oil, let alone multiple 500 lots getting filled on the ladder?
Wow.
Someone was throwing around size in crude. They were selling at I marked down the price, $100.35. 135. That's where they were selling them at this morning.
Was that before the UAE announcement?
It was right after the announcement, right before crude oil opened, just before 8 o'clock a.m. Central Time.
All right, interesting. I mean, famously, I think somebody sold like nearly 8,000 Brent futures a while back before something. I don't know if they did it all
33
at once,
was the price. Yeah. So 33 was the price, 33 and 34 135. You see that little.
Well, hopefully they covered.
You never can tell what they're doing, but it was just interesting to see that kind of size jump on the ladder in crude oil because you never ever see that.
A few things since we came in off the wire. We got some stuff from Netanyahu about Hezbollah. The mission to eliminate the drone threat will take time. And we're right around.
So I heard last session they mentioned earnings. So we got Starbucks today. And what else? There was obviously Spotify, which took a big hit this morning. Must have.
I believe Robinhood's today. Also, is that correct?
Yeah, that's a good one. It's kind of we got Visa, Coca-Cola,
Okay.
T-Mobile. Coca-Cola was already out.
And tomorrow's
Beat a little
Microsoft.
bit.
I think that's a lot of positioning for that.
Oh yeah, tomorrow is Microsoft, Meta, Google. I can never name all four of them at once. JD.
Amazon.
Who is it?
Amazon.
Amazon.
Wow, all tomorrow.
All tomorrow
The
on Fed Day.
four biggest hyperscalers just ganged up together and said, "Let's release them all at once."
Yeah.
Do you think they collude with each other? Do they have any choice when they actually release earnings?
That's a good question. I don't exactly know, but I don't recall them ever being on the same day in the past.
Yeah,
on a
me
Fed
neither.
Day too.
Oh man. Oof.
Tomorrow, the day of days, right?
Mm-hmm.
Apple didn't want to join the party. Apple's coming out on Thursday.
They want to make
I
clear
wanted
that
to-
they're not the hyperscaler. They're doing Thursday. Well,
I love bringing up this.
creeping a little bit.
Say again, Chad?
We're crawling down here a little bit. Lately, like in the last few weeks, it's definitely seemed more like elevator up, stairs down, rather than the reverse, which is more typical.
Yeah, we're kind of still in the sphere here of the level I mentioned from earlier this morning, 7130 in the SPX. It's about 7160, 61 in the futures.
Okay, so right here.
Yeah, right here. Maybe. Well, it is the 1 o'clock hour, but maybe a place where.
I would think this would be the time of day if we were going to get a run up to the run up. This would be the time to start.
You'd think that. I've traded during this hour so many times here on Topstep TV, and it's very rare that you get a giant influx of volume or volatility in this hour.
Yeah, it would be more like the start of
does-
like crawl, confidence build.
Yeah,
everyone's still
I
out.
mean, so right now, we're down 0.6% in the ES. We're down 1.13% in the NQ. The catalysts that are sort of taking here, the oil going higher and that OpenAI story, which is what sold off the semis, obviously haven't been resolved at the moment. So, this market's been going up, up, and away. I don't know if my base case is for us to run it. I mean, maybe you can get 20 points higher. Let's see what we got cooking here.
M says when the bonds close in like 22 minutes. Bonds close at 2 o'clock p.m. Central Time. That's regular trading hours close for the Treasury complex. We'll get the crude oil settlement price at 1:30 Central Time.
Yeah, and there's still plenty of trading to be done. I mean, unless they change it. I thought bonds, like when I was trading, like our cash market. So we were trading cash treasuries versus futures, and the cash closed. I think they both closed at like 4 p.m. Central.
Yep. Pit trading hours were 7:20 a.m. to 2 o'clock p.m. Central Time. That's when settlement price would be established, right after 2 o'clock.
Dome is looking pretty jumpy. Both sides.
You're looking at, sorry, Chad, you're looking at the MQ or the MNQ?
MNQ.
How's the short looking? Near the money, a couple ticks. Looking all right.
Oh, yeah, just not much. If I don't get a dump here soon, I might just time it out, like collect a few bucks, gradually add these up.
Oil is just kind of levitating just a few cents above $100. The last 45 minutes, or how much? Almost 45 minutes. We've been in a range that's about 40 cents in oil, around $100.
Got a little headline with some spice to it. The Treasury Department sanctions some Hong Kong companies over Iran ties. No more details just yet. And Apple plans a photo editing overhaul with AI in iOS 27 this year, with the company improving photo features and a bid to catch up with Android.
I feel like that was definitely
Apple
a
has to catch up
slow. Yeah, that was a slow 1 o'clock news headline right there.
It sure was. Apple
He's
has to
got a
catch up with
quota.
Android. I did switch to Android quite a few years ago.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Nearly 10 years since
I
I've
know you
owned an Apple product. I'm good so far.
Well, you only see effed up group chats. You don't see
True.
that you're the one effing up all of our group chats with your Android.
Yes, with the green, when you see the green text, you're like, oh man, which friend is this in the group text?
The contrarian. Like from every stage of my life, I have one good friend with the Android, and it's always the sort of contrarian one.
I know. I'm always like,
Or the cheap one.
wondering. I'm glad we were friends before I realized they had Android, because otherwise, I don't know.
It's a deal breaker for the new group. I'm sorry. We
Well,
just
I mean,
can't
you
be
got a group
friends.
text of like 10 people, and there's just one's got to be make it green. And then you send the image or a couple images, and it's that one like explanation. Oh, no, didn't go through. I'm sure it's Apple's fault, but well,
But yeah, the news from us is always going to be delayed. Like, in addition to whatever else, the delay of the actual news, it takes about 6 to 8 seconds. If you want to test how you're seeing it at home, you'll notice we don't have the clock on the screen anymore. Oh, no, we do. Top left corner, there's a clock. See what time it is where you are and what time it is there, and there's the delay. It's about 6 to 8 seconds.
Very true. Very true.
is that to keep away a Janet Jackson Super Bowl incident?
Oh, that would get hella views. Hella views.
yeah.
No, it's just like the way things are. We could you have options. We could, like, the fastest we could run it would be like a 2-second delay, but it can cause choppiness. So we thought 6 seconds is, it's enough.
You're right, though, Chad. We do need a dump button. We were talking about this last week. See if we can work on it. Those faux pas do happen.
Yeah.
So still haven't passed up view up here, but it's not looking as good. We were looking, but I don't want to get caught up in the chop here either. I'll just take the loss if it's going to go out that direction.
Tristan, there is, but the FTC ain't got nothing on us. Mm-hmm.
We got some more headlines coming out. U.S. Treasury imposing sanctions on 35 Iranian entities and individuals for aiding sanctions evasion.
Okay.
U.S. Treasury Secretary Bessent, any institution that facilitates or engages with Iran's shadow banking network is at risk of severe consequences. Who? Raise your hand in the chat. Are you doing business with Iran's shadow banking network? Would you know if you were? That's the question.
I think that's part of the, I think it's something you would probably know. I don't know. It's like the same thing when, people ask us why we're not available in certain countries and why we can change it. Is like, we don't change any of that, man. We don't get that list. We get that list from the government, man.
Very true. Yes, we are not cherry picking who we do and do not do business with.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, making some new higher highs here above VWAP. I don't want to you see where this candle closes. It might stop me out, but I don't know that I want to jump in long either.
This is an interesting headline. I'm surprised it's not getting more. Is the Treasury's? I don't know what OFAC stands for. I'm sure it's Office of something. It says firms making toll payments to Iran for passage through the Strait of Hormuz face significant sanctions.
So they're paying the toll and they're getting sanctioned.
Exactly.
Does that mean? Is it because we don't want them paying the toll? So if they pay the toll, then they're
Yes.
they're like scabs. They're
scabs is a good way to put it. But in my head, I thought there was
Alright,
some pretty big country.
It's probably going to hit my stop
NQ's
here, but then I'll
NQ's
just
busting out a
monitor it here.
little.
Yep.
S&P's busting out a little too. I got a VWAP in the ES 7168, called 7169. Gotta pay the troll toll.
Mm-hmm.
Good comment from Nassim. Nassim FX with the is the infamous quote. Gold is short, brah. Gold is a short, brah.
Yeah, I'm not moving my stop though. It's about to hit, but I'm not moving it. So now it's just going to collapse.
We'll see. We're just
All right,
approaching
we just hit that
the
VWAP. We're gonna break out on decent
Still
volume
nice.
here. All right. Now we start eyeballing along.
Yeah.
You know your risk is a close back inside the range. So you got cheap long opportunity, cheap short opportunity. Which is the path of the least resistance right now? That's the question.
I mean, you're probably white. Well, you are white. I mispronounced that there. I was trying to say you're probably right. But a true statement too. Yeah, I mean longs
I'm going to
usually
take the
win
long
out.
with the cheap stop down right below the super cheap stop.
Yeah, 71.37 in the SPX.
Which is
Maybe some
roughly what?
resistance. I mean, that's just where we are now in the futures. So like 71.75 maybe.
You guys have a favorite day to trade?
Oh, good question.
Favorite day?
Yeah.
I wouldn't say I have a favorite day. I'm
Monday
always
night.
I like to get all my trading in before the week starts. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. The weekend's over at 5 p.m. and I want to be done by 7 p.m. on Sunday.
My work week is my trading week is 5 to 10 p.m. Sunday evening.
I used to like Thursdays and Fridays were the most exciting, especially like just Friday morning because that's when unemployment would be each month, plus a lot of the other numbers. Because of the way the positions settled and we were trading cash, Thursdays were interesting because you would pay or receive like triple the repo payments on any cash you held, so you could get into some pretty spicy positions.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Come on. One time.
Still in this one? Or you
Yeah,
you
yeah,
got
long.
long. Yeah.
And just wanting to stay like my stop below this range is more than I'd like to risk, but I also don't want to just get stopped out in this range.
Yeah, for sure.
Well, crude came off a little bit. Now we're selling something.
Ooh,
Just
we're getting wiggly
down
here.
a little bit.
Something's going
Yeah.
on. Something's happening.
You'll learn in
Tilt?
6 seconds.
S&P just try to push, came right back. There's a nice influx of volume there. Something hit the tape. We haven't seen it yet.
Crude's still selling 90.37. Crude's really selling now. Something's really selling by 1 p.m. standards.
Mm-hmm.
It solved all Middle East problems.
There it is.
That's
Let
the
me read
headline
it
we want.
first. Yeah.
My prediction.
And it's from sources. There's no real source. It just says sources. U.S. intelligence agencies are examining how Iran would react to Trump declaring victory in the conflict. He's already done that, hasn't he?
I think every day.
I thought every day, yeah.
That's what we got the CIA agents working on.
A one-way conversation between him and himself. It's every day.
Hey, what's Bill at the Iran desk doing? Tell him we need a quote.
Yeah, we need a SWOT analysis of what if we just said we won.
Do you remember that movie? Do you remember that John Candy movie, Canadian Bacon? Have you ever seen that? Here's your homework for tonight, everybody. Go home and check out the John Candy movie, Canadian Bacon. It's pretty incredible. About the guy. There's a good section of the movie about the guy that works the Canada desk for the CIA, and he's got this. He's got a long list of conspiracies about our friends to the north, and it's pretty funny.
I'll check it out. Getting a little pops here. I need to rewatch Wag the Dog. It was a nice
I've seen that,
political
but it was
movie.
years ago.
Ages me a little bit.
Not much doing. 10-year right now. Man,
Well, I'm
being on a
glad I got out
call.
of my shore at least.
Mm.
I think the old me would have kept adding all the way as it keeps crawling up.
Mm. Being on a
Got a little more context. A little more context behind
Yeah.
that quote.
Okay. Oh boy,
U.S.
did we.
intelligence services. U.S. intelligence services are investigating how Iran would react if President Donald Trump declared a unilateral victory in the 2-month-old conflict, according to 2 U.S. officials and a source familiar with the situation. What could that mean? A source familiar with the situation. We're all sources familiar with the situation, right? Anyway, moving on.
We're all monitoring.
The
Does that mean
intelligence
that we would
community.
declare victory and leave? What does that mean?
Yes, I'm declaring victory. The war is over.
So we leave.
That's it. The intelligence community is investigating the matter, along with others, at the request of senior administration officials. The purpose is to grasp the repercussions of Trump potentially withdrawing from a fight, which some officials and advisors fear could contribute to significant midterm losses for the Republicans later this year, according to the sources. So they're tying the Iran war to midterms. Is right.
I don't know what the tape reading algos wanted to do with that.
Yeah, right.
I mean, I have to say this every couple days. Obviously, none of this is funny, but sometimes you see something that is kind of funny.
The Daily Show is where I get most of my news lately. So.
Oh, cool.
Yeah. Is that better than Facebook? I'm joking.
Jon Stewart's got a good grasp on things.
JD, I ever tell you way back in the day, I think I was like 18 or something, I attended a taping of The Daily Show. And
really?
Oh, wow.
Yeah. And I was, the seats were around on the side or something. I was sitting right next to Ed Helms. Had no idea who he was, obviously. This was before The Office or anything else. You know who the guest was, JD?
Who?
It was Tom Wolfe, author of Bonfire of the Vanities, etc.
Ah, interesting.
Yeah.
We are crawling. Come on.
Mm-hmm. Well,
This guy
yesterday,
Nassim in the chat. I'm telling you, I've never met this guy before in my life. That's kind of funny. That's a good comment. Don't delete it.
we had a 25-minute stretch yesterday during this hour, Chad, where the ES was in a 2-point range.
Oh my wow.
That's what happened. Yes, yesterday during this hour, skipping around, 8 ticks wide, buying lows and selling highs.
Oh my gosh. That's when you do kind of have to go for the big boys and in and out if you're trying to trade it. At least if I'm trying to trade that in the range. I'll take a crawl up. It's okay. Zombie crawl all along.
Mm-hmm. Little zombie rally to new all-time highs before the close.
With the
Wouldn't that
declared
be
victory. Yep. expected a little bit more of a boost with the declared victory.
Yeah, you think the
they
market
haven't
would
done
have
it yet.
reacted to that? It's not official. Yeah.
I mean,
No, they're
I
just
don't know.
they're researching what would happen if we declared victory.
Semiconductors will go bid. Oil. I don't know what oil is going to do because kind of leaves us in the same pickle and Hormuz.
Moose toll, the new toll.
These stories are getting better. Nassim in the chat still going. He's still going for it.
Enough of platypus.
But we got
You've
settlement
been here
price.
a while. This isn't even close to as weird as it gets.
Yeah, this is pretty bush league for chat. It's a slow day all around.
And we're back above 100 in oil after that brief. I don't know why oil went down on that headline. But we're at $100.14 at the moment.
S&P's about to creep back inside this range.
Yeah, I like that.
We got our settlement prices for June. Crude oil settles at $99.93 a barrel, up $3.56 or 3.69% on the day.
Come on.
I kind of want to buy it, Raider.
Kind of what?
Kind of want to buy it.
Yeah, we'll come back to that 71.30. Still, that's probably the biggest positive gamma strike on the board for the 0 dates. I mean, I think that's a fine play.
Something's getting just a little bit stronger.
You're looking at the dome for that?
Yeah, a little bit of both. Looking at the volume. Reading the tape.
Much easier to see the dome from the ES than it is from the NQ in terms of like.
It really is. Yeah.
I'm telling you, yeah, they need to remove. They need to remove the ticks from NQ or something, or make them a half. It's too much.
Make a phone call. Make that happen.
Yeah, Terry Duffy's number, JD.
Yeah, I'll shoot him an email expressing my concerns.
Yeah, when the tilt data is going to be in the API, just ask him. Or friend.
You picked the two worst people to ask that question, but I can ask someone who would know better.
Yeah, I ask it every time, by the way.
No, perfect.
Just what's Bitcoin doing lately?
I've got it
That's had
right
a
here.
rough couple days.
76,565 last print micro Bitcoin. Yeah, it took some heat last couple days.
I'll have to examine more kind of the volume and how much is trading there in the actual, Bitcoin market. Because like I said this morning, Sailor bought another $2.5 billion worth of Bitcoin like the previous week.
Yeah.
which I still don't understand
Wow.
where he gets this money from.
Dan Emmons in the chat. Yes, I'm very familiar with the TT group I work for. We were one of the first guinea pigs for TT back in early 2001. But that feature is very useful. I almost forgot about it. You can condense prices to see. You don't have to go every tick on the dome in TT. You can condense it. I traded a lot of Dow back in the day, for instance, so I could go. You'd only see a movement on the ladder if the Dow moved every 5 ticks. Does that make sense?
Hmm.
You customize how many prices you want to see on the ladder. If you wanted to see only every dollar movement in the NASDAQ, you could condense it. It was a nice feature. I didn't even know they still had that, to be truth. To be honest with you.
That is cool.
And they also have the auto spreader.
Emmons with the flex.
Yep.
The flex using TT.
TT also had the auto spreader. You can create any spread you wanted, any market. You could spread any market you wanted. Create your own spread.
Yeah, we didn't use TT, but that's sort of what when I was trading we had. It was just a bunch of auto spreaders.
We're definitely trading back inside this range now in the ES.
Yeah.
Let's see more.
I'm gonna move my stop only just because I hate to trade P&L, but just a little bit because I want to hold at least 150 on the of what I've green for the day. Right up there.
Mhm.
It slips. It's gonna drive me a little crazy if it ends up hitting the stop and I'm at like 145 in profit for the day.
If you're interested in buying, JD,
this is the spot. I know.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Working. We're in.
Grain.
71, 63, 75. 3 micro S&P.
Nvidia is about $5 off its lows today.
Mm-hmm.
Down 1.5%.
We're going to take about $75 worth of risk on this trade. I think that's just enough room to invalidate. If we close back outside this range, that'll be nice.
JD, I think when it's this 1 o'clock hour might be one of the examples of where we could use some music background sometimes.
Ah,
it's
yes,
a little
yes.
tight. Yeah. Give me my Ibiza beats.
Who's in the back? Jeremy? Jeremy, you want to sing for us? Hey, there we go.
Okay.
We got some music.
Wow. That's it.
All right, let's go.
Activating ES.
Like to see a move right now.
Oh, don't worry. It'll only be for 10 minutes, 10, 15 minutes.
We just can't please them all, Jack, no matter how hard you try. No matter how
No.
hard you try.
Come on.
Oop says we've hit the wall of justice.
Yeah. Yeah. 7130 being strong. 7160 in the futures.
I think if we can clear 27, 180, I think we'll be in good push upward.
Oh shit.
What?
I'm looking at the S&P still. Give us a push. Give us a push. Everyone out and push.
Yeah, looking very sticky. The options right now.
Right?
Come on. Come on.
So, say this why Andre's not here or in the green room that I can see. Maybe he's listening, but whenever it gets talked about like the leader or laggard, like the S&P and the Nasdaq,
Mm-hmm.
I always want to lose my mind.
What's your opinion on it?
Well,
or you just don't even want to talk about it?
No. I mean, you're just looking at different weightings and sector rotations. Like they're made up of a lot of the same companies. So it's like, I think it's definitely more helpful if you're going to approach something that way to, look at the different sectors, right? Like the ETFs and stuff like that. Like, is it tech leading? That's going to be weighted more in the NASDAQ, but I don't think it tells you anything. I don't think it tells you anything the one's going first. Like if NVIDIA pops 5% right now for some reason, the NASDAQ's going to go further, but just because it has twice as much NVIDIA.
Makes sense.
I said it to his face once. He did not like it. It was on the show. We'll see if it does it again.
Say it to his face.
All right, come on. Clear the 180s on the NQ. Let's go.
Give us a push. Give us a push now.
Here we go. Blowing.
Pushing for VWAP.
I'm going to cover one at VWAP and then move our stop up.
Okay.
VWAP's basically 1R on this trade.
Mm-hmm.
Rip it.
Here we go. 180.
Nvidia now down 1.25%.
Yeah. Moved our stop into profit. I don't want to take any more risk on this trade. Failed to put in a higher high so far.
How many do we have on still, JD? Did you get out of one or
3?
no?
Did not get
Came
out of
your
one yet.
screen. Okay.
Yep. Still got 3 on. See if we get another rippy here. Nothing coming out on the news. U.S. Ambassador to Ukraine is going to leave.
Oil's still hanging out above 100.
Mm-hmm.
Are all of those earnings that you know of, are they all after hours tomorrow or a mix?
All the big ones, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe.
It's going to be an interesting afternoon, that's for sure.
Yep.
At the buzzer with Coach J. It's going to get a little spicy.
All right, we're back. Tapping the
Coming
180
back again,
here.
yep. A little bit of buying happening. Everyone's long. Chad's long NASDAQ. House account long S&P. Micro S&P.
Here we go. Here we go.
They didn't want to push it. I might 10% this.
Oh.
Reminder, of course, tomorrow we got the Fed meeting, got earnings. See if I can do it right this time. Google, Microsoft, Meta, Amazon after the bell.
Yep. Jack, we kissed that VWAP and we didn't want to push through. I'm going to give this about, how much time we got left here? 150. I'm going to give this trade about I'm going to give this trade about 1 more minute.
That's anticipation right there. Stick around too. We got Mandy and Dakota are joining Andre for Power Hour coming up next. Let's see if we can take this off.
Come on.
Just looking at the ladder.
Yes. Yeah.
Every little bid gets gobbled up. Keep taking a bid slowly, but there's definitely more. Feels like there's more market sellers than market buyers in there right now. Has anybody got a pulse on Delta? We got to read on Delta.
Who mentioned Chipotle as well.
Ooh.
For tomorrow?
Where's that trading now?
I don't know. I just know I've just heard people over the years complaining about getting worse, but the truth is, for me at least, I haven't worked in an office really for 5, 6 years now, and that means I don't really eat Chipotle.
I think their CEO was pretty popular and moved to Starbucks.
Okay.
Ooh, Delta.
Until that happens,
Delta in the
we'll just run
S&P.
it.
Delta in the S&P is positive 7,800 right now. There's a lot of buying going on around those lows.
Let me zoom out a little bit. I mean, expect a little consolidation right before we're gonna have tons of news events the next day or two.
Mm-hmm. Oh, hey, look at that. We just covered one. Got a little pop up to VWAP. So we covered one of our position at 1R. Our stop is in profit. We're holding 2 runners into power hour.
Nicely done.
$68.75. We covered one.
Well, JD, you took what was offered this hour.
Getting out of one.
Yeah.
Yeah. Moving my stuff.
Cover one, Chad? Is that what you said?
Yeah, I got I got out of one. I still got 2 micros, and I'm setting my stop just around VWAP.
Very good. Yeah, we only got one real good setup this hour, and we both took it. So nicely done. Really love to see a higher high. Got to get above this last swing high on the 5-minute chart. 71.70 half. 71.70 hook, as Dre would say.
See Dre in back there. Where does the hook come from? Okay. Okay.
Oh, the hand signal.
Floor
Half
signs,
was
okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, unfortunately, JD, I do not know those. Or some
I
of
used
this.
to stand in front of the mirror to
this.
Yeah. I used to stand in front of the mirror to practice them. You had to. You had to be good at it.
Moving up.
One tick at a time.
Yep.
One ticky at a time.
Yep.
There we go. Well, Chad, thank you for joining. How close did that get to your stop, by the way? It was pretty close.
Oh, I mean, I stopped out when I was short and I reversed. And I'm probably about, I mean, I already started out green, probably about flat from when I started to like within the hour. But I'm okay with that.
Yeah,
At,
and now you got the rest of the day.
7:15 on extra day. And now I can go to happy hour. 5 o'clock somewhere.
There you go.
There you go.
It is. Shout out to
I wonder if Jimmy Buffett would be long right now. Short, I don't know.
I can't see Jimmy Buffett like shorting equities. That doesn't really seem to be his vibe, right?
Yeah, I don't think so.
Yeah. Too happy-go-lucky. R.I.P. Jimmy Buffett. JD. As those trade turns out, Chad. Always a pleasure to see you, man. Hope you come back
Yep,
soon.
you too. All right.
All right. Stick around because I see Dakota in back. Dakota and Mandy will be here for Power Hour with Andre. Won't want to miss that. This is Topstep TV. Let's go.
Market here.
Utah Connect in the house for the final hour of the New York session. It is Power Hour. Well, who do we got in the middle? We got Mandy in the house to the right. You saw my fast markets, Mr. Dakota. Get right into it, Mandy. Weird day, at least for my. What are your thoughts? Help me, Mandy. Show me the way. Welcome to Power Hour. Great to
Yeah,
see you.
weird day. Good question. Hey, yeah, 200s. I was talking about this earlier with some people. 200 was kind of where I was wanting to see us back at. I am curious to see if we can, I don't know, be positive for the day. That's quite the move, though, isn't that? It's, not too far.
Positive
But yeah,
P&L, positive.
no bias, no bias going into this, Dre. I'll be honest.
I'm with you. I'm in the red. So we'll see. Let's take a look at these prices. Look at the NQ continuing to grind higher here as we trade 27,198. We are up about 100, call it 200 points in the last hour and 40 minutes or so. ES trading 71.69. 71.69. Crude oil trading $100.03, and gold. You saw Dakota take that long in gold in fast markets. Gold is trading 46.10. Dakota,
We haven't looked
thoughts?
back. That was the low of the session right there in gold, huh?
Oh, sure was. Wow.
Same thoughts as you guys. Very neutral, right? We have the big date tomorrow. I'm not maybe we have a little bit of a squeeze during power hour to go retest the session highs up here in these 220s. 220s, 230s, maybe in the NASDAQ, 27,002, 230s. We're getting a squeeze on right now. But
Yeah, we are.
yeah, it's a tough one. It's a tough one with tomorrow coming in. And on that note, here during Power Hour, we do have a session called Above Below. Mandy, do you want to pick it
All right.
on the NASDAQ?
Sure, let's do it. I have a pretty significant support resistance line at 315. So I'm gonna go for it. That's
150
100
points higher than where
away.
we're at?
Yeah. I
Okay.
don't know.
Okay.
Maybe we'll get some news, pump it up, get some excitement. Let's see if we can do it. Will we finish? Where's settlement? Oh, settlement's at 44, 440. Yeah, I say we go for it. 315 above below.
Okay, 350. Above below. 350 in the NASDAQ. There it is. There is the poll in the YouTube chat. Above below. Mandy, I have to go with the below because I am a theta, and I got the odds in my favor. But who knows? We might get a short squeeze to end the day with tomorrow. And crude just stuck at 100. VIX at 1811. We just seen gold. Any trades that you are in or looking at, or what are we seeing? You're up
We
$6.
have another support here at 212-ish, 213. So I'd like to get at least a 1 minute candle close, ideally a 5 minute candle close above 213, and then I'll be looking to get long. Shorts I wouldn't be looking to get into until about 175-ish. That would kind of match my criteria. I always kind of come in with a bracket, Dakota, with where would my long position, where would I need to be on a candle close to enter long? Where would I want to enter short? So that's my bracket for you guys. 213, 214 for longs, 175-ish for shorts.
Okay, so essentially you'd be looking to get in long in the NASDAQ at 213 if we start breaking through that level. And then you'll be looking to get short at, what was that price on the short side?
175-ish.
Oh, 175. Okay. And why is that? What was you using for those?
Yeah, great question. So up here would be more towards our high of the session. I would like to see a test and a breakthrough. So we have a couple candle closes and wicks from this morning on the 5 minute around 215. And then we're starting to push towards that right now. I'd be curious to, like I said, I want like a 5 minute candle close. That would give me a better confirmation, but sometimes it goes without us. So I'll see how momentum plays into this, and I might jump in, before a 5 minute candle close if there's, some good volatility or I see some strength elsewhere. Reason I would want to get short into 170s, that would be below our 5 minute VWAP. At that point, I would need my moving average to be on the top on my 1 minute, which is my yellow line. And so that would tell me that sellers are in control and would push that back down. So that's kind of my time frame right now. We are converging on my MA and EMA on the 5 minute. They're not parallel. The two lines aren't parallel anymore. So there could be some exhaustion up here. But it's not to say that they, they diverge. There's the word. Here anytime shortly. So yeah, 170s is kind of the other side.
We are getting up on this. We're starting to break out now. 214s here in the Nasdaq. What will trigger you in on this? Crude's still sitting at 100, but Nasdaq is tapping on that 214s. These markets are starting to move.
So 5-minute candle close ideally above 15. We could do a 1 minute, but we're still not there. It might go without me. Then I start getting worried about a double top, right, Dakota? You're looking for shorts, are you, or what are you thinking?
No. I just
No, long.
we might get up there to your 315s, the above below. Here we are. I'm looking for 230s, 220s.
Yeah.
It's the New York session high from this morning in the New York, where we've seen sellers come in and step in earlier. But we're headed that way now. The only difference is we got Nvidia on the run. We're only down 1%. The rest of these equities, the major Tech 9 stock, found some buyers. So I'm a lot less bearish than I am bullish. I'm more of like, let's try and stay in a range here. We did tap into these 220s. So let's see how we react.
Yeah, exactly. Where we have that one, how we have a red candle here and we close below those 215s on the 1 minute, it's still hands off. We still have 2 minutes until this 5-minute candle closes. So, it's kind of a waiting game right here. I want more confirmation that there's going to be a continued uptrend. But if this is an area where we chop, that's definitely a place I don't want to be hanging in a trade if it's a chop zone, right?
Correct. We're hanging above these 214s. 214s right here. Are you looking to get in long, or are you still just patient, waiting?
Still patient, waiting. The more I'm patient, I got the better my trading. I've tried to front run a couple things lately, and I'm like, oh, why don't I just stick to the candle close? And I get really frustrated because I'm like, I know my rules. And the candle close just helps me reduce the head fakes or taking as much drawdown necessarily on when you initially enter in the trade. Taking some heat, less heat is desirable, right? So that's what I'm trying to hone in on.
As little drawdown as possible. And I debate that question a lot when I'm in my own trading. Everybody, if you watched it, you know what a 3-bar reversal is. And the question for me that I always ponder is, do I get in before the candle closes as we reverse, or do I wait? And you sacrifice risk reward, right? So you're getting a little bit early, getting a little bit better price, but then you're sacrificing, probabilities, waiting for that, candlestick close.
Absolutely.
So it's a battle between, probability of profit, pop, and rock, return on capital, risk reward, for lack of a better word. But we are still trying to hold here. And
yes,
Andre,
did you guys make money without me? Did you guys make money without me?
No.
I've been patient.
I apologize for that. This computer's gonna get thrown out the window. No, I'm kidding. It looks like the above below poll. Who did it? Who set the above below?
Mandy did.
I was
315.
driving, so I took it.
315. Thank you for that, Dakota. Thank you for
315?
that. 315 indeed. Well, what do I got to do my spiel? Yeah, lower right corner of the screen. You got the countdown clock. 49 minutes till the closing bell. 39 minutes till MOC. What levels do you guys have? I feel like I missed everything. The FOMO is real. What are we thinking here?
Well, I
A
look for
5-minute
these.
candle close.
Take it, Mandy.
Sorry, Dakota. Yeah, 5-minute candle close above 215 was my initial ideal setup. We didn't quite get that. Still possible that we can get a 1 minute just based on how we react on the 1 minute chart, kind of here and now.
Mhm.
I'm trying not to front run my entry. That's the Cliff Notes version of what you guys do, right?
I've been doing that as well. Getting a little too eager to get in when there a better price may come.
Ooh,
Here we
we're seeing a
go.
little bit of a
I'm
wiggle
gonna
here.
enter into
Yeah, I'm about to join you.
for fun.
These 220s, 230s is a level of resistance from this morning.
It is?
You're bumping into them now. Yeah, this is New York session high.
I see that also. IB high 252.
Maybe we could squeeze the shorts
We'll see
going
what we
into
got here.
tomorrow.
Oh, I
Nvidia
said
continue
2.
to-
I'm only on
Oh,
I'm in 2 now.
okay.
Sometimes I just ask myself, what price action would piss the most traders off, and that would be flatlining, chopping back and forth here between 220s and 200.
Yeah, I think you're onto something. Well, last trade 27,222. Quiet on the headlines for now. Don't forget we have Starbucks and Robinhood earnings after the bell. Manny, what price are you long from?
18.5 right here, right now.
All right.
I'm actually looking to add into this as a 5-minute candle posts green and above 215, possibly, if it just doesn't shoot out of a cannon. Reason I liked it, we finally got that candle close above the 515 that I was looking for on the 1 minute. As looking at on the 5 minute, we came back and tested my pressure line, which is my EMA. That is set at 5. We went down to it, and now we're pushing up past it, past the opening of that 5-minute candle. So that's where I like it. But again, there can be some resistance. Like Dakota, you talk about this a lot. There's no hard lines necessarily. It's generally a zone in which we get this areas of support or resistance. And so this might be one of those that Dakota was talking about. He said IB, right? That's where we were at, 225.
Close. 252. I got 252.
Yeah, it's
Okay.
New York session high.
Oh, there you go. Yeah.
Oh,
So,
little delta update plus
interesting spot.
10,000 plus 10,000 delta for
Ooh.
the ES for the ES plus 1,200.
No squeeze.
I mean, anything. Who knows? Who knows?
Buyers seem weak. You're in a long now.
Buyers seem
See if
weak.
we can
Whoa.
squeeze it.
I'm long. I'm long
See
with
if
you,
we can
baby.
squeeze it. I would say squeezy squeeze.
Squeezy squeeze, indeed.
That's usually if we have short delta, right?
Why is yeah, well, there's a long squeeze as well. It'd be ironic if it happened right here. Would go crazy.
Do we see a squeeze before tomorrow?
Which way would the squeeze be?
Well, it's up now, right?
Yeah, all-time highs was made.
All-time highs. Let's
yesterday. Yesterday, like I mean, all-time highs in NQ. Got about 300 points away from it. All-time highs in the ES about 50 points higher.
Okay.
Hey, yes, I'm trying to, Ian, trying to. What's going on in crude oil? $93.93. Seen a lot of $100 prints today. Session high, $101.85. What's the poll looking like? We can take that thing down. 59% saying below.
That's closer than I expected. Oh, we're getting pullback. 190s.
Is this a pullback?
So this
Or reverse
could be a good spot to add if we just don't flush here.
Okay.
So I talked about adding possibly. We are at another nice psychological level, right? It's 100 mark, the 200. So
Okay.
I have my stop loss in place. I'm actually gonna move it just below VWAP on the 5 minute. But that would be actually where I had talked to Dakota about going short, possibly, was those 170s.
Yeah. Okay. Well.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean,
175.
Yeah, we got the tattoo though. The tattoo gang here in the house.
Yeah, we do. I was
Yeah,
telling
well-
Dre Dakota.
I removed mine, Andre.
Yeah, well, you did get long. Yes.
I did a little cover up.
You gonna sell this thing, or is this gonna be a head fake? Eesh.
Those 220s acted as resistance. New York session highs. We
They
didn't
are.
break them.
Let's trade NQ 27,191. Now 196 is now 197, 198. 199. Man.
VIX at 1808. So crude stuck at 100.
Sure is. back above 200, 201s. Just print.
This
Wow.
is that rough price action.
Hey.
Hang around 200.
No straight line.
Yeah,
No
we're
straight
gonna,
line.
like you said, what's gonna piss the most people?
What would? What?
200.
What's the scarier trade? What's the
Top.
scarier trade right now?
I think longs.
Long chat. L or S? Long or short? What's the scarier trade? In the equities. Being long right now. Taking some heat. Paper cut. Dakota, what would you do? Dakota would say paper cut. Paper cut.
Paper cuts.
Paper cut. You can always get back in. It looks like sellers may want to keep long. They're saying long. All right. Short is always scarier. Shorts. SL. Okay.
We're halfway through this candle. So on the 5-minute, I would love to see a 5-minute candle close above 198, ideally above 200. So see if in the next 2 minutes we can get a bounce. This might be one that I cut earlier than later, just based off of time and invalidation on my trade plan, even before we hit stop loss.
Nice, Mandy.
Yeah. Talked about this yesterday with the news and volatility this week. I am looking to be excellent in my risk management. That's, I think, going to be the most important aspect, especially with tomorrow and all the earnings, FOMC.
Oh,
a lot on the calendar. So I'm just making sure I'm focused. That should be our focus all the time, right? But I am knowing myself, trying to be more hyper focused on risk management over the strategy or
100%.
Chilling here, the 190 so far. Crude is just not moving. Gold's not moving. Kind of just.
Are we gonna buy? Are we gonna
range play right now? Around 200. I wouldn't mind the longs now. If we get flush into the 80s, lower 80s.
Okay. Last trade, 27,000, 187. ES 7170. Crude $99. What's going on gold? 4608.
Yep. Yeah. A little bit more of a push, and I'll be okay with a long.
I'm thinking the same thing. If I was flat right now, what would the trade be? What would the trade?
I like the longs.
And me too. I gotta be patient with the entry. What's that ETF do? What's SOX doing?
Just chilling. Nvidia,
Is it?
it's giving back some of what it was making up. Down 1.3.
Damn. All right.
All right. There's that
We're
flush.
still-
There's that flush here in the NASDAQ.
Yeah, but what's okay? 27,174.
Stop loss for a reason. VWAP.
174.
Let me look at my 15. I might cut this. Yeah, I like where we're at. I'm okay with a bounce here.
I was full. Yeah.
got
Too long.
15-minute changed my mind.
Can you?
If you look at this 15-minute, we're tagging VWAP on the 15-minute. That includes the overnight ETH. And we're tagging my 5-minute, which is right there, the VWAP. We're now holding
The
EMA. I don't hate this. I still like my stop loss after looking at my 15-minute. So I'm okay accepting the risk. I placed my risk accordingly for a reason at the start. That's actually another thing I'm personally trying to work on, not moving my stops once you place them. Like,
I need to work on that as well.
You put them there for a reason, right?
Yeah, that's right, Dakota.
absolutely.
Put them there for a reason. It's very easy to self-sabotage. Lenny a trade.
Oh.
Pop up.
You know that. We know that. That's a
better.
vicious
emotional
cycle.
Self-sabotage indeed.
I like that word. Vicious. Yes, that it is vicious. Like, ugh. No, thank
Wreck
you.
you more emotionally than You know what?
Where do they want
Never
to
mind.
take this thing? Where do they want to take this thing next? ES trading 71.60, now 71.70. What's on until 50.50?
All right.
Buyer's gone.
Yeah, so
Buy
where
it.
would be buys for you, Dakota?
Right here, right in this zone.
I did the same thing. I got long.
Yep. This is that level of resistance here at these 180s that we kind of held this as a resistance for just a little bit.
Where them buyers
right before
at?
power hour. That was resistance. We broke out. We came back. These
Where them
180s.
buyers at?
Resist support. Right. This is a nice little level right here. Technical level. 180s, 180, 179. There we go. There it is.
It's not. It is.
Yeah. I
respect.
That's what I'm saying. If I'm looking to buy something here, this would be it. Stop loss like 150. 149.
Okay. There's not a hole.
Now look, I'd like to push back up to 200. 200
I'd like that
big
too.
number. Yeah.
Feeling that
you
too,
get
man.
It.
It ain't.
Heck, Mandy's above below 315.
315, Mandy.
Still possible.
I think so. I don't see why not.
But also, I could totally just this being like a dud of a power hour, like not with you guys, just the markets being
That's what you meant. I think there's
kind of flatlining, right? Low volatility. With
Uh-huh.
tomorrow, this is the day before, so the close might be anticlimactic.
Oh no. Really? Oh,
But
very much could be.
We get
it
some
could also
optimism.
get
Let's get
crazy.
some optimism going into FOMC. We got FOMC first.
Yes, we do. We also have experts
Any big
joining
ones?
us tomorrow. Yeah, we got Joe Hegner joining us as well. Talk about a little FOMC breakdown preview in fast markets. Also, Jessica Inskip's going to be joining us. Yeah, we're bringing the experts on. Help us navigate. And looking at a pause.
Loving
Probably
this
have a
more.
great pause. Me too, Mandy. But we need to get this thing going.
190s. 190s. Yeah, that
Oh,
was
yeah.
a beautiful looking longs.
Yeah. Man, Dakota, why you jinx it like that?
What do you mean jinx? I'm not superstitious, Andre.
I am. Long from 191 or 181.
181.
Dakota.
NASDAQ.
If this thing sells off, Dakota, I swear.
Yeah,
It's your fault. You're all your fault.
What's
Yeah, you know, what's that? We got Dow trading. Is there more room? Outside. Dow trading 49,292. 292. It's just. And the month is in 2 days. Going on in crude. Crude $99.91. Moment of truth right here.
I believe so, Dre.
I hate when it just hangs out like this. We got 5 minutes till the bottom of the hour. What's that delta looking like, Hogue? Yes, Jerome Powell's final Q&A press conference as a Fed chair.
I do like the marketing team. They've done pretty well with.
Did you like
this,
that graphic? Did you like that
like,
graphic?
There's a couple graphics, yeah. I've enjoyed
Yes.
them. It's been
What
pretty
graphics
funny.
are we looking at?
So,
Papa Powell. It's like the little like a
Yeah.
graffiti.
Yeah.
type. Yeah, very cool.
there's the graffiti.
Yeah.
Then there's a farewell party invite.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of good stuff.
Indeed.
Anything to make trading, a little more lighthearted is good for the trading soul.
Is that true, Mandy? Because yeah, I think you're right. 100%. We got
It can be a dark, sad place sometimes, but that's what Topstep TV is for, is to not make it as sad for some people. We want to make it exciting and lively and something that we're passionate about, right? It's fantastic.
just hanging out long like this. I got out. I got out, Mandy. Stay strong, Mandy. 50-50
I'm trying
tilt.
to find invalidation right now, and it hasn't invalidated yet. 3 minutes will be telling, Jay.
So Will, 3 minutes to the
For
bottom of the
me,
hour.
for me.
got
Unless it's my stop loss before 3 minutes.
We got
Yeah.
the Delta. ES Delta growing. ES Delta growing positive. Positive 10,300.
Last 2 minute candles were
What was that?
fun.
Yeah, we'll see. What's the Dow doing? Catching a bit of a bid. What's that? What's that ETF doing? You got that up, Dakota?
What up?
Semis? The SOX, the SOX, the semis.
I don't have that one up.
No.
The rest of the tech is catching a little bit of a bid, so I can imagine.
Is it? That makes sense.
They do. Yeah.
Haters.
Yeah, so I still like this push up to 200, Andre.
You do? Yeah.
Yeah.
See what happens here at the bottom of the hour. It's holding.
Not
Holding.
bad. Here we go.
Yeah.
Something.
Ooh, little. Here we go. Look at that. The Utah connect
Maybe.
saying, "Here we go." You just got the. Here we go.
Go.
Something more. Here we go. Than that.
What would be the better tat? BTFD or never go short again, or both?
Oh. You know what? I've had this, and
Thank you,
sometimes
Jack.
I still get short, and so I don't know. Yeah,
It's just
Pockets
concern,
low.
like, whoa, where'd all the buyers go? They just grinded this thing higher. Good 2 hours. All of a sudden. 71.70 half last trade in ES. I mean, they're still there, I guess, right? They're still there. Let's move slower. Moving a little slower. We got 60 seconds, bottom of the hour. In the chat. What's the question? What's this question in the chat? I love it. Here's my cue for you guys. Why would an institution decide buying would be good here at top of range today, knowing what's up with tomorrow?
Maybe they were short.
What do you
earlier.
mean?
Maybe
We
they're
just made
hedging.
all-time highs yesterday. Institutions been buying the whole way up.
I don't know.
I don't know. No.
Maybe they just want to own Nvidia. I mean, that pushes the Nasdaq up.
It's up. ES.
Ooh, look at that little
was
little
that?
pop right there, right back
Little
into the
pop.
90s.
Yeah, what's here? What's happens here?
Got a good trade going.
Yep.
We did not print below my EMA on the 15 minutes, so trade's still
happens
not
here?
invalidated.
What happened
Yeah,
here?
this is serious.
It's the
spot.
moment. And keep catching a bit of a bit. I don't jinx it. Now selling off. They're gonna come back in. Oh, I don't know.
90s.
I know.
What would piss the most traders off here?
Just
Sideways.
being,
Come on.
just hanging out like this.
Just get going.
Yes.
Literally what you said, Dakota.
I know.
Literally said that.
We've been here before. That's the thing.
I don't like being here.
Run.
I don't like being here. I can't tell who's winning the tug of war right now.
You're a 5 point
Yeah,
back
same.
and forth.
Stalemate.
Rock throwing, right? Is that what we call it?
Yeah, they didn't like
scuffle.
100 lot on the bid here.
Scuffle.
NQ 27,186 bid 100 times using that level 2 data. Top step. I mean, my bail.
Oh,
NQ
that's a good one.
NQ
Stale Dorito.
7,189.
Don't you just love when you Enter
I'm
the
out.
top.
Yeah.
So fun.
Oh, there's some buyers. Couple.
We can get 98.
Going into the
so
90s again.
I'll add another one at 98 202 somewhere in there.
All right.
If
What
we
we
get
got?
there.
17 minutes MOC. 17
No,
minutes
back down
MOC.
into these 80s.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
ES is a little heavy.
I'll be honest. This happens. Sometimes it's like just getting flat might be the best decision if I'm in the trade.
Is mental capital preservation, right?
Oh,
correct. Yeah.
Where does it want to go? Where do we want to go? It looked like ES did downtick a little bit. Oh, look on the buyers. That was the head fake, man. That might be a head fake you needed right there. Watch the buyer 7. We've seen this set up so many times. Dow selling off. Doesn't really matter.
Nvidia's trying to hold.
Is it?
Yeah. Let's see if we can get it now.
Dow selling off.
Could be one of those.
You gotta be feeling good.
Oh, no. Nobody feels good right now, Andre. Shorts
I'm
or
just talking to
long?
my yeah. Yes, yeah. Shorts, long, algos.
Yeah, I see the buyers starting to step in a little bit in Nvidia, but Nvidia is not the entire market. You either just get out, get flat, preserve that mental capital, or you just accept the risk where your stop loss is and let the trade play out.
Yep.
I've been
not playing out. I'll tell you what. We get some
It's
volatility.
not.
I know who to bring. I know who to bring. Ring, ring, ring. Doctor in the house. Doctor Volatility. Get your rear in here, man. We got some
we need it.
announcements. Give us the goods, Dr. Val. What's up, man?
Absolutely. What's up, guys? I'm here with a quick announcement because this week we're doing something brand new in Discord. On Wednesday, April 29th at 6:30 p.m., Andre, Hogue, JD, and Dolby Time are hosting an FOMC recap watch party in Discord. Sounds fun, right? But what is it? Well, it's an opportunity to mix it up with Topstep TV legends Andre, Hogue, Dolby Time, and JD as they recap Powell's last FOMC meeting. They'll be discussing current market conditions and answering questions from our traders. Now, if you're already a member of our Discord, all you have to do is join at 6:30 p.m. Central Time tomorrow. And if you're not a member yet, well, we're going to drop the link in the chat. All you got to do is click on it and sign up to be a part of the Topstep Discord. And then be sure to join us tomorrow at 6:30 p.m. for an FOMC recap live in our Discord channel. So be sure to be there. Now, before we get back to the charts, we do have one small piece of news for you. Another day, and we're talking about the Bears leaving Chicago once again. But this time, let's go ahead and hear it from Illinois Governor J.B. Pritzker on his thoughts about the move.
The Bears are a private business that's worth $9 billion, owned by a billionaire family. They're trying to make decisions about their future. We ought to keep them. They ought to stay in the state of Illinois. So I think that we have a real chance of them staying in Illinois. I think that's where they want to be. And I think that their fans, including me, will be very upset if they try to get up and move across the border and become, well, I don't know, the Hammond Hams, I guess we'll call them.
Chat. That's our. That's the governor of Illinois.
Record can't get worse.
That's the governor of Illinois.
I'm still
What? We
hanging
were
out-
first
hanging
place.
Almost stopped out.
Are
Yeah,
you-
we're out. We're all good. That's fun. Well, this was my short.
Yeah.
What did I say? 5-minute candle below. Yeah. There you go.
Question: if they left Illinois, would you still be a Bears fan?
What's the name of the state? What's the name of our state?
Chicago, Illinois.
Illinois. They're not leaving. They're not leaving. Stop that, Dakota. Stop that.
If they do, but would you still be a Bears fan if they do? If they're like the Ham and Hams?
If they win, I just want them to win. So whatever. I just want them to win. Yeah, I'd still be fan. Giants. Giants and Jets play in New Jersey. Cowboys don't play in Dallas. Patriots don't play in. Patriots play like in the middle of nowhere. They buy it.
The Hams make sense because they get carved up every.
The Hams. We don't. What? Stop that. You're jinxed longs. We got 12 minutes. MOC. What
Wow.
What is going
Literally
on?
got stopped. Now we're bidding up. It's because that's where all the other stops were at, yeah?
Maybe. I don't know, man.
Maybe.
Today's different. Today's
different
different.
day.
We haven't seen this kind of market today, like in a while.
Yeah, that's why I got chopped up in my XFA too this morning.
Yup.
Not
Why'd we
fun.
sell off like that? It was just the
Not-
grind
yeah.
lower. What was that?
Trashy.
Like the Open AI, right? Open AI. Pride and joy.
Yeah,
of heroes.
how do you guys pronounce it that direction?
S is
Illinois?
well, you try first,
Illinois?
Mandy. You try first.
Illinois. Noi.
There you go. There you go.
Illinois.
It's
I
'cause there's
still
an
get
S
a
in that.
lot of crap about my Utah accent, so
You guys have an accent? What's the
oh
accent?
yeah, mountain, not mountain.
Mountain.
Well, I need this ES to fall off of a mountain cliff right about now. I can use this thing.
That would be nice. It does
Yeah.
look like a cliff right now if you look at the 5-minute.
I'm just gonna squint my eyes and tilt my head sideways. It's French, guys. Think of it that way. Au contraire,
Wild.
it is not French. It is.
It's not. What is it?
It's not French.
Not? No, Aaron Rodgers was a
No.
billionaire.
It's not French. Not a true. Not French. All right. Let's buying it.
Oh, we got some buyers stepping right back into 80 here.
Yep. That's how you get.
Got 10, almost 10 minutes till MOC. I got some ways to go for that above below. Let's just get a squeeze here.
Yeah, where are we taking this thing?
Cool.
Crude's still at like 100.
Yeah, well, yeah, it is. Comfortably.
Yeah.
Comfortably. Mandy, look at that face. I know what you're thinking.
Snowplow better entry. Only I moved my stop a couple ticks. Now this is where yeah, you can get oh, I was right from the start. Let me just like size up and then we just keep selling off. You know, these
Don't let today get to you.
before. Yeah.
The second. Well, hey, and first of all, those that are up money Dakota and those that are up scratch, not getting crushed. Good on you. Great on you, actually. Great on you. Tomorrow's one of the stuff really gets popping, but we ain't done. Still got 19 minutes till the close. You never know what's gonna. Never know. I mean, I'm not opposed to getting long
Could
again.
look juicy later.
I'm not opposed to getting long again.
John in the
Same.
chat. I don't know. Jay, you heard James, you heard him. They're trying to make a decision on where the Chicago Bears are gonna do it.
They already
I
bought
did
the
not
property.
know.
They've already bought the
Did they?
land. Yeah. they've-
Well, I
they
didn't
sent
know
out
Aaron
a-
Rodgers was a billionaire. That was news to me.
Billy doing what?
Yeah.
Playing
Chicago
football?
Bears owner.
Oh, but don't. I got you. I was
the
actually at
joke.
that
That
game.
was the joke. John got it. Actually,
Actually,
John and I in the chat, we know what was going on.
I was at that game, and at that moment in time, he was right. I'm gonna get long. I'm gonna get long. Mandy,
The Bears
buyers
stepping right back in.
Just ever so slight. 27,187. What's going on in gold? 46.13 last trade.
Yep.
We're gonna size into this, you guys. We're gonna the trade on my 1 minute.
Yeah.
It
All right.
still expected.
Oh, maybe it was. Is it really?
Yeah. We're gonna enter a second now that we broke
It's getting choppy on me.
Break of 95, I'll add a second.
JD long from 71.64, lucky. No in the chat saying, Andre, I just looked it up. It was named by French explorers. Don't worry about looking up what the name of Illinois. Don't worry about it right now. We've got these markets cooking. All right, fair enough. All good. Done.
Let's go. Come on.
It's good. It's good. All right, God. What was that?
Ooh.
Ew.
8 minutes
That
MOC.
was gross.
Yes, again, tomorrow. Action packed. Bell to bell day. Market is. Makes sense of this one. In the chat, how are we doing?
You guys?
Yeah, up, down.
Yeah, how are we doing?
Scratch.
Yeah, scratch.
Survived.
Followed your
Something.
rules.
Most important, followed your rules.
Yeah, the Bears up by Carson Ryan, BYU.
Ooh.
Tight end.
I'm not
Have to keep an eye
sure.
out.
90. What was your above below? Who called it, Mandy? 315.
315.
I thought we were gonna go back to all time highs today.
We could get a headline and move it that way. Like, what do you think can happen in the last 15 minutes here?
Coda, we got the headline that they were going to propose a piece, this, and we sold off. Oh yeah. Crude's at $100, comfortably at $100. Mechanisms,
keeping it down.
Yeah, 7 minutes. MOC, 7 minutes till MOC. Dakota, you'll be on slow markets this evening, 7 p.m. Central, Sunday through Thursday. Topstep TV. Who will be joining you? You can tease it. What can they expect? Yes, Dakota, please plug your fantastic show. Also, click like and subscribe, please. I want to get more likes than Dakota does in slow markets. I'm jealous. Go ahead, Dakota.
I've been telling you my secrets on how to do it, Andre.
You show us.
Yeah, I got Braden is going to be joining me tomorrow, and we might be getting a 3-man week. Maybe not. I mean, that watch party in Discord happens to be the same time that slow markets is going to be going on. It's going to be interesting. We'll see. The eve of FOMC could make for some interesting trades.
What are you thinking? Dovish in line. Hawkish, will he go out with a bang? Guns blazing? Or will he just sail off into the sunset? And
what do you think his last words are going to be? Well, today, that's going to be good afternoon. Is it just going to be a boring one?
Great question. What are they going to ask him? Like, what's there to ask him? He's no longer going to be the Fed chair. So forward-looking, dot plot this, dot plot that. I guess you can talk about how the voting went, dissenting votes. Good question. Hopefully he has something to say. I mean,
yeah.
Oh, is that Topstep TV? Topstep TV, who's there?
No,
I know,
my
Andrea.
house.
I know. There was a
I don't know
lot.
what.
The chat.
Got him.
There was a lot of hot takes. A lot of hot takes about the Fed chairs, who the greatest was, who was not the greatest, and loved it.
Oh, Pedrito.
What do we do before MOC? Just chop fest
A
again?
whole lot of nada.
I
Something
think.
got to move, Mandy. Something's got to move first.
Something's got to do.
What do we got? Let's take a look at MBT.
Are we still long? Are we still
Hell
long?
no.
Long and strong?
I have one. I just have
Bitcoin.
a one. It's set up
Bitcoin
again on my
pumping
1
here.
minute.
Why isn't Bitcoin pumping higher here?
But yeah.
I want to get long.
Go
No,
ahead.
I'm going to get long.
MOC's
I'm gonna
approaching.
MOC is approaching.
Crude pulling down just a little bit. Nvidia still hanging out 213.60s. I mean, everything is still off its lows, but we'll see. Gold caught a little bit of a bid there.
Yeah, is something going on with Discord? Is there issues over there? Thanks for letting. Seems as though it's down. Perhaps I'm just reading the chat. Just the chat. What happened in this market? Come on.
I told you, it pissed the most traders off right there. Is just flat.
She's getting
Then
in
they
there.
called it Dakota.
She's getting in there. Thank you, George. George, we're brothers. Thank you, Hogue. There's Hogue.
Come on, let's
having issues. Yeah. Why are they letting why are we got yes catching a bit of a bid? What do we have? Market on
2.5
close. Imbalance is simply the dollar amount of shares to be bought or sold on the close. It's gonna be ES and Q. YM.
2.5 minutes. VIX
Top trade.
right
Top trade, you
at
crack me
8.
up. Top trade, you crack me up in the chat. Market's broken, man. NQ's check engine light is on.
It's getting ready for tomorrow. We're resting.
Resting. That's a good. That's like a good way of like putting it. The market's resting.
Hey, we're just hanging up.
Would you call all chop resting?
Sure.
No, wait, resting?
They're
All
like-
chop. Well, it depends. On the open, I wouldn't call it resting. That's just market orders coming in.
Indecision?
Yeah.
A squabble.
So indecision, digestion, point of control, point of chill. I mean, look at
Digestion. But isn't digestion considered rest?
No,
if
I'm
you're
just throwing
thinking
out
human
nonsense.
body?
I'm just throwing out nonsense verbiage right now. Just
I love it though.
yeah.
All right.
What's the difference
Group up.
between what'd you do? Did you get long?
Screwed back towards 100. Yeah.
What's the difference between range bound? What's the difference between range bound and chop? Chop. I mean, chat. What's the difference between range bound and chop?
Range bound and chop.
What's the difference between adding to a loser and dollar cost averaging? What's the difference?
Ooh, I actually had this discussion the other
All right.
day.
Well, you got 45 seconds. Hit me. You got 45 seconds. Tell them we'll see. What's the difference, man?
It's actually literally on my paper that right in front of me.
Really?
Scaling in is respects risks, dollar cost averaging, or like averaging would ignore it. So like you have to have a plan if you're like averaging in or scaling in. If you have any amount of hopium, then that's not respecting risk, and hence
So that's
you're
all it is.
ignoring it.
Is what I'm feeling.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think there's a level to what Coach Jay said. It depends on my P&L.
You nailed it, Dakota. You are the winner. MOC coming at us right here, right now. Buy side. ES 900 mil buy side. NQ 600 mil buy side. Dow 250 mil a buy side, and those numbers can and will change.
Woo, what a spicy one, huh?
Is it? Dow catching a bid, and Q not catching a bid. Yes.
Yeah, those 315s. Call an early loser. 315.
This gotta go. This gotta go.
We're right where we started Power Hour. Come on.
Oh, baby. Oh, ES pushing.
A little bit. Let's get some optimism before tomorrow. Let's get some.
I love it.
Buyers stepping in.
Yes, they are. Those numbers can and will change. We got 9 minutes till the closing bell. Closing bell in the New York session. We got Robinhood earnings after the bell. Starbucks after the bell. Make sure to check in with.
Is there anybody before New York Open?
Pre-bell?
Earnings?
I don't
Yeah,
have it
pre-bell.
handy. Oh, yeah. Go figure. Is that
all right?
Heavy is? Maybe some pharma. I got, it looks like, yeah, pre-bell.
Come on, get over these 90s. Let's see 200.
I just can't. Just can't.
Power hour, Jake.
We can. We can, though.
I think I can.
We can.
Yeah, but we're not. But we won't. Well, we won't.
Yet.
All right.
Not yet.
Yeah, Dakota. I don't know. I'm going to declare this thing ain't moving. I'm just going to declare this thing ain't moving. But I know one thing, one person, one doctor that can get this sucker rocking and rolling just like that.
Bring him in.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I don't even know if he likes this dumb nickname, this dumb bit we got going. But Dr. Volatility, you have no choice. Get in here, hit us with the hashtag Power Hour goodies. Do you like it? Be honest. Do you even like it? Or is
It's fine. I just need more props. I need to get Topstep to up our Amazon budget to get more props. Hey, everybody. It's time for hashtag Fast Markets, hashtag Power Hour. Earlier in the show, we pleaded with you to go to X and share your trader wins, your content, and whatever else you wanted to show us. And here is what you brought to the table today, starting with our good friend Eric. Easy work day. And Eric, when your calendar looks like that, it can indeed feel like an easy work day. You make it look easy, but as we all know, it isn't. So, Eric, I hope you are securing those winning days by locking it up using the risk management tools in Topstep X. Either way, congrats to you. And don't forget, take the payout. But we'd love to see it. Moving on from our friend Chimpabro. Somehow managed to clear the third account too. Going to keep pushing towards withdrawal. Rather than results, I'm sticking to trading correctly. And our good Platform X translated it from Japan because, Topstep is worldwide. Well, Chimpabro, congrats to you. I hope you find continued success in your trading because you know what? You're sticking to trading correctly rather than focusing on the end game results. Keep your head down and keep trading for tomorrow. Moving on. We got a shout out from a good frequent Power Hour contributor, RLTW Strategies. Day 2 update up $3,228 this morning, trading 3 Topstep 100K funded accounts. Watch your risk and stay disciplined. Let's build it brick by brick until we are awarded with a live account. Well, keep it up. Keep that discipline strong. Keep your winning days tight and your red days low. And just maybe you'll be getting that call up to the big leagues sooner or later. I don't know. I'm not the risk team, but if you do get that email, be sure to let us know. From Ryan's Trading, W Topstep payout number 7 approved. Ryan, I think if you're celebrating payout number 7, you should pat yourself on the back because that is great work. That is discipline in motion. That is consistency in action, and you are putting it in and you are getting paid. So Ryan's Trading, please keep sharing your story with us on social media, and congrats on that 7th payout. And last but certainly not least, let's check back in really, really quick. This is a follow-up, same Eric from before, but I wanted to kind of go ahead and highlight how it was an easy workday for him. Day 1 of $150 for a second payout done, adding another combine today that I'm going to focus on. So a little bit laser focused in on this calendar here. You can really see the P&Ls at work. And Eric, thank you for submitting for Power Hour. Anyway, that's what I got for now. Let's throw it back to Andre, Mandy, and Dakota for the final 5 minutes.
It's my guy, Dr. Vol. Sell side, one Billy sell side, ES and NQ. I got short.
Okay. All right.
171. 171. For 171.
Let's get down.
Let's
go.
Let's
go. Let's get some movement.
Come on, Chad. We're selling offshore from 171. What do I need?
120, sir.
Sell side growing. It's 1.3 billion sell side NQ. And they're going to buy the NQ. You got it.
Billy, longs have declared force majeure.
Oh, come on. That's all she wrote. That's all she wrote for the sell-off.
Whoops.
I'm out.
Yeah, maybe.
I'll get back in. I'll
Take a
get
little
back in.
pop.
Wow.
We call it PSO.
Wow.
What?
1.1. Thought we were cooking. Yeah.
Yep, that's a PSO right there.
What's PSO? I can.
PSO.
0.7. This market is tricky.
Very tricky.
It looked like it wanted. It just doesn't want to go. 1.3 billion sell side. Let's take a look at that live leaderboard if we got it. Let me see what we got. Take a look at live leaderboard. Let's take a look at those names we saw. Bowe ain't done.
Let's go. Wow.
Same name, same P&Ls. Great
day.
Bottom 2 P&Ls, a little different. Job well done.
Still 20K over. Ooh.
It's incredible. Well, good. Rings after the bell.
You guys like my candles?
They're
the volume candles for those.
Oh, the
in
new,
chat that are
yes.
curious.
Come
They're
on.
fun.
They're not going to sell this thing. They're not going to puke this thing. We got 3 minutes. 3 minutes. Getting short. Getting short. This thing's got to go. You know where you're supposed to go. Sell side, sell side, sell side. We are looking at 1 point. I'm short. Final puke.
Let's get it. 3 minutes left.
172. Down to 2600. We can get down to 100s. Cool.
All right. All right.
Well, Dakota will be tuning in to Slow Markets. Mandy, for those who are asking, where can we find more Mandy? Where can we get more Mandy in the markets? Mandy, where can the people
I put in the chat. I
did you?
have my Instagram has the links. We have a Discord you guys can check out. We just trade every day, hang out, go over the EMA. Those that like scalping and moving averages. It's a fun little group we have, and I'll be on tomorrow during Fast Markets, the second half, I believe, with Dakota. Right, Dakota, you're on tomorrow.
More. He doesn't know.
Fast Markets, yes.
He doesn't.
Yes.
You know. Okay. Wow. Let's take a look at this range. What is this power hour for Dakota?
I know.
Nice trading, man. Look at this. Here come the buyers. Where does this market want to go?
Maybe I should just take note day before FOMC. Just don't take more than a trade.
All kidding aside, make sure we do tune into Slow Markets. Of course, at the buzz, these earnings that are going to come out. Robinhood, Starbucks, going to give us a peek into, I guess, the retail trader for Robinhood. Also, there will be some positioning before going into tomorrow. So make sure to tune into Slow Markets. Sometimes those moves are cleaner. Algos, well.
Yeah.
This market pissed people off. We went sideways.
Sure did.
Preparing for tomorrow. Preparing for tonight. Preparing for tomorrow.
Almost always rangy pre-FOMC. Almost always in the chat. I love it. Chat, one more time. Click like, click subscribe. We went to 211,000 unpaid for subscribers. We'll find out. MOC's right around zero.
50% of the time, it's ranging 100% of the time. That's good.
I love that. Thank you, Dakota. You can only get those words of wisdom here at Topstep TV.
That's what I'm here for.
I know.
Let's go.
And look at the minor markets. I'll pull up the ES later. Let's watch all that volume. Even the ES is just like, whatever. 200 bid, 200 the S, 7170 seems to be the price. Also in NQ, 27,170. And there is your bell. All right, we got Robinhood, Starbucks earnings coming up right after this at the buzzer. Utah Connect, Dakota, Mandy, job well done. Nice trade this morning. Dakota, we're going to check out Slow Markets. See these two on Fast Markets tomorrow. With that being said, shout out to all the bellers. Keep grinding. You guys are maniacs, and I absolutely love it. The hot takes on Fed Chair was amazing this morning. Keep that intensity up, that passion. With that being said, go to my main man, Dr. Volatility. James, take us out of here and into At the Buzzer.
Go.
Let's do it. And chat, on your way out the door, don't forget to hit the like button and don't forget to throw in chat. Let's hear it up for Mandy, Andre, and Dakota for giving us a wonderful power hour. If you liked what you saw, like the video, throw a W in the chat and genuinely have a good time. But don't go anywhere because our show may be going off air, but At the Buzzer with Coach Jay is up right after this at 3:15 p.m. Central Time. Continue the trading talk with Coach Jay as he unpacks everything that went down in the market today. Yeah, that's right. If there was a market move or a headline that impacted the product you trade, Jay is going to talk about it, break it down, and relate what it means to your trading plan moving forward. Then come back tonight at 7 p.m. because Coach Dakota is serving up Slow Markets the only way Coach Dakota knows how. Slow. But seriously, it's anyone's game tonight. The markets are so unpredictable. Headlines can come out of nowhere. So make sure that if you are trading tonight, you are trading alongside Slow Markets with Coach Dakota and stick with Topstep TV. Then tomorrow morning at 1:30 a.m., Aaron Trades will be back with London Open. 5:30 a.m. sees Deanna return with Metal Markets. And then, of course, we're going to be back at 7:15 a.m. with another bell-to-bell episode of Topstep TV for you. Now, tomorrow is a big day on Topstep TV. We got loads of special guests joining us. We're going to be broadcasting the FOMC meeting. And of course, we're going to have our FOMC strategy session at 12:50 p.m. tomorrow before we live stream the meeting. So if you have plans tomorrow, be sure to cancel them, call out sick, do whatever you got to do to stick with Topstep TV bell to bell, because this is surely a day you are not going to want to miss. Now, before I talk too much, let's get you guys on over to At the Buzzer. And as always, I'm James Harden. You guys are the chat. And this has been Topstep TV. Let's go. We'll see you.
Most people won't see it. Not the wake-ups, not the weight of repetition. Not the days that start cold and quiet. They'll see the win, the 1 second that worked, not the hundreds that didn't. This isn't about hype, it's about habits. I write it down. Every run, every trade. Not to remember, to refine. I've missed, I've fallen, I've lost, but I've always come back sharper. I don't train for motivation. I train for execution, over and over. Whether I'm in the pipe or in the market, I'm chasing the same thing.